Smooth, authoritative, and stable. The Shadow Market, London, 1901. The railway viaduct passed only a hair's breadth away from St. Saviour's Church. There had been discussion among the mundanes about the possibility of demolishing the church to make way for the railroad, but it had met with unexpectedly fierce opposition. Instead, the railway took a slightly more circuitous route, and the spire of the church still remained, a silver dagger against the night sky. Beneath the arches, crosses, and rattling rails, a mundane market was held by day, the largest association of grocers in the city. By night, the market belonged to downworld. Vampires and werewolves, warlocks and fae met under the stars and under glamour that human eyes could not pierce. They had their magic stalls set up in the same pattern as the human stalls, under the bridges and through tiny streets. But the shadow market stalls did not hold apples or turnips. Under the dark arches, the stalls shone, laden with bells and ribbons, gaudy with color, snake green, fever red, and the startling orange of flames. Brother Zachariah smelled incense burning and heard the songs of werewolves for the distant beauty of the moon, and faeries calling for children to come away, come away. It was the first shadow market of the new year by English standards, though it was still the old year in China. Brother Zachariah had left Shanghai when he was a child, and London when he was 17, to go to the Silent City, where there was no acknowledgement of time passing, save that the ashes of more warriors were laid down. Still, he remembered the celebrations of the new year in his human life, from eggnog and fortune-telling in London to the setting off of fireworks and nibbling of moon dumplings in Shanghai. Now snow was falling on London. The air is crisp and cold as a fresh apple, and felt good against his face. The voices of his brothers were a low hum in his head, affording Brother Zachariah a little distance. Zachariah was here on a mission, but he took a brief time to be glad he was in London, in the shadow market, to breathe air clear of the dust of the departed. It felt something like freedom, like being young again. He rejoiced, but that did not mean the people of the shadow market rejoiced with him. He observed many downworlders, and even mundanes with the sight, casting him looks that were the opposite of welcoming. As he moved, a dark murmur threaded through the hum of conversation all around him. The denizens of downworld considered this market time as space snatched away from angels. They clearly did not relish his presence among them. Brother Zachariah was one of the Silent Brothers, a voiceless fraternity that lived long amid old bones, sworn to seclusion, with hearts dedicated to the dust of their city and their dead. Nobody could be expected to embrace a silent brother, and these people would not be likely to take pleasure in the appearance of any shadow hunter at all. Even as he doubted, he saw a stranger sight than any he had expected in the market. There was a shadow hunter boy dancing a can-can with 3 fairies. He was Charlotte and Henry Fairchild's younger son, Matthew Fairchild. His head was thrown back, his fair hair bright by firelight, and he was laughing. Brother Zachariah had an instant to wonder if Matthew was spellbound before Matthew caught sight of him and sprang forward, leaving the fairies behind him looking discomforted. The fair folk were not accustomed to having mortals skip out on their dances. Matthew did not appear to notice. He ran up to Brother Zachariah, threw an exuberant arm about his neck, and ducked his head under the hood of the silent brother to give him a kiss on the cheek. "Uncle Jem," Matthew exclaimed joyfully, "what are you doing here?" Shadowhunter Academy, Idris, 1899. Matthew Fairchild hardly ever lost his temper. When he did, he tried to make the occasion memorable. The last time had been 2 years ago, during Matthew's short-lived stint at Shadowhunter Academy, a school intended to mass-produce perfect demon-fighting boars. It began with half the school crowded on a tower top, watching the parents arrive after an incident in the woods with a demon. Matthew's usual good humor had already been sorely tried. His best friend, James, was being blamed for the incident, simply because James happened to have a tiny, insignificant amount of demon blood, and the Matthew prodigiously lucky ability to transform into a shadow. James was being expelled. The actual people to blame, unmitigated wart Alistair Carstairs and his rotten friends, were not being expelled. Life in general, and the Academy in particular, was a positive parade of injustice. Matthew had not even had the chance to ask James if he wanted to be Parabata yet. He had been planning to ask him to be sworn warrior partners in a very elaborate and stylish fashion, so Jamie would be too impressed to decline. Mr. Herondale, James's father, was among the first of the parents to arrive. They saw him stride in the doors with his black hair turbulent from wind and rage. Mr. Herondale undeniably had an heir. The few girls permitted to come to the academy were casting James speculative glances. James shuffled about the place with his head in a book, and had an unfortunate haircut and an unassuming demeanor, but he bore a very marked resemblance to his father. James, angel bless his oblivious soul, failed to notice anyone's attention. He slunk away to be expelled, sunk in despair. "Gosh," said Eustace Larkspur, "it would be something to have a father like that." "I heard he was mad," said Alistair, and let out a bark of laughter. "You'd have to be mad to marry a creature with infernal blood and have children who were—" "Don't," said little Thomas quietly. To everyone's surprise, Alistair rolled his eyes and desisted. Matthew wanted to be the one who had made Alistair stop, but Thomas had already done it, and Matthew could not think of any way to stop Alistair permanently, short of challenging him to a duel. He was not even sure that would work. Alistair was not a coward, and would probably accept the challenge and then talk twice as much. Besides which, getting into fights was not precisely Matthew's style. He could fight, but he did not think violence solved many problems. Aside from the problem of demons laying waste to the world, that was. Matthew left the tower top abruptly and wandered the halls of the academy in a foul mood. Despite his commitment to dark brooding, he knew he was duty-bound not to lose track of Christopher and Thomas Lightwood for long. When he was 6, Matthew's older brother, Charles Beaufort, and their mamma had left the house for a meeting at the London Institute. Charlotte Fairchild was the consul, the most important person of all the Shadowhunters, and Charles had always been interested in her work, instead of resenting the bothersome Nephilim for taking up her time. As they prepared to go, Matthew had stood in the hall crying and refusing to let go of his mother's dress. Mamma had knelt down and asked that Matthew please take care of Papa for her while she and Charles were gone. Matthew took this responsibility seriously. Papa was a genius, and what most people considered an invalid, because he couldn't walk. Unless he was carefully watched, he would forget to eat in the excitement of invention. Papa could not get on without Matthew, which was why it was absurd that Matthew had been sent to the academy in the first place. Matthew liked to take care of people, and he was good at it. When they were 8, Christopher Lightwood had been discovered in Papa's laboratory, performing what Papa described as a very intriguing experiment. Matthew had noticed that there was now a wall missing in the laboratory, and he took Christopher under his wing. Christopher and Thomas were real cousins, their father's brothers. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Matthew was not a real cousin. He only called Christopher's and Thomas's parents Aunt Cecily and Uncle Gabriel, and Aunt Sophie and Uncle Gideon, respectively, out of courtesy. Their parents were only friends. Mama had no close family, and Papa's family did not approve of Mama being consul. James was Christopher's blood cousin. Aunt Cecily was Mr. Herondale's sister. Mr. Herondale ran the London Institute, and the Herondales tended to keep to themselves. Unkind people said it was because they were snobbish or thought themselves superior, but Charlotte said those people were ignorant. She told Matthew the Herondales tended to keep to themselves as they had experienced unkindness due to Mrs. Herondale being a warlock. Still, when you ran an institute, you couldn't be completely invisible. Matthew had seen James at various parties before and tried to acquire him as a friend. Only Matthew was impeded because he felt he should contribute to parties being a success, and James tended to be in a corner, reading. It was usually a simple matter for Matthew to make friends, but he did not see the point unless it was a challenge. Friends who were easy to get might be easy to lose, and Matthew wanted to keep people. It had been rather shattering when James seemed to actively dislike Matthew, but Matthew had won him over. He still was not entirely sure how, which made him uneasy. But James had recently referred to himself, Matthew, Christopher, and Thomas as the Three Musketeers and D'Artagnan from a book he liked. Everything had been going splendidly aside from missing Papa, but now James was expelled, and everything was ruined. Still, Matthew could not forget his responsibilities. Christopher had a tempestuous relationship with science, and Professor Fell had commanded Matthew not to let Christopher come into contact with any flammable materials after the last time. Thomas was so quiet and small they were always losing him, rather like a human marble, and if left to his own devices he would inevitably roll toward Alastair Carstairs. This was a hideous situation, with only one bright side. It was a simple matter to locate Thomas when he was lost. Matthew only had to follow the sound of Alastair's irritating voice. Unfortunately, this meant being forced to behold Alastair's irritating face. He found Alastair soon enough, gazing out a window, with Thomas shyly standing at his elbow. Thomas's hero worship was inexplicable. The only things Matthew could find to like about Alastair were his extraordinarily expressive eyebrows, and eyebrows did not make the man. "Are you very sad, Alastair?" Matthew heard Thomas ask as he approached, bent on retrieval. "Stop bothering me, pipsqueak," said Alastair, though his voice was tolerant. Even he could not strongly object to being adored. "You heard the low, sneaky serpent," said Matthew. "Come away, Tom." "Ah, mother-hen Fairchild," sneered Alastair. "What a lovely wife you will make for somebody one of these fine days." Matthew was outraged to see Thomas's tiny smile, though Thomas quickly concealed it out of respect for Matthew's feelings. Thomas was meek and much afflicted by sisters. He seemed to think Alastair being rude to everyone was daring. "I wish I could say the same for you," said Matthew. "Has no kind soul thought to inform you that your hairstyle is, to use the gentlest words available to me, ill-advised? A friend? Your papa? Does nobody care enough to prevent you from making a spectacle of yourself? Or are you simply too busy perpetrating acts of evil upon the innocent to bother about your unfortunate appearance?" "Matthew," said Thomas, "his friend died." Matthew strongly desired to point out that Alastair and his friends had been the ones to unleash a demon upon James, and their nasty prank going wrong was no more than their just deserts. He could see, however, that would distress Thomas extremely. "Oh, very well, let us go," he said, "though I cannot help wonder whose idea their nasty little trick was." "Wait a moment, Fairchild," snapped Alastair. "You can go ahead, Lightwood." Thomas looked deeply worried as he went, but Matthew could see he was loath to disobey his idol. When Thomas's worried hazel eyes flicked to Matthew, Matthew nodded, and Thomas reluctantly departed. When he was gone, Matthew and Alastair squared off. Matthew understood that Alastair had sent Thomas away for a purpose. He bit his lip, resigned to a scuffle. Instead, Alastair said, "Who are you to play the moralist, talking about tricks and papas, considering the circumstances of your birth?" Matthew frowned. "What on earth are you driveling about, Carstairs?" "Everyone talks about your mamma and her unwomanly pursuits," said awful, unthinkable worm Alastair Carstairs.
Matthew scoffed, but Alastair raised his voice, persisting. "A woman cannot be a good consul. Nevertheless, your mother can continue her career, of course, since she has such strong support from the powerful Lightwoods." "Certainly our families are friends," said Matthew. "Are you unfamiliar with the concept of friendship, Carstairs? How tragic for you, though understandable on the part of everyone else in the universe." Alastair raised his eyebrows. "Oh, great friends, no doubt. Your mamma must require friends, since your papa is unable to play a man's part." "I beg your pardon," said Matthew. "Odd that you were born so long after your papa's terrible accident," Alastair said, all but twirling an imaginary mustache. "Strange that your papa's family will have nothing to do with you, to the extent of demanding that your mother renounce her married name. Remarkable that you bear no resemblance to your papa, and your coloring is so like Gideon Lightwood's." Gideon Lightwood was Thomas's papa. No wonder Alastair had sent Thomas away before making a ridiculous accusation like that. It was absurd. Perhaps it was true that Matthew had fair hair, while his mamma's was brown, and his father's and Charles Buford's was red. Matthew's mamma was tiny, but Cook said she thought Matthew would be taller than Charles Buford. Uncle Gideon was often with mamma. Matthew knew he had spoken for her when she was at odds with the Clave. Mamma had once called him her good and faithful friend. Matthew had never thought much about it before. His mamma said his papa had such a dear, friendly, freckled face. Matthew had always wished he looked like him, but he didn't. Matthew said, his voice strange in his own ears, "I do not understand what you mean." "Henry Fairchild is not your father," spat Alastair. "You are Gideon Lightwood's bastard. Everybody knows it but you." In a white and blinding rage, Matthew struck him in the face. Then he went to find Christopher, cleared the area, and gave him matches. A short but eventful time passed before Matthew left school, never to return. In that interval, a wing of the academy blew up. Matthew realized it had been rather a shocking thing to do, but while he was deranged, he also demanded James be his parabatai, and by some miracle James agreed. Matthew and his papa arranged to spend more time at the Fairchild's London home so that Matthew could be with both his papa and his parabatai. It had all, Matthew considered, worked out rather well. If only he could forget. The Shadow Market, London, 1901. Jem halted in the midst of the dancing flames and black iron arches of the London market, startled by the appearance of a familiar face in an unexpected context, and even more so by the warmth of Matthew's greeting. He knew Charlotte's son, of course. Her other boy, Charles, was always very cool and distant when he encountered Brother Zachariah on official business. Brother Zachariah knew that the Silent brothers were meant to be detached from the world. His uncle Elias's son, Alastair, had made that very clear when Brother Zachariah reached out to him. "This is how it should be," said his brothers in his mind. He could not always tell one of their voices from the others. They were a quiet chorus, a silent, ever-present song.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Jem would not have held it against Matthew if he felt the same way as many others, but he didn't seem to. His bright, delicate face showed dismay all too clearly. "Am I being too familiar?" he asked anxiously. "I only supposed, since I was Jem's parabatai, and that is what he calls you, I might do so as well." "Of course you may," said Brother Zachariah. Jem did, and Jem's sister, Lucy, and Alastair's sister, Cordelia, had taken to doing so as well. Zachariah considered that they were the three sweetest children in the world. He knew he might be a little partial, but faith created truth. Matthew glowed. Zachariah was reminded of Matthew's mother, and the kindness that had taken in 3 orphans when she was hardly more than a child herself.
"They all talk about you all the time in the London Institute," Matthew confided. "James and Lucy, and Uncle Will and Aunt Tessa, too. I feel as if I know you a great deal better than I actually do, so I beg pardon if I trespass on your kindness." "There can be no trespass when you are always welcome," said Jem. Matthew's smile spread. It was an extraordinarily engaging expression. His warmth was closer to the surface than Charlotte's, Jem thought. He had never been taught to close himself off, to do anything but delight and trust in the world. "I would like to hear all about your and Uncle Will's and Aunt Tessa's adventures from your point of view," Matthew proposed. "You must have had a very exciting time. Nothing exciting ever happens to us. The way everyone talks about it, one might think you had a dramatic star-crossed passion with Aunt Tessa before you became a silent brother." Matthew stopped himself. "Sorry, my tongue ran away with me. I am heedless and excited to talk to you properly. I'm sure it is strange to think of your past life. I hope I did not upset or offend you. I cry peace." "Peace?" echoed Brother Zachariah, amused. "I am certain you could have had a torrid affair with any person you wanted, of course," said Matthew. "Anyone can see that. Oh, Lord, that was a heedless thing to say too, wasn't it?" "It is very kind of you to say so," said Brother Zachariah. "Is it not a fine night?" "I can see you are a very tactful fellow," said Matthew, and clapped Brother Zachariah on the back. They wandered through the stalls of the Shadow Market. Brother Zachariah was searching for one warlock in particular, who had agreed to help him. "Does Uncle Will know you are in London?" asked Matthew. "Are you going to see him?" "If Uncle Will finds out you were in London and did not come to call, and I knew about it, that will be curtains for me. Young life cut off in its prime, a bright flower of manhood withered untimely. You might think of me and my doom, Uncle Jem, you really might." "Might I?" asked Brother Zachariah. It was fairly obvious what Matthew was angling to know. "It would also be very kind of you if you refrained from mentioning that you saw me at the Shadow Market," Matthew wheedled, with his engaging smile and a distinct air of apprehension. "Silent brothers are terrible gossips as a rule," said Brother Zachariah. "For you, though, Matthew, I will make an exception." "Thanks, Uncle Jem." Matthew linked his arm with Jem's. "I can see we are going to be great friends." "It must be a horrible contrast for the market to behold," Jem thought, "seeing this bright child hanging so carelessly off the arm of a silent brother, hooded and cloaked and shrouded in darkness." Matthew seemed blissfully unaware of the incongruity. "I believe we will be," said Jem. "My cousin Anna says the Shadow Market is tremendous fun," said Matthew happily. "Of course you know Anna. She's always tremendous fun herself and has the best taste in waistcoats in London. I met some very agreeable faeries who invited me, and I thought I would come see." The faeries Matthew had been dancing with previously whisked past, streaks of light in flower crowns. One fairy boy, lips stained with the juice of strange fruit, paused and winked at Matthew. He appeared not to resent being deserted in their dance, though appearances were seldom reliable with fairies. Matthew hesitated, casting a wary eye upon Brother Zachariah, then winked back. Brother Zachariah felt he had to warn. "Your friends may mean mischief. Fairies often do." Matthew smiled, the lovely expression turning wicked. "I mean mischief frequently myself." "That is not exactly what I mean, nor do I intend to insult any downworlders. There are as many trustworthy downworlders as there are Shadowhunters, which means the opposite is also true. It might be wise to remember that not all those at the Shadow Market look with favor on the Nephilim." "Who can blame them?" said Matthew airily. "Stuffy lot, present company excepted, Uncle Jem. My papa has a warlock friend he talks of frequently. They invented portals together, did you know? I would like to have an intimate downworlder friend, too. Magnus Bane would be a good friend for anyone to have," Brother Zachariah agreed. It would have seemed disrespectful to Magnus, who had been such a good friend to Jem's Parabatai, to press the issue with Matthew any further. Perhaps he was being too cautious. Many of the downworlders were sure to be taken with Matthew's ready charm. Will had made it clear his institute was there to help downworlders who sought aid, as surely as it was for mundanes and shadowhunters. Maybe this new generation could grow up in more charity with downworlders than any before them. Anna is not here tonight, Matthew added, but you are, so all's well. What are we going to do together? Are you looking for something special? I rather thought I might buy Jamie and Luce a book. Any book would do. They love 'em all. It made Jem warm to him even more to hear him speak of James and Lucy with such obvious affection. If we see a suitable book, he said, let us buy it for them. I would rather not buy them a tome of dangerous enchantment. Buy the angel, no, said Matthew. Luce would read it for sure. Bit of a daredevil in a quiet way, Lou. As for me, said Jem, I have a commission from someone else whom I hold in high regard. Out of respect for them, I can say nothing more. I completely understand, said Matthew, looking pleased to be this far in Jem's confidence. I won't ask, but is there anything I can do to help? You could rely on me if you would. We love all the same people, don't we? Thank you most sincerely for the offer. There was no way for this child to help him, not in this current search, but his presence made Zachariah feel as if he could borrow some of Matthew's delighted wonder as he looked around the market, and they strolled around taking in its sounds and sights together. There was a stall selling fairy fruit, though there was also a werewolf outside the stall making dark remarks about being cheated and not making deals with goblin men. There were stalls with red and white striped awnings selling cinder toffee, though Brother Zachariah had doubts about its provenance. Matthew stopped and laughed for sheer joy at a warlock woman with blue skin who was juggling toy unicorns, mermaid shells, and small wheels on fire, and he flirted until she told her her name was Katerina. She added that he certainly might not call on her, but when he smiled, she smiled back. Brother Zachariah imagined people usually did. The shadow market as a whole seemed rather bemused by Matthew. They were accustomed to shadow hunters arriving on the hunt for witnesses or culprits, not demonstrating huge enthusiasm. Matthew applauded when another stall sidled up to him walking on chicken feet. A fairy woman with dandelion fluff hair peered out among vials of many-colored lights and liquids. "Hello, pretty," she said, her voice rasping like bark. "Which one of us are you talking to?" asked Matthew, laughing and leaning his elbow against Brother Zachariah's shoulder. The fairy woman regarded Zachariah with suspicion. "Ooh, a silent brother at our humble market. The Nephilim would consider that we were being honored."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "Do you feel honored?" asked Zachariah, shifting his stance slightly to stand protectively in front of Matthew Oblivious. Matthew sauntered past Zachariah to examine the vials laid out before him. "Jolly nice potions," he said, flashing his smile on the woman. "Did you make them yourself? Good show. That makes you something of an inventor, does it not?" "My papa is an inventor. I am happy to have anyone at the market who has an interest in my wares," said the woman. "I see you have a honey tongue to match your hair. How old are you?" 15, Matthew replied promptly. He began to sort among the vials, his rings clinking against the glass, and their wood and gold, or wood and silver stoppers, chattering about his father and fairy potions he had read about. "Ah, 15 summers, and by the look of you it has been all summer. Some would say only a shallow river could flash so bright," said the fairy woman, and Matthew looked up at her, an unguarded child surprised by any hurt dealt him. His smile flickered for an instant. Before Jem could intervene, the smile resumed. "Ah, well, he has nothing, but he looks everything. What more can one desire?" Matthew quoted, "Oscar Wilde. Do you know his work? I heard fairies like to steal poets. You should definitely have tried to steal him." The woman laughed. "Perchance we did. Do you wish to be stolen, honey sweet boy? I do not think my mamma the consul would like that at all, no." Matthew continued to beam radiantly on her. The fairy looked discomforted for a moment, then smiled back.
Fairies could prick like thorns because it was their very nature, not because they meant harm. "This is a love charm," said the fairy woman, nodding to a vial filled with a delicately sparkling pink substance. "No use to you, fairest child of the Nephilim. Now this would blind your opponents in a battle." "I imagine it would," said Brother Zachariah, studying the vial full of charcoal-colored sand. Matthew was transparently pleased to hear about the potions. Zachariah was sure Henry's boy had been regaled with tales of the elements over dinner-time, time and time again. "What's this one?" Matthew asked, pointing to a purple vial. "Oh, another one that would be of no interest to the Nephilim," said the woman dismissively. "What need would you have of a potion that would make the one who took it tell you all the truth? You Shadowhunters have no secrets among each other, I hear. Besides which, you have that mortal sword to prove one of you is telling the truth, though I call that a brutal business." "It is brutal," Matthew agreed vehemently. The fairy woman looked almost sad. "You come of a brutal people, sweet child." "Not me," said Matthew. "I believe in art and beauty. You might be pitiless one day for all that." "No, never," Matthew insisted. "I don't care for Shadowhunter customs at all. I like downworlder ways much more." "Ah, you flatter an old woman," said the fairy, waving a hand, but her face wrinkled up like a pleased apple as she smiled once more. "Now come, since you are a darling boy, let me show you something very special. What would you say to a vial of distilled stars, guaranteeing the one who carried it long life?" "Enough," said the voices in Zachariah's head. "Shadowhunters do not make bargains for their own lives," said Brother Zachariah, and towed Matthew away by his sleeve. Matthew flailed and squawked a protest. "The woman's potions were in all likelihood colored water and sand," said Zachariah. "Do not waste your money or make any bargains with the Fae. You must be careful at the market. They sell heartbreak as well as dreams." "Oh, very well," said Matthew. "Look, Uncle Jem, that werewolf is running a bookstall. Werewolves are surprisingly ardent readers, you know." He dashed over and began to ask artless questions of a lady werewolf in a prim dress, who was soon patting her hair and laughing at his nonsense. Brother Zachariah's attention was suddenly arrested by the warlock he had been searching for. "Wait for me here," he told Matthew, and went to meet Ragnar Fell by the side of a fire built under one of the railway arches. As the fire leaped, it birthed green sparks that matched the clever face of the warlock and lit his snowy white hair, curling around the sterner curl of his horns. "Brother Zachariah," he said, nodding, "a pleasure, but I wish I had better news for you." "Ah, well. Bad news comes like rain, and good news like lightning, barely seen before a crash." "A cheerful thought," said Brother Zachariah, his heart sinking. "I went to several sources about the information you asked for," said Ragnar. "I have a lead, but I have to tell you, I was warned that this quest might prove fatal, that it has already proved fatal to more than one person. Do you truly want me to follow up on the lead?" "I do," said Brother Zachariah. He had hoped for more. When he had met Tessa on the bridge that year, she had seemed concerned as she talked to him. It had been a gray day. The wind had blown her brown hair back from the face that trouble could touch as time could not. Sometimes it seemed like her face was all the heart he had left. He could not do much for her, but he had once promised to spend his life guarding her from the very wind from heaven. He intended to keep his word in that at least. Ragnar Fell nodded. "I will keep searching." "So will I," said Brother Zachariah. Ragnar's face changed to a look of deep alarm. Brother Zachariah turned and beheld Matthew, who had wandered back to the fairy woman's stall of potions. "Matthew," Brother Zachariah called, "come here." Matthew nodded and came reluctantly forward, smoothing his waistcoat. The look of alarm on Ragnar's face deepened. "Why is he coming over? Why would you do this to me? I had always considered you one of the more sensible Shadowhunters, not that this is saying much." Brother Zachariah studied Ragnar. It was unusual to see the warlock rattled, and he was usually very discreet and professional. "I thought you had a long and cherished history of mutual esteem with the Fairchilds," said Brother Zachariah. "Oh, certainly," said Ragnar, "and I have a long and cherished history of not getting blown up." "What?" asked Zachariah. The mystery was explained when Matthew caught sight of Ragnar and beamed. "Oh, hello, Professor Fell." He glanced in Jem's direction. "Professor Fell taught me at the academy before I was expelled, very expelled." Jem had been aware that James had been expelled, but he had not known Matthew was too. He had thought Matthew had simply chosen to follow his parabatai, as anyone would if they could. "Is your friend with you?" asked Ragnar Fell, and twitched. "Is Christopher Lightwood on the premises? Is our market shortly to be engulfed in flames?" "No," Matthew said, sounding amused. "Christopher is at home. At home in Idris? In the Lightwoods' London home, but it is far away." "Not far enough," decided Ragnar Fell. "I shall decamp to Paris forthwith." He nodded at Brother Zachariah, visibly shuddered at Matthew, and turned away. Matthew waved forlornly after him. "Goodbye, Professor Fell," he called. He looked up at Brother Zachariah. "Christopher did not mean to cause any of the accidents, and the large explosion was entirely my fault." "I see," said Brother Zachariah. Brother Zachariah was not sure he did see. "You must know Gideon quite well," Matthew remarked, his quicksilver mind flashing onto another topic. "I do," said Brother Zachariah. "He is the best of good fellows." Matthew shrugged. "If you say so. I like my Uncle Gabriel better. Not as much as Uncle Will, of course." "Will has always been my favorite, too," Jem agreed solemnly. Matthew chewed on his lower lip, clearly considering something. "Would you care to accept a wager, Uncle Jem, that I can clear that fire with a foot to spare?" "I would not," said Brother Zachariah with conviction. "Matthew, wait!" Matthew charged at the flames, sparkling with jade light, and leaped.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. He twisted in midair, slim black-clad body like a dagger thrown by an expert hand, and landed on his feet in the shadow of the church spire. After a moment, several members of the shadow market began to clap. Matthew mimed taking off an imaginary hat and bowed with a flourish. His hair was gold even by strange flames, his face bright even in shadow. Brother Zachariah watched him laugh, and foreboding crept into his heart. He experienced sudden fear for Matthew, for all the shining, beloved children belonging to his dear friends. By the time he was Matthew's age, he and Will had been through fire and burning silver. His generation had suffered so they could bring the next one forth into a better world. But now it occurred to Jem that those children, taught to expect love and walk fearless through shadows, would be shocked and betrayed by disaster. Some of them might be broken. Pray disaster never came. Fairchild Residence, London, 1901. Matthew was still thinking about his visit to the shadow market the next day. In some ways, it had been rotten luck coming upon Uncle Jem like that, though he had been glad for the chance to become better acquainted. Perhaps Uncle Jem would think Jamie had not made a bad choice in his parabatai. He rose early to help Cook with the baking. Cook had arthritis, and Matthew's mama had asked if she was not getting along in years and wishing to retire. But Cook did not wish to retire, and nobody had to know if Matthew lent a hand in the early morning. Besides, Matthew liked to see his papa and mama, and even Charles eating breakfast he had prepared. His mother always worked too hard, lines of worry etched between her brows and around her mouth that never disappeared even if Matthew managed to make her laugh. She liked scones with cranberries baked in, so he tried to make them for her whenever he might. Matthew could not do anything else for her. He was not a strong support for her like Charles.
Charles Beaufort is so serious-minded and reliable, one of his mother's friends had said when they were taking tea together in Idris. She had bit into one of Mother's special scones. And Matthew, well, he is charming. That morning at breakfast, Charles Beaufort reached for the plate of Mama's scones. Matthew gave him a smile and a very decided shake of his head, moving the plate to his mother's elbow. Charles Beaufort grimaced in Matthew's direction. Charlotte gave him a distracted smile, then returned to contemplating the tablecloth. She was in a brown study. Matthew wished he could say that was an unusual occurrence these days, but it was not. For months there had been something wrong in the atmosphere of home, with not only his mother, but his father and even Charles Beaufort looking abstracted and occasionally snapping at Matthew. Sometimes Matthew dreaded the thought of what he might be told, that it was time he knew the truth, that his mother was going away forever. Sometimes Matthew thought if he only knew he could bear it. "My dear," said Papa, "are you feeling well?" "Perfectly, Henry," said Mama. Matthew loved his father beyond reason, but he knew him. He was well aware that there were times when the entire family could have had their heads replaced with parakeet heads, and Papa would simply tell the parakeet heads all about his latest experiment. Now his father was watching his mother with worried eyes. Matthew could picture him saying, "Please, Charlotte, do not leave me." His heart lurched in his chest. Matthew folded his napkin 3 times over in his hands and said, "Could somebody tell me?" Then the door opened and Gideon Lightwood came in. "Mr. Lightwood." Matthew refused to think or speak of him as Uncle Gideon any longer. "What are you doing here?" said Matthew. "Sir," Mama said sharply. "Really, Matthew, call him sir." "What are you doing here?" said Matthew. "Sir." Mr. Gideon Lightwood had the cheek to give Matthew a brief smile before he walked over and put his hand on Mama's shoulder, in front of Matthew's papa. "Always a pleasure to see you, sir," said Charles Beaufort, that wretch. "May I serve you some kippers?" "No, no, not at all. I already ate breakfast," said Mr. Lightwood. "I merely thought to accompany Charlotte through the portal to Idris." Mama smiled properly for Mr. Lightwood, as she had not for Matthew. "That's very kind, Gideon, though not necessary." "It is most necessary," said Mr. Lightwood. "A lady should always have the escort of a gentleman." His voice was teasing. Matthew usually waited until after breakfast to take his father down in his chair to his laboratory, but he could not bear this. "I must see James at once upon urgent business," he declared, bolting upright. He slammed the door of the breakfast parlor shut behind him, but not before he heard Mama apologize for him, and Mr. Lightwood say, "Oh, that is all right. The age he is at is a difficult one. Believe me, I remember it well." Before Matthew left, he ran up to his bedroom mirror to adjust his hair and cuffs and smooth his new green waistcoat. He stared at his face in the glass, framed in gold. A pretty face, but not a clever one like everyone else's in his family. He remembered the fairy woman saying, "Some would say only a shallow river could flash so bright." He tilted his head as he looked into the glass. Many people thought his eyes were dark like his mama's, but they were not. They were such a dark green that they fooled people, except when light struck the dark a certain way and the depths flashed emerald. Like the rest of him, his eyes were a trick. He drew the vial of truth potion from his sleeve. Uncle Jem had not seen him buy it. Even if he suspected Matthew had it, Uncle Jem would not peach on him. When Uncle Jem said something, you believed it. He was that kind of person. Matthew had refrained from ever mentioning his thoughts about Gideon to James because Matthew was the soul of discretion, and Jamie had an awful temper on him sometimes. Last summer, a perfectly amiable Shadowhunter named Augustus Pounceby had come to the London Institute on his tour abroad, and Matthew had left Pounceby in James's sole company for less than half an hour. When Matthew returned, he found Jamie had thrown Pounceby into the Thames. All James would say was that Pounceby had insulted him. It was quite a feat, since Pounceby was a Shadowhunter fully grown, and Jamie was 14 at the time. Still, however impressive, it could not be considered good manners. Neither James nor Uncle Jem would buy potions like a sneak, or consider administering them. Only, what harm would it do to finally learn the truth? Matthew had considered adding a drop from the vial to breakfast this morning. Then Father and Mother would have to tell them all what was happening. Now that Mr. Gideon Lightwood had started popping in of a morning, he wished he had. Matthew shook his head at his reflection and determined to banish melancholy and dull care. "Do I look dapper?" he asked Mr. Oscar Wilde. "Do I look dashing and debonair?" Mr. Oscar Wilde gave him a lick on the nose, because Mr. Oscar Wilde was a puppy Jamie had given Matthew on his birthday. Matthew took this as approval. He pointed to his reflection. "You may be a waste of space in a waistcoat," he told Matthew Fairchild, "but at least your waistcoat is fantastic." He checked his pocket watch, then tucked the pocket watch and vial into his waistcoat. Matthew could not linger. He had an important appointment at a most exclusive club. First, Matthew had to breeze into the London Institute to collect a parcel known as James Herondale. He had a shrewd idea of where James was likely to be, so he told Oscar to stay and guard a lamppost. Oscar obeyed. He was very well behaved for a puppy, and people said Matthew must have trained him well. But Matthew only loved him. Matthew threw a grappling hook up to the library window, climbed up while being careful of his trousers, and tapped on the glass. James was in the window seat, his black head bent over, what a surprise, a book.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. He looked up at the tap and smiled. James had never really needed Matthew. James had been so shy, and Matthew had wanted to take care of him. But now that James was growing into his angular features and accustomed to having the certain company of 3 good friends, he was far more collected during social gatherings. Even when Jamie was shy, he never seemed to doubt or wish to alter himself. He never looked to Matthew for rescue. There was a quiet, deep certainty to James that Matthew wished he had himself. From the start, there was something between them that was more equal than between him and Thomas, or him and Christopher. Something that made Matthew want to prove himself to James. He was not sure he ever truly had. James never looked relieved to see Matthew, or expectant. He only looked pleased. He opened the window and Matthew crawled in, upsetting both James and the book from the window seat. "Hello, Matthew," said James from the floor, in slightly sardonic tones. "Hello, Matthew," chimed Lucy from her writing desk. She was a picture of dainty disarray, clearly in the throes of composition. Her light brown curls were half pulled out of a blue ribbon, one shoe dangling precariously from her stocking toes. Uncle Will frequently gave dramatic readings from the book he was writing on the demon pox, which were very droll. Lucy did not show her writing around. Matthew had often considered asking her if she might read him a page, but he could think of no reason why Lucy would make a special exception for him. "Bless you, my Herondales," said Matthew grandly, scrambling up from the floor and making Lucy his bow. "I come upon an urgent errand. Tell me, be honest, what do you think of my waistcoat?" Lucy dimpled. "Devastating." What Lucy said, James agreed peacefully. "Not fantastic?" Matthew asked. "Not positively stunning?" "I suppose I am stunned," said James. "But am I positively stunned?" "Refrain from playing cruel word games with your one and only parabatai," Matthew requested. "Attend to your own attire, if you please. Heave that beastly book away. The Misters Lightwood await us. We must hook it." "Can't I go as I am?" asked James. He looked up at Matthew with wide gold eyes from his position on the floor. His pitch-black hair was askew, his linen shirt rumpled, and he was not even wearing a waistcoat. Matthew nobly repressed a convulsive shudder. "Surely you jest," said Matthew. "I know you only say these things to hurt me. Off with you. Brush your hair."
"The hairbrush mutiny is coming," warned James, making for the door. "Come back victorious or on the hairbrushes of your soldiers," Matthew called after him. When Jamie had flown, Matthew turned to Lucy, who was scribbling intently, but who looked up as if sensing his glance and smiled. Matthew wondered how it would be to be self-sufficient and welcoming with it, like a house with sturdy walls and a beacon light always burning. "Should I brush my hair?" Lucy teased. "You are, as always, perfect," said Matthew. He wished he could fix the ribbon in her hair, but that would be taking a liberty. "Do you wish to attend our secret club meeting?" asked Matthew. "I cannot. I am doing lessons with my mother. Mam and I are teaching ourselves Persian," said Lucy. "I should be able to speak the languages my parabatai speaks, shouldn't I?" James had recently started calling his mother and father Mam and Da, rather than Mama and Papa, since it sounded more grown up. Lucy had instantly copied him in this matter. Matthew rather liked hearing the Welsh lilt in their voices when they called their parents, their voices soft as songs and always loving. "Of a certainty," said Matthew, coughing and making a private resolution to return to his Welsh lessons. There had been no question of Lucy attending Shadowhunter Academy. She had never demonstrated any abilities like James, but the world was cruel enough to women who were even suspected of being the least bit different. Lucy Herondale is a sweet child, but with her disadvantages, who would marry her? Lavinia Whitelaw had asked Matthew's mamma once over tea. "I would be happy if either of my sons wished to," said Charlotte, in her most consul-like manner. Matthew thought James was very lucky to have Lucy. He had always wanted a little sister. Not that he wanted Lucy to be his sister. "Are you writing your book, Luce?" Matthew asked tentatively. "No, a letter to Cordelia," Lucy answered, shattering Matthew's fragile plot. "I hope Cordelia will come to visit very soon," she added with earnest eagerness. "You will like her so much, Matthew. I know you will." Said Matthew. Matthew had his doubts about Cordelia Carstairs. Lucy was going to be parabatai with Cordelia one day, when the Clave decided they were grown-up ladies who knew their own minds. Lucy and James were acquainted with Cordelia from childhood adventures that Matthew had not been part of, and which Matthew felt a bit jealous about. Cordelia must have some redeeming qualities, or Lucy would not want her for a parabatai. But she was a Lassiter Luthley Worm Carstairs' sister, so it would be strange if she was entirely amiable. "She sent me a picture of herself in her latest. This is Cordelia," Lucy continued in tones of pride. "Is she not the prettiest girl you ever saw?" "Oh, well," said Matthew, "perhaps." He was privately surprised by the picture. He would have thought Alistair's sister might share Alistair's unpleasant look, as if he were eating lemons he looked down on. She did not. Instead, Matthew was reminded of a line in a poem James had read to him once, about an unrequited love. That child of shower and gleam described the vivid face laughing up at him from the frame exactly. "All I know is," Matthew continued, "you have every other girl in London beat to flinders." Lucy colored faint pink. "You are always teasing, Matthew." "Did Cordelia ask you to be parabatai?" Matthew said casually, "or did you ask her?" Lucy and Cordelia had wanted to be made parabatai before they were parted, but they were warned that sometimes you regret a bond made young, and sometimes one partner or other would change their mind. Particularly, Lawrence Ashdown had remarked, since ladies could be so flighty. Lucy was not flighty. She and Cordelia wrote to each other faithfully, every day. Lucy had even once told Matthew she was writing a long story to keep Cordelia amused, since Cordelia was always so far away. Matthew did not really wonder why someone like Lucy found it difficult to take someone like him seriously. "I asked her, of course," Lucy said promptly. "I did not wish to miss my chance." Matthew nodded, confirmed in his new belief that Cordelia Carstairs must be something special. He was sure that if he had not asked James to be parabatai, James would never have thought of asking him. James returned to the room. "Satisfied?" he asked. "That is a strong word, Jamie," said Matthew. "Consider my waistcoat wrath somewhat appeased." James still had his book tucked under his arm, but Matthew knew better than to fight doomed battles. James told him about the book as they walked the London streets. Matthew enjoyed the modern and humorous, such as the works of Oscar Wilde, or the music of Gilbert and Sullivan, but Greek history was not so bad when it was Jamie telling him. Matthew had taken to reading more and more literature of old, stories of doomed love and noble battles. He could not find himself in them, but he saw James in them, and that was enough. They walked unglamoured, as Matthew always insisted they do in his quest to make Jamie feel less self-conscious after the disasters of the academy. A young lady, arrested by Jamie's bone structure, stopped in the path of an omnibus. Matthew seized her waist and whirled her to safety, giving her a tip of his hat and a smile. Jamie seemed to miss the whole incident entirely, fiddling with something beneath his shirt cuff. There were crowds protesting the mundane war outside the Houses of Parliament. "The Boer War?" asked Matthew.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. That cannot be right. The Boer War, said James. B-O-E-R. Honestly, Matthew. That makes more sense, Matthew admitted. A lady in a shapeless hat caught hold of Matthew's sleeve. "May I be of any assistance, madam?" asked Matthew. "They are committing unspeakable atrocities," said the lady. "They have children penned up in camps. Think of the children." James fastened his hand on Matthew's sleeve and towed him away, with an apologetic hat tip to the lady. Matthew looked over his shoulder. "I do hope affairs go right for the children," he called. James appeared pensive as they went. Matthew knew James wished Shadowhunters could solve problems like mundane war, though Matthew felt they were rather overstretched as it was with all the demons. In order to cheer Jamie up, he stole his hat. Jamie burst into startled laughter and pursued Matthew, both of them racing and jumping high enough to amaze the mundanes, under the shadow of St. Stephen's Tower. Matthew's puppy lost his head, forgot his training, and dashed under their feet, yapping with the sheer joy of being alive. Their rushing footsteps outpaced the steady tick of the great clock, under which was written in James's beloved Latin, "O Lord, keep safe our Queen Victoria the First," and their laughter mingled with the gleeful chime and roar of the bells. Later Matthew would look back and remember it as his last happy day. "Do I sleep, do I dream, or are these visions I see?" demanded Matthew. "Why are Aunt Sophie and both of Thomas's sisters taking tea in the same establishment as our private and exclusive clubroom?" "They followed me," said Thomas in beleaguered tones. "Mamma was understanding, or they would have followed us directly into the clubroom. Aunt Sophie was a good sport, but that did not make Matthew feel any less uneasy about the advent of Thomas's sisters. They were not kindred spirits, and they were liable to consider all the doings of their little brother both their business and very silly. Matthew loved their clubroom and would brook no interference. He had chosen the materials for the curtains himself, made certain that James put the works of Oscar Wilde in their extensive book collection, and reinforced the corner that was Christopher's laboratory with steel sheets on the walls. Which led Matthew to another grievance. He regarded Christopher with a steely gaze. "Did you sleep in those clothes, Christopher? I know Aunt Cecily, Uncle Gabriel, and Cousin Anna would never let you inflict these horrors on the populace. What are those peculiar lavender stains upon your shirt front? Did you set your sleeves on fire?" Christopher regarded his sleeves as if he had never beheld them before. "A bit," he said guiltily. "Ah, well," said Matthew, "at least the purple stains match your eyes." Christopher blinked said eyes, the improbable shade of violets in summer, and smiled his slow blossoming smile. He clearly did not understand Matthew's objections, but was vaguely pleased they had been overcome. It was not like with James, who actually presented a very fine appearance to the world. Christopher was incorrigible. He could rumple leather boots. He could certainly set fire to anything. Matthew had not meant for Christopher to be asked to leave Shadowhunter Academy, but as it emerged, they did not let you remain in school if you blew up any portion of it. Besides which, Professor Fell had threatened to leave the academy forever if Christopher remained.
Thomas had stayed out the full year, but found no reason to return, with his friends gone and Alastair God help us Carstairs graduated. So, by luck, the closeness between their families, and an irresponsible attitude to flammable materials, more often than not, all Matthew's bosomed friends could live near each other in London. They trained together at the London Institute, and took lessons together in various schoolrooms, and Lavinia Whitelaw had referred to them as that notorious bunch of hooligan boys. Matthew and James had called themselves shadow hooligans for some time after that remark. They had decided it was long past time to have a room of their own, inviolate from parents, however well-meaning, and preserved from siblings, though Cousin Anna and Luce were always welcome, due to being kindred spirits. So they had rented a room from the proprietor of the Devil Tavern, who owed the Herondales some sort of favor. They paid a monthly fee and had it all to themselves. Matthew regarded their room with deep satisfaction. It looked very well, he thought, and best with all four of them sitting in it. In honor of Ben Jonson's Apollo Club, which had once held its meetings in this very tavern, a bust of the god hung over the fireplace, with words cut into the marble beneath the head and shoulders. "Welcome all, who lead or follow, to the oracle of Apollo. All his answers are divine. Truth itself doth flow in wine." There was, of course, a window seat for Jamie, and Jamie was already installed with his book upon his lap. Christopher sat in his laboratory, adding an alarming orange liquid to a bubbling purple liquid, his face a picture of contentment. Thomas was seated cross-legged upon the sofa, and earnestly practicing his blade work. Thomas was very conscientious, and worried about not being a good enough shadow hunter due to being undersized. Thomas's sisters were a good deal taller than he was. So was everybody. Aunt Sophie, Tom's mamma, said that Thomas would shoot up some day. She said she believed one of her grandpapas had been a blacksmith and a giant of a man, small as a pea until he was 17. Aunt Sophie was a kind lady, very beautiful, and most interesting with her tales of mundanes. Matthew did not know how Mr. Gideon Lightwood could live with himself. He turned over the vial of truth potion in his waistcoat. "Friends, now we are all gathered together. Shall we share secrets?" Jamie fiddled with his shirt cuff again, which he always did upon certain occasions, and pretended not to hear. Matthew suspected he had a secret love. He sometimes wondered whether James would have confided in him if he had been a different sort of person, more serious-minded and dependable. Matthew laughed. "Come now, any deadly hatreds you harbor in your bosom? Any ladies of your heart?" Thomas flushed a deep red and dropped his knife. "No." Oscar bounded over to fetch the knife for Thomas, and Thomas stroked his floppy ears. Matthew sauntered closer to the laboratory corner, though he knew it was rash. "Is there anyone who has caught your eye?" he asked Christopher. Christopher eyed Matthew with alarm. Matthew sighed and prepared himself to explain further. "Is there a lady you find yourself thinking of more often than other ladies?" he asked. "Or a fellow," he added tentatively. Christopher's face cleared. Oh, yes, I see. Yes, there is a lady." "Christopher!" Matthew exclaimed, delighted. "You sly dog. Do I know her?" "No, I cannot think so," said Christopher. "She is a mundane." "Christopher, you dark horse," said Matthew. "What is her name?" "Mrs. A married lady," Matthew said, overwhelmed. No, I beg your pardon. Please go on." "Mrs. Marie Curie," said Christopher. "I believe her to be one of the preeminent scientists of the age. If you read her papers, Matthew, I believe you would be most interested." "Have you ever met this lady?" said Matthew in dangerous tones. "No," said Christopher, heedless of danger as he often was around irate teachers and naked flames. Christopher had the audacity to look surprised when Matthew began to belabor him mightily about the head and face. "Watch the test tubes," cried Thomas. "There is a hole in the floor at the academy that Professor Fell calls the Christopher Lightwood Chasm." "I suppose I hate some people," offered James. "Augustus Pounceby, Lavinia Whitelaw, Alastair Carstairs." Matthew regarded his very own Parabatai with deep approval. "This is why we are chosen warrior partners, because we share such a perfect bond of sympathy. Come to me, Jamie, that we might share a manly embrace.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. He made incursions upon Jamie's person. James thwacked him over the head with his book. It was a large book. "Betrayed," said Matthew, writhing prone upon the floor. "Is that why you insist on carrying about enormous tomes everywhere you go, that you might visit violence upon innocent persons? Done to death by my best friend, my heart's brother, my own dear Parabatai." He snagged James around the waist and brought him crashing to the floor for the second time that day. James hit Matthew with the book again, then subsided, leaning his shoulder against Matthew's. They were both thoroughly rumpled, but Matthew did not mind being rumpled for a good cause. Matthew jostled James, very thankful that he had brought up Alastair and provided Matthew an opening to tell his secret. "Alastair is not so bad," said Thomas unexpectedly from the sofa. They all looked at him, and Tom curled up like an earwig under their scrutiny, but persisted. "I know what Alastair did to James was wrong," Thomas said. "Alastair knows that very well, too. That was why he was prickly whenever it was mentioned." "How is that different from his usual ghastly demeanor?" Matthew demanded. "Besides him being particularly noxious the day everybody else's parents came to the academy." He paused to consider how to tell them, but that gave Thomas a chance to speak. "Yes, exactly. Everybody's papa came but Alastair's," Thomas said quietly. "Alastair was jealous. Mr. Herondale came rushing to Jamie's defense, and nobody came for Alastair." "Can one truly blame the man?" asked Matthew. "Had I such an insufferable toad of a son, and were he blessedly to be sent away to school, I am not sure I could bring myself to blast my sight with his visage until the accursed holidays carried him back to me again." Thomas did not look convinced by Matthew's sound argument. Matthew took a deep breath. "You do not know what he said to me the day we were expelled." Tom shrugged. "Some nonsense, I expect. He always speaks the most shocking nonsense when he is overset. You shouldn't listen to him." James' shoulder was tense against Matthew's. James had been the chief object of Alastair's malice. Thomas clearly intended to defend Alastair stoutly. This line of argument was bound to upset either James or Thomas. Matthew was not about to soothe his own feelings at the expense of Jamie's or Tom's. Matthew gave up. "I cannot imagine why anyone would listen to him." "Oh well," said Tom, "I like his nonsense." He looked wistful. "I think Alastair masks his pain with cleverly turned phrases." "What absolute bosh," said Matthew. "Thomas was too nice, that was his problem. Really, people would let you get away with being the worst sort of scoundrel if you simply had a secret sorrow, or did not rub along terribly well with your father. It was definitely something to look into. His papa was the best papa in the world, so Matthew had no opportunity to be cruelly oppressed or sadly neglected. Perhaps he should spend his time brooding over a forbidden passion, like James was currently doing. Matthew decided to give unrequited love a try. He stared out the window with all the pensive force he could muster. He was preparing to pass a hand across his fevered brow and murmur, "Alas, my lost love," or some other such rot, when he was abruptly rapped upon the head with a book. Honestly, Jamie was lethal with that thing. "Are you quite well, Matthew?" Jamie inquired. "Your face suggests you are suffering from an ague." Matthew nodded, but he ducked his head down against Jamie's coat and stayed there for a moment. It had never occurred to Matthew that Alastair might be jealous of James's father. He could not imagine being jealous of anybody's papa. Having the best papa in the world, Matthew would be perfectly satisfied with him. If only he could be certain that Henry was his papa. Early in the morning, Matthew unstoppered the faeries vial and tipped a drop in among the cranberries for his mamma's scones. The scones came out of the oven plump, golden, and smelling delicious.
"You are the best boy in London," said Cook, giving Matthew a kiss. "I am entirely selfish," declared Matthew, "for I love you, Cook. When shall we be married?" "Get along with you," said Cook, waving her wooden spoon in a menacing fashion. When Jamie was a little boy, he had his own beloved special spoon. The family always reminisced about this. It embarrassed Jamie to death, especially when Uncle Gabriel presented him with a spoon at family gatherings. Uncles thought all sorts of sorry jests were a fine idea. Jamie kept the spoons Uncle Gabriel gave him. When asked why, he said it was because he loved his Uncle Gabriel. James was able to say such things with a sincerity that would shame anyone else. After James said that, Uncle Will loudly asked what was the point in even having a son, but Uncle Gabriel looked touched. Uncle Gabriel loved Anna and Christopher, but Matthew was not sure he entirely understood his children. James greatly resembled his Aunt Cecily and tried very hard at being a shadow hunter, while Christopher might not be aware any of them even were shadow hunters. Uncle Gabriel was especially fond of James. Of course, who would not be? Matthew stole Cook's spoon to give to James. "I suppose that is for some absurd jest," said Charles Buford when he saw the spoon at breakfast. "I wish you would grow up, Matthew." Matthew considered this, then stuck his tongue out at Charles. His puppy was not allowed in the breakfast parlor, because Charles Buford said Oscar was not hygienic. "If you would simply make an effort to be sensible," said Charles. "I shan't," said Matthew. "I might sustain a strain from which I would never recover." His mother did not smile at his theatrics. She was staring at her teacup, to all appearances lost in thought. His father was watching her. "Is Mr. Gideon Lightwood coming to conduct you to Idris this morning?" Matthew asked, and pushed the plate of scones toward his mother. Mamma picked up a scone, buttered it liberally, and took a bite. "Yes," she said, "I would thank you to be civil to him this time. You can have no idea, Matthew, how much—" Mamma stopped speaking. Her small hand flew to her mouth. She sprang to her feet as if trying to take action in an emergency, in the manner she always did. Under Matthew's horrified gaze, tears shimmered in her eyes and abruptly spilled in two long, bright tracks down her face. In the morning light, Matthew discerned a faint tinge of violet in her tears. Then she collapsed, her hair falling out of its tidy coil, her gray skirts a sudden riot on the floor. "Charlotte!" cried father. Henry Fairchild used all kinds of ingenious contraptions to get about, but at family breakfasts he had only an ordinary chair. Not that it mattered. He simply launched himself from the chair in his haste to get to Charlotte and fell heavily on the ground. He hardly seemed to notice he had fallen. Instead, he crawled on his elbows toward the inert heap that was Mamma, dragging his body painfully across the carpet as Matthew watched, frozen in horror. He reached Mamma and clasped her in his arms. She was always so small, but now she looked small as a child. Her face was still and white as the face of the marble busts in mundane tombs. "Charlotte," murmured Papa, as if he was praying. "Dearest, please." "Mamma," Matthew whispered. "Papa, Charlie." He turned to his brother the way he had when he was small, when he had followed Charlie around everywhere and believed his brother could do anything in the world. Charles had bolted out of his chair and was shouting for help. He turned back in the doorway, staring at his parents with a wretched expression that was very unlike him. I knew how it would be, portaling back and forth from London to Idris so that Matthew could be near his precious— "What?" asked Matthew. "I didn't know. I swear I didn't know." Cook had appeared in the doorway in response to Charles's shouts. She gasped, "Mrs. Fairchild?" Matthew's voice shook.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. We need Brother Zachariah. Brother Zachariah would know what he had given Mamma and what to do. Matthew began to explain the evil thing he had done, but then there was a noise from Charlotte, and the room went still. "Oh, yes," faltered Mamma, her voice terrifyingly weak. "Oh, please, fetch Jem." Charles and cook raced from the room. Matthew did not dare approach his mother and father. Finally, after some long and terrible time, Brother Zachariah came, parchment-colored cloak swirling about him like the robes of a fell presence come to deliver judgment and punishment. Matthew knew Brother Zachariah's always closed eyes still saw. He could see Matthew through to his sinful heart. Brother Zachariah bent and scooped Matthew's mother up in his arms. He carried her away. All day Matthew heard the sounds of comings and goings. He saw the carriage from the London Institute rattle up to the door, and Aunt Tessa emerge with a basket of medicine. She had been learning some warlock magic. Matthew understood that they needed a silent brother and a warlock, and they still might not save his mother. Charles did not return. Matthew had helped his father back to his chair. They sat together in the breakfast parlor as the light turned from the glow of morning to the blaze of day, then faded into the shadows of evening. Papa's face looked carved out of old stone. When he spoke at last, he sounded as if he were dying inside. "You should know, Matthew," he said, "your mama and we were separating, ending our marriage. She loved another." Matthew braced himself for the horror, but when it came, it was greater than anything he could have imagined. "We were in a happy event," said Papa, his voice catching in his throat. Matthew stared at him with blank incomprehension. He simply couldn't understand. It would hurt too much. "Your mama and I had to wait some time for Charles Buford and for you, and we thought you were both worth the wait," said Father. And even in the midst of that awful moment, he tried to smile for Matthew. This time, Charlotte was hoping for a daughter. Matthew choked on his horror. He thought he might never speak another word or eat another bite. He would be choking on horror for years. We were in anticipation. It was entirely clear that Father was certain, and had reason to believe, his children were his. "We were concerned," said Henry, "since you and Charles are both now quite grown up. Gideon, good fellow, has been dancing attendance on Charlotte during clave meetings. He has always stood as your mother's friend, lending her the Lightwood name and consequence whenever she needed support, and advising her when she wished for good counsel. I am afraid I have never truly understood the workings of an institute, let alone the clave. Your mama is a wonder." Gideon had been helping his mother. Matthew was the one who had attacked her. "I had thought we might name her Matilda," Father said in a slow, sad voice. "I had a great-aunt Matilda. She was very old when I was still a young rip, and the other boys used to tease me. She would give me books and tell me that I was smarter than any of them. She had splendid buttery white wavy hair, but it was gold when she was a girl. When you were born, you already had the dearest fair lovelocks. I called her Aunt Mattie. I never told you because I thought you might not like to be named for a lady. You already have a great deal to endure with your foolish father, and those who cavil at your mother and your parabatai. You bear it all so gracefully." Matthew's father touched his hair with a gentle, loving hand. Matthew wished he would pick up a blade and cut Matthew's throat. "I wish you could have known your great-great-aunt. She was very like you. She was the sweetest woman God ever made," said Father. "Save your mother." Brother Zachariah glided in then, a shadow amid all the other shadows crowding that room, to summon Matthew's father to his mother's bedside. Matthew was left alone. He stared in the gathering darkness at his mother's overturned chair, the dropped scone and its trail of crumbs going nowhere, the greasy remnants of breakfast over the disarranged table. He, Matthew, was always dragging his friends and family to art galleries, always anxious to dance through life, always prattling of truth and beauty like a fool. He had run headlong into a shadow market and blithely trusted a downworlder,
because downworlders seemed exciting, because she had called Shadowhunters brutal and Matthew had agreed, believing he knew better than they. It was not the fairy woman's fault, or Alistair's, or the fault of any other soul. He was the one who had chosen to distrust his mother. He had fed his mother poison with his own hands. He was not a fool. He was a villain. Matthew bowed the fair head that had been passed to him through his father, from his father's best-loved relative. He sat in that dark room and wept. Brother Zachariah descended the stairs after a long battle with death to tell Matthew Fairchild that his mother would live. James and Lucy had come with Tessa and waited in the hall all this long day. Lucy's hands were chilled when she clung to Jem. She asked, "Aunt Charlotte, is she safe?" "Yes, my darlings," said Jem. "Yes." "Thank the angel," breathed James. Matthew's heart would break. All our hearts would. Brother Zachariah was not so sure of Matthew's heart after the mischief Matthew had wrought, but he wanted to offer James and Lucy what comfort he could. "Go to the library. There is a fire lit. I will send Matthew to you." When he went into the breakfast room, he found Matthew, who had been all gold and laughter, cowering in his chair as if he could not bear what was to come. "My mother," he whispered at once, his voice brittle and dry as old bones. "She will live," said Jem, and softened seeing the boy's pain. James had known his parabatai heart better than Jem. There had been a time when Will was a boy everybody assumed the worst of, with good reason. Everybody, except for Jem. He did not want to learn harsh judgment from the silent brothers, or a less forgiving heart. Matthew lifted his head to face Brother Zachariah. His eyes told of agony, but he held his voice steady. "And the child?" Brother Zachariah said. "The child did not live." Matthew's hands closed on the edge of his chair. His knuckles were white. He looked older than he had a mere 2 nights ago. "Matthew," said Brother Zachariah, and walled off his brothers in his head as well as he might. "Yes?" "Rely upon a silent brother for silence," said Jem. "I will not tell anybody about the shadow market or any bargains you may have made there." Matthew swallowed. Jem thought he might be about to be thanked, but Jem had not done this for thanks. "I will not tell anybody," he said, "but you should. A secret too long kept can kill a soul by inches. I watched a secret almost destroy a man once, the finest man ever made. Such a secret is like keeping treasure in a tomb. Little by little poison eats away at the gold. By the time the door is opened, there may be nothing left but dust." Brother Zachariah stared into the young face that had been so bright. He waited and hoped to see that face lit again. "All this about the shadow market," Matthew faltered. "Yes?" said Jem. The boy flung back his golden head. "I'm sorry," said Matthew coldly. "I do not know what you are talking about." Zachariah's heart fell. "So be it," he said. "James and Lucy are waiting for you in the library. Let them give you whatever comfort they can." Matthew stood from his chair, moving as if he had grown suddenly old over the course of a day. Sometimes the distance silent brothers possessed moved them to dispassionate observation and too far from pity. It would be a long time, Brother Zachariah knew, before there could be any comfort for Matthew Fairchild.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. The library in Matthew's house was a far smaller and less loved and lived-in room than the library in the London Institute, but tonight there was a fire burning, and Herondales waiting within. Matthew stumbled into the room as if he were walking in from midwinter cold, his limbs too chilled to move. As if they had only been waiting for his coming, James and Lucy looked up at him. They were pressed together on a sofa at the hearth. By firelight, Lucy's eyes were as eerie as James's, a paler and more fiercely burning blue than her father's. It was as though James's gold were the corona of a flame, and Lucy's blue its burning heart. They were a strange pair, these two Herondales, thorned mysterious plants in the hothouse of the Nephilim. Matthew could not have loved either of them more dearly. Lucy leaped to her feet and ran to him with her hands outstretched. Matthew shuddered away. He realized, with dull pain, that he did not feel worthy of being touched by her. Lucy glanced at him sharply, then nodded. She always saw a lot there, Luce. "I will leave you two together," she said decisively. "Take as long as ever you may." She reached out her hand to touch his, and Matthew shrank away from her again. This time he saw that it hurt, but Lucy only murmured his name and withdrew. He could not tell Lucy this and see her disgust of him, but he and James were bound. Perhaps James would try to understand. Matthew advanced, every step a terrible effort, toward the fire. Once he was near enough, James reached out and clasped Matthew's wrist, drawing him close to the sofa. He laid Matthew's hand over James's heart and covered it with his own. Matthew looked down into James's fire-gold eyes. "Matthew," said Jamie, pronouncing his name in the Welsh way and with the Welsh lilt that let Matthew know he meant it as an endearment. "I am so sorry. What can I do?" He felt he could not live on with this massive stone of a secret crushing his chest. If he was ever going to tell anyone, he should tell his parabatai. "Listen to me," he said. "I was talking about Alastair Carstairs yesterday. What I meant to tell you was that he insulted my mother." He said, "I understand," said James. "You do not have to tell me." Matthew drew in a small shaky breath. He wondered if James really could understand. "I know the kind of thing they say about Aunt Charlotte," said James with quiet fierceness. "They say similar things about my mother. You remember that man Augustus Pounceby last year? He waited until we were alone to cast slurs upon my mother's good name." A small, grim smile curved James's mouth. "So I threw him in the river." Aunt Tessa had been so glad to have a Shadowhunter visitor, Matthew remembered numbly. She displayed Shadowhunter family coats of arms on her walls to welcome any traveler to the London Institute. "You never told me," said Matthew. Jamie was telling him now. Tom had told him that whatever Alastair said was nonsense. If Matthew had asked his father about what Alastair had said, his father could have told him about Great-Aunt Mattie, and they might even have laughed about how absurd it was to think some stupid malicious boy could ever make them doubt their family. James's mouth crooked down a little. "Oh well, I know you have to hear a lot about me and my unfortunate antecedents already. I do not want you to think I am an unbearable nuisance and you got a bad bargain with your parabatai." "Jamie," Matthew said on a wounded breath, as if he had been hit. "I know it must feel wretched to remember anything hurtful that worm Carstairs said about your mother," James plunged on, "especially when she is unwell. The very next time we see him, we will punch him in the head. What do you say to that, Matthew? Let's do it together." Matthew's father and his mother and his brother and his parabatai had all been trying not to burden him, while Matthew pranced on thinking he was no end of a fine fellow and dealing remarkably by himself. James would not have done what Matthew had, nor would Christopher or Thomas. They were loyal, they were honorable. When someone had insulted Jamie's mother, Jamie had thrown him in the river. Matthew pressed his palm against James's linen shirt, over the steady beat of his loyal heart. Then Matthew clenched his hand into a fist. He could not tell him. He could never do it. "All right, old chap," said Matthew. "We will do it together. Do you think I could have a moment alone, though?" James hesitated, then drew back. "Is that what you want?" "It is," said Matthew, who had never wanted to be alone in his life and never wanted to be alone less than in this moment. James hesitated again, but he respected Matthew's wishes. He bowed his head and went out. Matthew assumed to rejoin his sister. They were both good and pure. They should be together and comfort each other. They deserved comfort, as he did not.
After James was gone, Matthew could not keep standing. He fell to his hands and knees in front of the fire. There was a statue above the fire showing Jonathan Shadowhunter, the first Shadowhunter, praying for the world to be washed clean of evil. Behind him was the angel Raziel, flying to gift him with strength to defeat the forces of darkness. The first Shadowhunter could not see him yet, but he was standing firm, because he had faith. Matthew turned his face away from the light. He crawled, as his father had crawled across another floor at the beginning of this endless day, until he was in the darkest and farthest corner of the room. He had not believed. He laid his cheek against the cold floor and refused to let himself weep again. He knew he could not be forgiven. It was long past time for Brother Zachariah to return to the City of Bones. Tessa stood with him in the hall and touched his hand before he went. The sweetest woman God ever made, he had heard Henry say earlier. Jem loved Charlotte, but he had his own image of the sweetest this world could offer. She was always his anchor in cold seas, her warm hand, her steadfast eyes, and it was as if a flame leaped between them, and a mad hope. For a moment Jem was as he had been. It seemed possible to be together in sorrow, united as family and friends were, to sleep under the Institute roof and go down in the morning to breakfast, sad but safe in the warmth of a shared hearth and human hearts. He thought, yes, ask me to stay. He could not. They both knew he could not. Goodbye, Tessa, he said. She swallowed, her long lashes screening the shine of her eyes. Tessa was always brave. She would not let him take a memory of her tears back to the silent city, but she called him by the name she was always careful not to call him when anybody but they could hear. Goodbye, Jem. Brother Zachariah bowed his head, his hood falling about his face, and went out into the winter cold of London. Finally you leave, said Brother Enoch in his mind. All the silent brothers hushed when Brother Zachariah was with Tessa, like small animals in the trees, hearing the approach of that which they did not understand. In a way, they were all in love with her, and some resented her for that. Brother Enoch had made it clear he was tired of two names ceaselessly echoing in their minds. Brother Zachariah was halfway down the street where the Fairchilds lived when a tall shadow struck his across the pale streets. He looked up from the shadows and saw Will Herondale, head of the London Institute. He carried a walking stick that had once been Zachariah's, before Zachariah took a staff into his hands. Charlotte will live, said Brother Zachariah. The child never had a chance to. I know, said Will. I already knew. I did not come to you for those tidings. Brother Zachariah should really have learned better by now. Matthew drew in a small shaky breath. He wondered if James really could understand. I know the kind of thing they say about Aunt Charlotte, said James with quiet fierceness. They say similar things about my mother. You remember that man Augustus Pounceby last year. He waited until we were alone to cast slurs upon my mother's good name. A small, grim smile curved James's mouth. So I threw him in the river. Aunt Tessa had been so glad to have a Shadowhunter visitor, Matthew remembered numbly. She displayed Shadowhunter family coats of arms on her walls to welcome any traveler to the London Institute. You never told me, said Matthew. Jamie was telling him now. Tom had told him that whatever Alastor said was nonsense. If Matthew had asked his father about what Alastor had said, his father could have told him about Great-Aunt Mattie, and they might even have laughed about how absurd it was to think some stupid, malicious boy could ever make them doubt their family. James's mouth crooked down a little. Oh, well, I know you have to hear a lot about me and my unfortunate antecedents already. I do not want you to think I am an unbearable nuisance, and you got a bad bargain with your parabatai. Jamie, Matthew said on a wounded breath, as if he had been hit. I know it must feel wretched to remember anything hurtful that worm Carstairs said about your mother, James plunged on, especially when she is unwell. The very next time we see him, we will punch him in the head. What do you say to that, Matthew? Let's do it together. Matthew's father and his mother and his brother.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Of course, Tessa would have sent word to Will, and while Will often traded upon Brother Zachariah's position as a silent brother to command his services, and thus his presence, he very seldom spoke to Zachariah of his duties as a silent brother, as if he could make Zachariah not what he was by dint of sheer determination. If anyone could have done it, Will would have been that one. Will threw him the walking stick, which he must have stolen from James's room, and confiscated Brother Zachariah's staff. Jem had asked them to give James his room at the Institute, fill it with their son's bright presence, and not keep it as some dreary shrine. He was not dead. He had felt, when they made him a silent brother, as if he had been cut open and all things inside him ripped out. Only there was that which they could not take away. "Carry it a while," said Will. "It lightens my heart to see you with it. We could all do with lighter hearts tonight." He traced a carving upon the staff, the Herondale ring winking by moonlight. "Where shall I carry it?" "Wherever you please. I thought I would walk with you a little way, my Parabatai." "How far?" asked Jem. Will smiled. "Need you ask? I will go with you as far as I possibly may." Jem smiled back. Perhaps there was more hope and less sorrow in store for Matthew Fairchild than he feared. None knew better than Jem that someone could be not fully known, yet still entirely loved, forgiven all sins, and dearest in darkness. James would not let his Parabatai travel any shadowy paths alone. No matter what catastrophe came, Jem believed the son had as great a heart as his father. New streetlights showed Will's and Jem's silhouettes walking together through their city, as they had of old, even though both knew they must part. Across London the bells rang all together in a sudden, terrifying clamor. Frightened birds in mad wheeling flight cast deeper shadows across the city at night, and Jem knew the Queen was dead. A new age was beginning. London, 1901. This one was stained with something purple. This one had a hole in the sleeve. This one was missing a back, an entire back. It was just a front of a shirt and two sleeves clinging on for dear life. "Christopher," Anna said, turning the garment over in her hands, "how do you do these things?" Everyone had their small wonderland. For her brother Christopher and Uncle Henry, it was the laboratory. For Cousin James and Uncle Will, the library. For Lucy, her writing desk, where she wrote her long adventures for Cordelia Carstairs. For Matthew Fairchild, it was any troublesome corner of London. For Anna Lightwood, it was her brother's wardrobe. In many ways, it was very good to have a brother who was largely oblivious about his clothes. Anna could have taken Christopher's coat right off his back, and he would hardly have noticed. The only downside was that Christopher's clothes had suffered fates no clothes should suffer. They were dipped in acids, brushed by fire, poked with sharp objects, left out in the rain. His wardrobe was like a museum of experiment and disaster, tattered, stained, charred, and stinking of sulfur. To Anna, though, the clothes were still precious. Christopher was over visiting the Institute and Uncle Henry, so he would be gone for hours. Her mother and father were both out in the park with her baby brother Alexander. This was her golden hour, and there was no time to waste. Christopher was taller than her now, and growing all the time. This meant that his older trousers suited her frame. She chose a pair, and found the least damaged shirt and a satisfactory gray-striped waistcoat. She dug through the pile of ties, scarves, kerchiefs, cuffs, and collars that lay on the bottom of Christopher's wardrobe, and selected the most passable items. On his dressing stand, she found a hat that had a sandwich in it. It was ham, Anna noted, as she tipped it out and dusted away the crumbs. Once she had everything she needed, she bundled it all under her arm and slipped out into the hall, shutting his door quietly. Anna's room was so different from her brother's. Her walls were papered in a dusty rose. There was a white lace coverlet, a pink vase with lilacs next to her bed.
Her cousin Lucy thought her bedroom quite charming. Anna had different tastes. Given her choice, the paper would be a rich, deep green, her decor black and gold. She would have a deep chaise longue on which she could read and smoke. Still, she had a long dressing mirror, and that was all that mattered right now. Christopher's mirror had met its fate in an experiment in which he attempted to magnify the effect of glamours. It had not been replaced. She drew the curtains against the warm summer sun and began to change. Anna had long forsworn wearing a corset. She had no interest in squeezing her internal organs into a lump or pushing her small bosom up. She slipped out of her tea gown, letting it drop to the floor. She kicked it away. Off went the stockings, down came the hair. The trousers were tucked in at the ankle to adjust for height. A few adjustments of the waistcoat hid the damage to the shirt. She put one of Christopher's black ascots around her slender neck and tied it expertly. Then she took the derby that had been hosting the ham sandwich and placed it on her head, tucking her black hair carefully up under it and arranging it until it appeared that her hair was shorn short. Anna stood before the mirror, examining the effect. The waistcoat flattened her chest a bit. She tugged it up and adjusted it until the fit was right. She rolled the legs of the trousers and knocked the hat down over her eye. There. Even in these clothes, stains and ham sandwiches and all, her confidence swelled. She was no longer a gangly girl who looked awkward in ribbons and flounces. Instead, she looked elegant, her lean body complemented by more severe tailoring, the waistcoat nipping in her slim waist and flaring over her narrow hips. Imagine what she could do with Matthew Fairchild's wardrobe. He was a real peacock, with his colorful waistcoats and ties and the beautiful suits. She walked back and forth a bit, tipping her hat to imaginary ladies. She bowed, pretending to be taking the hand of a fair maiden, keeping her eyes turned up. Always keep the fair maiden's eye as you press your lips to her hand. Enchanted, she said to her imaginary lady. Would you care for a dance? The lady would be delighted to dance. Anna crooked her arm around the waist of her phantom beauty. She had danced with her many times. Though Anna could not see her face, she swore she could feel the fabric of her lover's dress, the soft swooshing noise it made as it brushed the floor. The lady's heart was fluttering as Anna pressed her hand. Her lady would wear a delicate scent, orange blossom perhaps. Anna would press her face closer to the lady's ear and whisper, "You are quite the most beautiful girl here," Anna would say. The lady would blush and press closer. "How is it you look more lovely in every light?" Anna would go on. "The way the velvet of your dress crushes against your skin. The way your—" "Anna!" She dropped her airy companion to the floor in her surprise. "Anna!" her mother called again. "Where are you?" Anna hurried to her door and opened it just a crack. "Here," she said in a panic. "Can you come down, please?" "Of course," Anna replied, already pulling at the ascot around her neck. "Coming?" Anna had to step right through her fallen dancing partner in her haste. Off with the waistcoat, the trousers, everything off, off, off. She shoved the clothes into the bottom of her wardrobe. The discarded dress was hastily put back on, her fingers fumbling on the buttons. Everything about girls' clothing was fussy and complicated. Several minutes later, she hurried downstairs, attempting to look composed. Her mother, Cecily Lightwood, was sifting through a stack of letters at her desk in the sitting room. "We ran into Inquisitor Bridgestock while we were walking," she said.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. The Bridgestocks have just arrived from Idris. They've asked us to dine with them this evening. Dinner with the Inquisitor, Anna said. What a thrilling way to spend an evening. It is necessary, her mother said simply. We must go. Can you keep an eye on Christopher while we are talking? Make sure he doesn't set anything on fire. Or anyone. Yes, Anna said automatically. Of course. It would be a dreadful affair. Clave business accompanied by overcooked beef. There were so many other things she could be doing on a fine summer night in London. What if she could walk the streets, finely dressed, a beautiful girl on her arm? Someday, the lady would not be imaginary. The clothes would not be borrowed and ill-fitting. Some day she would stride down the street, and women would fall at her feet, not failing to notice her perfectly polished brogues, and men would tip their hats to a lady-killer more accomplished than they. Just not tonight. It was still sunny when the Lightwood family got into their carriage that evening. There were costermongers out and flower sellers and bootblacks, and so many lovely girls walking in their light summer dresses. Did they know how lovely they were? Did they look at Anna and see the way she looked at them? Her brother Christopher bumped gently against her as they rode. "This seems like a long route to the Institute," he noted. "We're not going to the Institute," Anna said. "Aren't we? We're having dinner with the Inquisitor," her father said. "Oh," Christopher said. And with that, he was off in his own thoughts, as ever inventing something in his mind, working out a calculation. In this, Anna felt close to her brother. They were both somewhere else in their minds at all times. The Bridgestocks lived in Fitzrovia, just off Cavendish Square. Theirs was a fine 3-across townhouse. The paint on the shiny black door looked like it could have still been wet, and there were electric lights outside. A servant showed them into a dark and close reception room, where the Inquisitor and his wife greeted them. They took little notice of Anna, except to say what a charming young lady she was. She and Christopher sat politely on stiff chairs and added a decorative element to a dreary occasion. The dinner gong finally sounded, and everyone shuffled through to the dining room. Anna and Christopher were seated at the far end of the table, and there was an empty place set across from her. Anna ate her asparagus soup and stared at a painting of a ship on the wall. The ship was in the throes of a storm, the masts on fire, and on the verge of disintegrating into the sea. "Did you hear they are building a portal in the guard?" the Inquisitor asked Anna's parents. "Oh dear," Mrs. Bridgestock said, shaking her head. "Is that a good idea? What if it were to let demons through?" Anna envied the ship in the painting, and all who sank in her. "Of course," the Inquisitor droned on, "there's also the matter of money. The consul has rejected the proposal to create an official currency of Idris. A wise decision, very wise." "As I was saying earlier, I'm so sorry for my lateness," said a voice. In the doorway of the dining room stood a girl, probably Anna's age, in a midnight blue dress. Her hair was jet black, like Anna's, but fuller, more luxurious, deep as night sky against her soft brown skin. But what captured Anna were her eyes, the color of topaz, large, the lashes thick. "Ah," the Inquisitor said, "this is our daughter, Ariadna. These are the Lightwoods." "I was meeting my tutor," Ariadna said, as a servant pulled out her chair. "I do apologize. It sounds like I came in just as you were debating the new currency. Shadowhunters are an international group. We must blend seamlessly with many international economies. Having our own currency would be a disaster." On that, she plucked up her napkin and turned to Anna and Christopher and smiled. "We have not met," she said. Anna had to force herself to swallow, then to breathe. Ariadna was something beyond the realm of humanity or Shadowhunter. The angel himself must have made her. "Anna Lightwood," Anna said. Christopher was pushing peas onto the back of his fork, unaware that a goddess had seated herself across from him. "And this is my brother Christopher. He can be a bit distracted." She gave him a nudge. "Oh," he said, noticing Ariadna, "I'm Christopher." Even Christopher, now that he had seen Ariadna, could not help but be mesmerized by her. He blinked, taking in the sight. You're not English, are you?" Anna died several deaths inside, but Ariadna simply laughed. "I was born in Bombay," she said. "My parents ran the Bombay Institute until they were killed. I was adopted by the Bridgestocks in Idris." She spoke very plainly, in the tone of someone who has long accepted a set of facts. "What killed your parents?" Christopher asked conversationally. "A group of Vetus demons," Ariadna said. "Oh, I knew someone at the academy that was killed by a Vetus demon." "Christopher," Anna said. "You go to the academy?" Ariadna asked. "Not anymore.
I caused one of the wings to explode." Christopher took a bread roll from a plate and happily began buttering it. Anna looked at the painting of the ship again, trying to will herself onto the deck and then into the black, pitiless waters. The most lovely girl in the world had just walked into her life, and in 30 seconds her dear brother had managed to bring up the death of her family, a death at school, and the fact that he had blown up part of the academy. But Ariadne was not looking at Christopher, even as he inadvertently placed his elbow into the butter dish. "Have you caused any explosions?" she asked Anna. "Not yet," Anna replied, "but the evening is young." Ariadne laughed, and Anna's soul sang. She reached over and lifted her brother's elbow from the butter, never taking her gaze from Ariadne. Did she know how beautiful she was? Did she know her eyes were the color of liquid gold, and that songs could be written about the way she turned out her wrist to reach for her glass? Anna had seen beautiful girls before. She had even seen a few beautiful girls who looked at her the way she looked at them. But that was always in passing. They went by on the street, or their gaze lingered a bit long in a shop. Anna had practiced the art of the prolonged stare, the one that invited them, "Come, tell me of yourself. You are lovely." There was something in the way Ariadne was looking at Anna that... No, Anna had to be imagining it. Ariadne was being polite and attentive. She was not eyeing Anna romantically over the dinner table, over the roasted potatoes and the duck. Ariadne's perfection had caused Anna to hallucinate. Ariadne continued to contribute to the conversation at the other end of the table. Anna had never been so interested in the economic policies of Idris. She would study them night and day if she could join Ariadne in discussing them. Every once in a while, Ariadne would turn back to Anna and look at her knowingly, her mouth twisting in a smile like a bow. And each time this happened, Anna would wonder again what was happening, and why that particular look made the room spin. Maybe she was ill. Maybe she had developed a fever from looking at Ariadne. The pudding came and went, and Anna vaguely remembered eating it. As the dishes were cleared and the women stood to leave the table, Ariadne came and hooked her arm through Anna's. "We have quite a good library," she said to Anna. Anna, with a show of supreme self-control, did not immediately fall to the floor. She managed to say yes, the library, yes, she would love to see it, yes, library, yes, yes. She told herself to stop saying she wanted to see the library and looked over at her mother. Cecily smiled. "Go on, Anna. Christopher, would you mind accompanying us to the greenhouse? Mrs. Bridgestock has a collection of poisonous plants that I think you will quite enjoy." Anna cast Cecily a grateful look as Ariadne led her from the room.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Her head was full of Ariadne's orange blossom perfume, and the way her tumble of dark hair was pinned up in a gold comb. "It's this way," Ariadne said, leading Anna to a set of double doors toward the back of the house. The library was dark and had a chill. Ariadne released Anna's arm and illuminated one of the electric lights. "You use electricity?" Anna said. She had to say something, and that was as good a thing as any. "I convinced father," Ariadne said. "I am modern and possessed of all sorts of advanced notions." The room was full of crates, and only some of the books had been unpacked and shelved. The furniture, however, had been placed. There was an ample desk and many comfortable reading chairs. "We're still settling in here," Ariadne said, sitting herself prettily, she had no other way, on a deep red chair. Anna was too nervous to sit and paced along the opposite side of the room. It was almost too much to look at Ariadne here in this dark, private place. "I understand your family has a very interesting history," Ariadne said. Anna had to speak. She had to figure out a way to be around Ariadne. In her mind, she donned her real clothing. The trousers, the shirt, the mental one had no stains, the fitted waistcoat. She slipped her arms through the sleeves. Thus attired, she felt confident.
She managed to sit opposite Ariadne and meet her gaze. "My grandfather was a worm, if that's what you mean," Anna said. Ariadne laughed aloud. "You didn't like him?" "I didn't know him," Anna said. "He was, quite literally, a worm." Clearly, Ariadne didn't know that much about the Lightwoods. Usually, when one's demon-loving relative develops a serious case of demon pox and turns into a giant worm with massive teeth, word gets around. People will talk. "It's true," Anna said, now examining the gilded edge of a writing desk. "He ate one of my uncles." "You are funny," Ariadne said to Anna. "I'm glad you think so," Anna replied. "Your brother's eyes are quite extraordinary," Ariadne noted. Anna heard this a good deal. Christopher's eyes were lavender in color. "Yes," Anna said, "he's the good-looking one in the family." "I quite disagree," Ariadne exclaimed, looking surprised. "Gentlemen must compliment you all the time on the shade of your eyes." Then Ariadne blushed and looked down, and Anna's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't possible, she told herself. There was simply no chance that the Inquisitor's beautiful daughter was like her. That she would look at another girl's eyes and note their color as lovely, instead of simply asking her what fabric she wore to bring out their shade best. "I'm afraid I am quite behind on my training," Ariadne said. "Perhaps we could train together?" "Yes," Anna said, "maybe too quickly. Yes, of course. If you may find me clumsy." Ariadne twisted her hands together. "I'm sure I won't," Anna said. "But that is the point of training, in any case. It is a delicate thing, training, despite the obvious violence, of course." "You will have to be delicate with me then," Ariadne said very softly. Just as Anna thought she might faint, the doors opened and Inquisitor Bridgestock came in, with Cecily, Gabriel, and Christopher in tow. The Lightwoods looked vaguely exhausted. Anna was conscious of her mother's eyes on her, a sharp and thoughtful look. "And we have our map collection. Ah, Ariadne, still in here, of course. Ariadne is a fiendish reader, absolutely fiendish." Ariadne smiled. "Anna and I were just discussing my training. I thought it would be sensible to partner with another girl." "Very sensible," Bridgestock said. "Yes, a very good idea. You shall be partners. Anyway, Lightwood, well, look at the maps at some point. Now, Ariadne, come into the parlor. I'd like you to play the piano for our guests." Ariadne looked up at Anna. "Partners," she said. "Partners," Anna replied. It was only on the way home that Anna realized that Ariadne had asked her to the library and not shown her a single book. "Did you like young Ariadne Bridgestock?" said Cecily, as the Lightwoods' carriage rumbled home through the dark streets of the city. "I thought her very amiable," said Anna, looking out the window at London sparkling in the vast night. She longed to be out there among the earthbound stars, walking in the streets of Soho, living a life of music and adventure and dancing. Very pretty, too. Cecily tucked a stray lock of hair back behind her daughter's ear. In surprise, Anna looked at her mother for a moment. There was a little sadness in Cecily's eyes, though she couldn't have guessed why. Perhaps she was simply tired after being bored by the Inquisitor all night. Papa, for instance, was quite asleep in the other corner of the carriage, and Christopher was leaning against him, blinking drowsily. "She isn't nearly as pretty as you." "Mother," Anna said in exasperation, and turned back to the carriage window. Under the arches of the railway viaduct, near the south end of London Bridge, a large gathering was taking place. It was midsummer, so the sun set over London at nearly 10 o'clock. This meant the time to sell at the Shadow Market was reduced, and the whole place had a bit of a frenzied air. There was steam and smoke and flapping silks. Hands reached out, shoving wares under shoppers' noses, gems and trinkets, books, pendants, powders, oils, games and toys for downworlder children, and items that could not be classified. There was a hum of smells. The tang of the river and the smoke from the trains overhead mixed with the remains of the day's produce from the mundane markets, squashed produce, bits of meat, the odor wafting from oyster barrels. Vendors burned incense, which tangled with spices and perfumes. The miasma could be overpowering. Brother Zachariah moved through the crush of stalls, immune to the smells and the crowding. Many downworlders drew back at the approach of the silent brother. He had been coming here for weeks now to meet Ragnar Fell. Tonight he also glanced around to see if he spotted the vendor he had seen on one of his previous visits. The stall he was looking for could move on its own. It had feet like a chicken. The woman behind it was an elderly fairy woman with a wild mass of hair. She sold colorful potions, and Matthew Fairchild had purchased one and given it to his mother. It had taken all of Jem's efforts to bring Charlotte back from death's door. She had not been the same since, nor had Matthew. The stall was not present tonight. Neither, it seemed, was Ragnar. He was about to take a final turn around the market before departing when he saw someone he knew bent over a stall of books. The man had a shock of white hair and striking purple eyes. It was Malcolm Fade. "Is that you, James Carstairs?" he said. "How are you, my friend?" Malcolm simply smiled. There was always something a little sad about Malcolm. Jem had heard gossip about a tragic love affair with a Shadowhunter who had chosen to be an Iron Sister rather than be with the one she loved. Jem knew that for some, the law was more important than love. Even as he was now, he could not understand it. He would have given anything to be with the one he loved. Anything, except that which was more sacred than Jem's own life, Tessa's life, or Will's. "How goes your quest?" said Malcolm. "Has Ragnar turned up any information for you about a certain demon you've been seeking?" Jem gave Malcolm a quelling look. He preferred that not too many people knew of the quest he had undertaken. "Malcolm, I have the book you wanted." A warlock woman carrying a book bound in yellow velvet strode up to Malcolm. "Thank you, Leopolda," said Malcolm. The woman stared at Jem's face. Jem was used to this. Though he was a silent brother, his lips and eyes had not been sewn shut. He did not see or speak as humans did, but the fact that without runes he could have done so seemed to distress some people more than the sight of a silent brother who had bound himself less reluctantly to the quiet dark. "We have not met." "No," the woman replied, "we have not. My name is Leopolda Stain."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "I make a visit here from Vienna." She had a German accent and a soft, purring voice. "This is Brother Zachariah," Malcolm said. She nodded. There was no hand extended, but she continued to stare. "You must forgive me," she said. "We do not often see silent brothers in our market. London is a strange place to me. The market in Vienna is not so bustling. It is in the Wienerwald, under the trees. Here you are under this railway. It is quite a different experience." "Zachariah is not quite like other silent brothers," said Malcolm. Leopolda seemed to conclude the study she was making of Jem's face and smiled. "I must bid you a good night," she said. "It is good to see you, Malcolm. It has been too long, mein Liebling, too long. And it has been most interesting to meet you, James Carstairs. Auf Wiedersehen." She slipped away through the crowd. Jem watched her go. She had decided to call him James Carstairs, not Brother Zachariah, and the choice seemed deliberate. There were certainly many denizens of Downworld who knew his Shadowhunter name, it was no secret, but suddenly Jem felt like a butterfly under a pin, caught in the gaze of the lepidopterist. "Can you tell me about her?" he asked Malcolm, who had returned to examining the book in his hand. "Leopolda is a bit of an odd one," Malcolm said. "I met her while I was traveling in Vienna. I don't think she leaves her city often. She seems to get around with some famous mundanes. She is—" He hesitated. "Yes, more connected, I suppose, to her demon side than her human side than most of us are. More than me, certainly. She makes me feel uneasy. I'm glad that you came over. I was looking for a way to politely escape." Jem looked in the direction that Leopolda had gone. Someone more connected to the demon side. That was someone he might need to speak with, or watch. Anna lay in her bed, eyes closed, trying to will herself to slumber. In her mind, she was dancing again. She wore her imaginary finest evening wear, a suit of deep gray, a waistcoat of sunny yellow with matching gloves. On her arm was Ariadne, as she had been tonight, in the blue dress. Sleep was not coming. She pushed herself out of bed and went to the window. The night was warm and close. She had to do something with herself. Her brother's clothes were still in her wardrobe. She picked them out and smoothed them on the bed. She had planned on returning them, but who would miss them? Not Christopher. Their laundress might, but no one would question that Christopher might simply lose his trousers, possibly in the middle of a crowded dance floor. And the older clothes, he wouldn't need them, not at the rate he was growing. The trousers were too long, but they could be hemmed. The shirt could be nipped in at the back. A few simple stitches were all it would take. Anna was not a natural seamstress, but like all Shadowhunters, she possessed the basic skills to repair gear. She couldn't have made lace or done precise tailoring, but she could get this job done. She tacked his shirt and waistcoat in the back to make them fit and flatter her torso. The jacket was a bit more complex, requiring tucks on the back and the side. The shoulders were a bit wrong, and the effect a bit triangular, but all in all it was a passable effort. She practiced her walk in the fitted trousers, now that they no longer scraped the ground. She had always loved gear as a child, its easy maneuverability, the way it allowed her to move unfettered. She had always been surprised that other girls, unlike her, didn't resent being pressed back into dresses and skirts when training was over, that they didn't resent the loss of freedom. But it was more than the comfort of the clothes. In silks and ruffles, Anna felt silly, as if she were pretending to be someone she was not. When she wore dresses out on the street, she was ignored as a gawky girl, or stared at by men in a way she did not like. She had been out in her brother's clothes only twice, both times late at night, but oh, women looked at her then. Smiling women, conspiratorial women, women who knew that in donning the clothes of men, Anna walked in their power and their privilege. They looked at her soft lips, her long eyelashes, her blue eyes. They looked at her hips in tight trousers, the curve of her breasts under a man's cotton shirt. In her mind's eye, Anna bent to take Ariadne's hand in hers, and the hand seemed real. "You are so beautiful tonight," she said to Ariadne. "You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen." "And you," Ariadne answered in her mind, "are the most handsome person I have ever known." The next day, Anna spent 2 hours writing a note to Ariadne that ended up reading. "Dear Ariadne, it was very nice to meet you. I hope we can train together sometime. Please do pay a call. Regards, Anna Lightwood." 2 entire hours for that, and a pile of drafts. Time no longer had meaning, and might never have meaning again. In the afternoon, she had plans to meet her cousins, James, Lucy, and Thomas, along with Matthew Fairchild. James, Matthew, Thomas, and Christopher were inseparable, and always meeting at a house or a hideout. They were invading her Aunt Sophie and Uncle Gideon's home today. Anna attended their little gatherings only on occasion, as did Lucy. The girls had many occupations to amuse themselves with. Today she desperately needed something to do, something to moor her mind in place, to keep her from fighting and pacing her room. She walked with Christopher, who was excitedly talking of some kind of device that would fly through the air by means of 4 rotating blades. It sounded like he was describing a mechanical insect. Anna made noises that indicate she was listening, although she was most assuredly not. It was not far to their cousin's house. Her cousins Barbara and Eugenia were in the morning room. Barbara was stretched out on a sofa, while Eugenia was furiously working at a bit of needlepoint, as if she truly hated it, and the only way she could express her hatred was by stabbing the stretched cloth with the needle as vigorously as she could.
Anna and Christopher went up to the rooms that had been set aside for the use of Sophie and Gideon's children. James was there, sitting on his window seat, reading. Lucy was sitting at the desk, scribbling away. Tom was throwing a knife at the opposite wall. Christopher greeted everyone and immediately sat down in the corner with a book. Anna dropped down next to Lucy. "How's Cordelia?" she asked. "Oh, she's wonderful. I was just writing to her quickly before Thomas helps me go over my Persian lesson." Lucy was always writing to her future parabatai, Cordelia Carstairs. Lucy was always writing. Lucy could write in a room full of people talking, screaming, singing. Anna was sure that Lucy could probably write in the middle of battle. Anna approved of this highly. It was very good to see two girls so devoted to each other, even platonically. Women should value other women, even if society often did not. Ariadne came into her mind again. "What's wrong, Anna?" James said. He was looking at her curiously. Anna loved all her cousins, but she had a very soft spot for James. He had been a somewhat awkward young boy, gentle and quiet and bookish. He had grown up into a young man Anna could see was extraordinarily handsome, like his father. He had a soft fall of the Herondale black hair. From his mother he had inherited his demonic trait, his inhuman golden eyes. Anna had always thought they were rather pretty, though Christopher had told her that James had been teased relentlessly at the academy because of them. It was the teasing that prompted Matthew to get the explosives and Christopher to arrange for a wing of the building to blow up. It was honorable to defend your friends, your parabatai. Anna was proud of them for doing it. She would have done the same. James had been such a shy, delightful little boy. It made Anna furious to think that he had been mocked.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. He was older now, given a bit more to brooding and staring into the distance, but still kind under it all. "Nothing," she said. "I just need a new book to read." "A most sensible request," James said, swinging his long legs off his reading perch. "What sort of book? Fortunately, Aunt Sophie and Uncle Gideon have a respectable collection. Adventure, history, romance, poetry. All the younger set were fearfully bookish. Anna put it down to Uncle Will and Aunt Tessa's influence. They seldom let one leave the Institute without a book they felt one simply must read. Now that they were talking about this, perhaps this would be useful in talking to Ariadne. She was a fiendish reader after all. "In training with someone new," Anna said. "Her name is Ariadne. She does quite a lot of reading." "Ah, Ariadne. That's a name from mythology. We could start you on a course of that. Would you like to begin with The Golden Bough by Fraser? There's a new edition of 3 volumes. Unless you want to start with the basics, there's always Lempriere's Bibliotheca Classica." James flipped gracefully through the books on the wall. He was an accomplished fighter and excellent dancer. Perhaps it was these traits, combined with the fact that he was growing into his looks, that explained why he seemed to suddenly be so popular with girls. He couldn't walk through a room of them without them sighing and giggling. Anna supposed she was pleased for him, or would be if he ever noticed it was happening. He had soon plucked a dozen books from the shelf, passing one to Christopher almost as an afterthought. A silver bracelet flashed upon his wrist as he held his arm out. A love gift? Anna wondered. Perhaps one of the sighing gigglers had attracted his interest after all. Anna supposed she ought to be more charitable toward them. She felt herself on the verge of sighing and giggling over Ariadne at any moment. The door flew open, and Matthew Fairchild entered the room and draped himself dramatically over the back of a chair. "Good afternoon, you wonderful bunch of villains. James, why are you clearing the shelves?" "Anna asked me for something to read," James said, surveying a table of contents with a furious eye. He set the book aside. "Anna? Reading? What dark magic is this?" "I am hardly an illiterate," Anna said, throwing an apple at him. He caught it easily and smiled.
Matthew was normally very fastidious. He and Anna often spoke of gentlemen's fashion together, but today Anna noticed that his hair was a bit wild, and one of the buttons on his waistcoat was undone. These were small things, to be sure, but on Matthew they spoke of something larger. "What is your interest?" Matthew asked. "Is it a crime to want to become more literate?" "Not at all," Matthew said. "I love literature. In fact, I found a marvelous place. It's a salon full of writers and poets, but it is a bit disreputable." Anna cocked her head in interest. "Here we go," James said, bringing over a pile of a dozen or so books and setting it down with a heavy thump. "Do any of these appeal? Have a look and see. Of course, I can recommend others. Wait, no, not these, not these." He scooped the books away and returned to the shelves. James was clearly absorbed in his task. Christopher was happily reading his book, which had a horribly scientific title. Lucy and Thomas were at the desk, Thomas helping Lucy go over some phrases. Lucy was learning for Cordelia, and Tom liked languages, since he spoke Spanish with Uncle Gideon and Welsh with his cousins. Angel bless their sweet studious souls, none of them seemed likely to hear Anna and Matthew hatching a dark plot. Nevertheless, Matthew pitched his voice very low. "Why don't I come and get you at midnight?" Matthew said. "We can go together. I could use a companion who knows how to have a bit of fun. You might need a disguise, though. No reputable young lady walks the streets of London at midnight." "Oh," Anna said, "I think I can manage something." Just before midnight, as promised, Anna heard a tapping at her bedroom window. Matthew Fairchild was there, dancing along the edge. My, he said approvingly. "Are those Christopher's?" Anna had dressed herself in her brother's clothes. The sewing had helped a good deal. "A disguise," she said simply. He laughed, spinning carelessly on the sill. She could see he had been drinking, his reflexes were slow, and he only caught himself a half-second before tumbling back out to the ground. "They suit you better than they suit him, but still, we need to get you something nicer than that. Here." He pulled the ascot from his neck and handed it to her. "I insist," he said. "I could never let a lady go out in inferior menswear." Anna felt herself exhaling slowly and smiling as she put on the tie. The two of them jumped from her window, landing noiselessly on the courtyard in front of the house. "Where is this place?" Anna said. "A nefarious corner of Soho," he said with a smile. "Soho!" Anna was delighted. "How did you find out about it?" "Oh, just through my wanderings." "You do a lot of those." "I have a periphrastic soul." Matthew was more drunk than he had first appeared. He rolled back on his heels and spun around the occasional lamp-post as they walked. He had been like this a lot in recent weeks. What was fun and light about Matthew had taken on an edge. On some level, she felt a bit of worry rising. But this was Matthew, and he did not do well under confinement. Perhaps the summer night had just gotten his spirits particularly high. The house Matthew took Anna to was deep in the warren of Soho, off Brewer Street. It was painted black, with a green door. "You'll like it here," Matthew said, smiling at Anna. The door was opened by a tall, pale man in a maroon frock-coat. "Fairchild," he said, looking at Matthew. "And Fairchild's good friend," Matthew replied. Anna could feel the intelligence of the vampire's gaze as he took her in for a long time. He seemed intrigued, both by her and by Matthew, though his expression was unreadable. At last he stepped aside and allowed them in. "You see," Matthew said, "no one can resist our company." The hall was utterly dark. The fanlight had been covered in a velvet drape. The only light came from candles. The house was decorated in a style that Anna thoroughly approved of. Heavy green paper run through with gold, velvet curtains and furniture. It smelled of cigars and strange, tiny, rose-colored cigarettes and gin. The room was crowded with a mix of downworlders and mundanes, all elaborately dressed. Anna noticed many people taking in the sight of her in her men's clothing and nodding appreciatively. The men seemed pleased or amused, the women either admiring or interested. Quite a few raked Anna boldly with their eyes, their gazes clinging to the feminine body revealed by her fitted clothes. It was as if in casting off dresses she had cast off society's expectation of a woman's modesty, and could allow herself to be admired, desired. Her soul soared with new confidence. She felt herself a gorgeous creature, neither a gentleman nor a lady. A gentlewoman, she thought, and winked at one of the only people she recognized, the werewolf Wolsey Scott, head of the Praetor Lupus. He wore a bottle-green smoking jacket and was puffing away on a hookah pipe while holding court for a cluster of fascinated mundanes. Of course, Anna heard him say, they had a difficult time getting my bathtub into one of the tree houses, but I would hardly leave it behind. One must always bring one's own bathtub. That's somebody Yates over there, Matthew said, indicating a tall, bespectacled man. He read a new work the last time I was here. And it was wonderful, said a voice. It came from a woman sitting near where Matthew and Anna stood. She was a stunning warlock with the scaled skin of a snake, colored silver, almost opalescent. Her long green hair tumbled over her shoulders and was strung through with a fine gold mesh. She wore a red gown that clung to her frame.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. She tipped her head up elegantly toward Matthew and Anna. "Are all London Shadowhunters so handsome as you?" she asked. She had a German accent. "No," Anna said simply. "Definitely not," Matthew agreed. The warlock smiled. "Your London Shadowhunters are more interesting than ours," she said. "Ours are very tedious. Yours are beautiful and amusing." Someone grumbled something at this, but the rest of the group laughed appreciatively. "Do sit and join us," the woman said. "I am Leopolda Stain." Most of the people around Leopolda seemed to be fawning mundanes, like the group around Wolsey Scott. One man wore a black robe covered in symbols Anna did not recognize. Matthew and Anna sat down on the rug, against a pile of tasseled pillows that served as a sofa. Next to them was a woman wearing a gold turban scarf pinned with a sapphire. "Are you two of the chosen?" she asked Matthew and Anna. "Certainly," Matthew said. "Ah, I could tell from the way Leopolda reacted to you. She is quite wonderful, is she not? She is from Vienna and knows simply everyone, Freud, Mahler, Klimt, Schiele." "Marvelous," Matthew said. He probably did think it was marvelous. Matthew adored art and artists. "She's going to help us," the woman said. "Obviously, we've had such troubles here. Why, Crowley wasn't even recognized here in London. He had to go to the Ahatur Temple in Paris to be initiated to the grade of Adeptus Minor, which I'm sure you heard about." "The moment it happened," Matthew lied. Anna bit her lip and looked down to keep herself from laughing. It was always amusing to meet mundanes who had fantastical notions of how magic worked. Leopolda, she noticed, was smiling indulgently at the entire group, like they were adorable but somewhat dim-witted children. "Well," the woman continued, "I was an adept of the Isis Urania Temple, and I can assure you that I was." This was interrupted by a man standing in the middle of the room and raising a glass of something green. "My friends," he said, "I demand that we remember Oscar. You must raise your glasses." There was a general noise of agreement, and glasses were raised. The man began to recite Oscar Wilde's The Ballad of Reading Gaol. Anna was struck by one of the stanzas. "Some love too little, some too long. Some sell, and others buy. Some do the deed with many tears, and some without a sigh. For each man kills the thing he loves,
yet each man does not die. She didn't quite know what it meant, but the spirit of it haunted her. It seemed to have an even more pointed effect on Matthew, who slumped down. "It is a rotten world that would allow a man like Wilde to die," Matthew said. There was a hardness in his voice that was new and a bit alarming. "You're sounding a bit dire," Anna said. "It's true," he replied. "Our greatest poet, and he died in poverty and obscurity not so long ago. They threw him in jail because he loved another man. I do not think love can be wrong." "No," Anna said. She had always known that she loved women the way she was expected to love men, that she found women beautiful and desirable, while men were good friends, brothers in arms, but nothing more. She had never pretended otherwise, and her close friends all seemed to accept this about her as a known fact. But it was true that though Matthew and the others often joked with her about slaying the hearts of pretty girls, it was not something she and her mother had ever talked about. She recalled her mother touching her hair fondly in the carriage. What did Cecily truly think of her odd daughter? Not now, she told herself. She turned to the woman in the turban who had been trying to get her attention. "Yes?" "My dear," the woman said, "you must be sure to be here in a week's time. The faithful will be rewarded, I promise you. The ancient ones, so long hidden from us, shall be revealed." "Of course," Anna said, blinking. "Yes, wouldn't miss it for the world." While she was simply making conversation, Anna found that she would like to return to this place. She had come here dressed as she was, and she had received only approbation. In fact, she was sure that one of the vampire girls was examining her with a look that was not entirely wholesome. And Leopolda, the beautiful warlock, had not taken her eyes from Anna. Had Anna's mind and soul not been full of Ariadne? Well, it could only be left to the imagination. As Matthew and Anna left the house that night, they did not notice a figure across the street, standing in the shadows. Jem recognized Matthew at once, but was confused at first as to who was with him. The person resembled his parabatai, Will Herondale, not Will as he was now, but Will at 17, with his confident swagger and upturned chin. But that could not be. And the person was obviously not James, Will's son. It took him several minutes to realize that the young man was not a young man at all. It was Anna Lightwood, Will's niece. She had inherited the dark hair and the profile from the Herondale side of her family, and clearly she had inherited her uncle's swagger. For a moment, Jem felt a pang in his heart. It was like seeing his friend as a young man again, as the two of them had been when they lived at the Institute together and fought side by side, as they had been when Tessa Gray first arrived at their door. Was it really so long ago? Jem shook the thought loose and focused on the present. Anna was in some sort of disguise, and she and Matthew had just been at a downworlder gathering with a warlock. He had no idea what they were doing there. A full week passed. A full week of Anna running for the post, looking from the window, walking part way to Cavendish Square before turning back. A lifetime. It was agony, and just as it was turning to acceptance, Anna was called downstairs early Friday morning to find Ariadne waiting for her in a yellow dress and a white hat. "Good morning," Ariadne said. "Why aren't you ready?" "Ready," Anna said, her throat gone dry at the sudden appearance of Ariadne. "To train. Good morning, Ariadne," Cecily Lightwood said, coming in with Alexander. "Oh!" Ariadne's eyes lit up when she saw the baby. "Oh, I must hold him. I simply adore babies." The appearance of Alexander bought Anna enough time to scramble upstairs, catch her breath, splash water on her face, and collect her gear. 5 minutes later, Anna was seated next to Ariadne in the Bridgestock carriage, rumbling toward the Institute. They were alone now, close to each other in the warm carriage. The smell of Ariadne's orange blossom perfume wafted up and wrapped around Anna. "Did I disturb you?" Ariadne said. "I had simply hoped that you might be free to train with me." She looked worried. "I hope I did not presume. Are you angry?" "No," Anna replied. "I could never be angry with you." Anna tried to make it sound light, but a husky note of truth rang through. Good. Ariadne looked radiantly pleased at that and crossed her hands on her lap. I would hate to displease you. When they arrived at the Institute, Anna changed much more quickly than Ariadne. She waited in the training room, nervously pacing, taking knives from the walls and throwing them to steady her nerves. Just training, simple training. You have a good arm, Ariadne said. Ariadne was stunning in her dresses. The gear revealed something else. She was still feminine, with her long hair and lush curves, but unencumbered by pounds of fabric, she moved with grace and speed. How would you like to begin? Anna said. Do you have a preferred weapon, or should we do some climbing, work on the beam? Whatever you think is best, Ariadne replied. Shall we start with blades? Anna said, taking one from the wall. Whatever Ariadne had been doing in Idris, it did not involve much training. She had been accurate in that. When she threw, her arm was weak. Anna came up and guided her, forcing herself to maintain her composure as she took Ariadne's hand in hers and guided the toss. Ariadne was surprisingly good at climbing, but once on the ceiling beam, she took a bad tumble.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Anna jumped underneath and caught her neatly. Oh, very impressive, Ariadne said, smiling. Anna stood there for a moment, Ariadne in her arms, unsure of what to do. There was something in Ariadne's gaze, in the way she was looking at Anna, as if mesmerized. How? She asked. How did this happen with someone like Ariadne? It was too much. A very good attempt, Anna said, gently setting Ariadne on her feet. Just watch your footing. I think I've had enough of that for today, Ariadne said. How does one have fun in London? Oh, so many ways. Well, Anna said, there is the theater, and the zoo is... No. Ariadne took hold of one of the pillars and gently spun around it. Fun. Surely you know a place. Well, Anna said, searching her mind frantically, I know a place full of writers and poets. It is quite louche. It is in Soho and starts after midnight. Then I assume you will be taking me, Ariadne said, eyes sparkling. I will wait for you by my window at midnight tonight. The wait that evening was excruciating. Anna picked at her dinner and watched the clock across the room. Christopher was forming his carrots into a pyramid and working something out in his head. Her mother was feeding Alexander. Anna was counting her heartbeats. She had to try not to appear conspicuous. She spent some time in the family room with her baby brother. She picked up a book and cast an eye blankly over the pages. By 9, she was able to stretch and say she was going to have a bath and retire. Back in her room, Anna waited until she heard the other members of the household go to bed before changing her clothes. She had taken the time to clean her outfit and mend it as best she could. When she dressed, she looked dapper and dangerous. She had decided now that this was how she would dress if she slipped out on adventures, even to meet Ariadne. She climbed from her window at 11, sliding down a rope which she tossed back inside. She could have jumped, but it had taken her some time to arrange her hair under the hat correctly. She walked to Fitzrovia, and this time she did not bother to avoid the pools of streetlight. She wanted to be seen. She straightened her back and widened her step. The more she walked, the more she felt herself slipping into the gait, the attitude. She tipped her hat to a lady passing in a carriage. The lady smiled and looked away shyly. Anna knew now that she was never going to go back to wearing dresses. She had always loved the theater, always loved the idea of a performance. The first time she had worn her brother's clothes, it had been a performance. But with each time she did it again, it became more her reality. She was not a man and did not want to be. But why should men get to keep all the good pieces of masculinity for themselves? Because of an accident of birth? Why should she, Anna, not wear their clothes, and their power and confidence too? You have stolen fire from the gods.
Anna's swagger faded a bit as she turned the corner onto Cavendish Square. Would Ariadne accept her like this? It had felt so right a moment before, but now… She almost turned back, but then she forced herself on. The Bridgestock house was dark. Anna looked up, fearing that Ariadne had been teasing. But then she saw a flick of a curtain and the sash window opened. Ariadne looked down at her, and she smiled. A rope sailed out of the window, and Ariadne slid down it, more gracefully than she had in training. She wore a light blue dress which fluttered as she dropped. "Oh my," she said, walking up to Anna. "You look quite devastating." Anna would not have traded the way Ariadne looked at her in that moment for £1,000. They took a carriage to Soho. Though she and Ariadne were both glamoured to hide their marks from mundanes, Anna enjoyed the look she got from the driver when he realized the handsome young gent in his cab was a handsome young lady. He doffed his cap as she and Ariadne alighted from the cab, muttering something about young people these days. They arrived at the house, but this time, when Anna knocked on the door, the person answering was less accommodating. He looked at Anna, then at Ariadne. "No Shadowhunters," he said. "That was not your previous policy," Anna said. She noticed that the windows were now covered by the heavy velvet curtains. "Go home, Shadowhunters," he said. "I have made myself clear." The door was slammed in their faces. "Now I am curious," Ariadne said. "We must go in, don't you think?" Ariadne certainly had a wicked streak in her that complemented her bubbly cheerfulness, a love of things that were just a bit naughty. Anna felt she should encourage this impulse. There was no clear point of access on the flat front of the house, so they moved down to the end of the street and found a narrow alley backing the houses. This was bricked up to the 3rd floor. There was, however, a drain pipe. Anna got a hold on this and made the climb. She could not reach the 3rd-story windows from there, but she could get onto the roof. She looked down to see Ariadne climbing up after her, again showing more skill than she had in the training room. They managed to pry open an attic window. From there, they crept down the winding stairs, Anna first, with Ariadne behind. Ariadne kept a hand on Anna's waist, possibly for guidance, or Anna would not think about it. They were burning a great deal of incense in the house tonight. It hummed through the hall and up the stairs, almost causing Anna to cough. It was not a pleasant smell. It was acrid and hard. She detected wormwood, mugwort, and something else, something with a metallic edge, like blood. The group was unusually quiet. There was only one voice, speaking low, a female voice with the Germanic accent. She heard the incantations. Anna knew a summoning when she heard one. She turned to Ariadne, who had a look of concern on her face. Anna reached for her seraph blade and murmured, "Adriel," indicating to Ariadne that she would go ahead and look. Ariadne nodded. Anna crept down the hall. She pushed back a bit of the velvet curtain that closed off the main sitting room. Everyone there was turned toward the center of the room, so mostly she saw backs and the faint flicker of candlelight. Anna could make out the form of a circle drawn on the floor. The woman in the turban was just on the edge of it, her face tilted up in ecstasy. She wore a long black robe and held a book with a pentagram over her head. The book was bound in something odd. It looked like skin. Towering above all was the warlock Leopolda, her eyes closed and her arms raised. She held a curved dagger in her hands. She was chanting in a demonic language. Then she looked to the woman in the turban and nodded. The woman took a long step into the circle. Green flame flashed all around, making the mundanes murmur and back away. There were not, Anna noticed, many downworlders present. "Come forth," cried the woman. "Come forth, beautiful death. Come forth, creature, that we may worship you. Come forth." There was a terrible smell, and the room filled with darkness. Anna knew she could no longer stand still. "Get out!" she yelled, pushing her way into the room. "All of you!" The group had no time to be surprised. A massive ravener demon burst forth out of the darkness. The woman in the turban went down on her knees before it. "My lord," she said, "my dark." The ravener whipped its tail around and easily severed the woman's turbaned head from her neck. The assembled let up a collective scream, and there was a rush for the door. Anna had to fight her way toward the demon. The ravener was making short work of the woman's remains. Leopolda Stain simply looked on the scene with gentle amusement. It was hard to fight a demon in such close quarters without killing all the people as well. Anna shoved several mundanes aside and launched herself at the demon, her seraph blade raised. The demon made an angry screeching noise. This was because something had just struck out one of its eyes.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Ariadne was next to her, holding an electrum whip and smiling. "Very good aim," Anna said, as the angry demon wheeled around. It made a leap and broke through one of the front windows. Anna and Ariadne went right after it, Anna making the jump easily in her new clothes. Ariadne went through the door, but she was fast on her feet, snapping her whip in the air. Between them, they quickly made short work of the beast. There was a strange crackling noise. They turned to see that the demon had not come alone. A cluster of smaller raveners poured through the broken window, their jaws dripping green liquid. Anna and Ariadne turned to face them, weapons drawn. A small ravener jumped forward first. Ariadne sliced through it with her whip. Another sprang out, but as soon as it appeared, a staff swung through the air next to Anna, bashing its head in. She turned as it disappeared to find herself looking at Brother Zachariah. She was well acquainted with her uncle's former parabatai, though she had no idea what he was doing here. "How many?" he asked. "I don't know," she said, as another demon came forth from the house. "They're coming from a circle inside the house. There are people hurt." He nodded and indicated that he would proceed inside, while Anna and Ariadne fought outside. One of the creatures was about to descend on one of the fleeing mundanes. Anna jumped on its back, dodging its angrily swinging tail, and plunged her seraph blade into the back of its neck. The stunned mundane crab-crawled backward as the ravener fell dead to the ground. She turned to look for Ariadne, who was laying waste to one of the raveners, slicing her electrum whip through the air and then right through the demon's legs. Anna was surprised. The only other electrum whip she had ever seen was owned by the consul, Charlotte Fairchild. Ariadne and Anna stood back to back, fighting like parabatai might, their movements in sync. Though they were certainly not parabatai. It would be very wrong to feel about a parabatai the way Anna felt about Ariadne. There was no mistaking it, Anna thought, though it was an awkward revelation to have in the middle of a demon fight. She was definitely in love with Ariadne Bridgestock. Jem entered the house through the open door, his staff at the ready. The room was quiet. There was a tremendous amount of blood on the floor, and the torn remains of a human. "Herein," said a voice. "I was hoping you would come." Jem turned. Leopolda Stain was sitting on a large brocade chair, holding the head of a woman in her lap. Jem raised his staff. "You have murdered innocent mundanes," Jem said. "They slew themselves," Leopolda said. "They were playing with fire. They were burned. You know of such creatures. They believe they understand magic. They must come to understand its true nature. I do them a service. They will not call another demon. If I wanted to teach them a lesson, where's the harm? There is hellfire in me, but I do not think I am your chief concern." Jem was torn. His instinct was to strike her down for what she had done, and yet— "You hesitate, James Carstairs?" she said with a smile. "My name is Brother Zachariah. You were James Carstairs, the Shadowhunter who was addicted to Yin-Fen. You were acquainted with Axel Mortmain, the one they called the Magister, I think.
At the sound of Mortmain's name, Jem lowered his staff. "Ah," Leopolda said with a smile, "you remember dear Axel. You knew him?" "Quite well," she said. "I know many things. I know a warlock helps run the institute here, yes, named Tessa Herondale. She is a Shadowhunter, and she can bear no marks. She is married to your Parabatai." "Why are you asking me about Tessa?" Jem said. It was as if cold fingers were touching his spine. He did not like this warlock. He did not like her interest in Tessa and Will. "Because you have been in the shadow market, asking many questions about her father, her demonic father." She let the head roll from her lap. "As I said, I knew Mortmain," she said. "Since you have been asking about him and how Tessa was created, news has trickled back to me, one of his only remaining friends. I believe you are curious about how Mortmain created Tessa. You seek the demon he summoned to be her father. If you put your weapon away, perhaps we can have a conversation." Jem did not set down his staff. She might not have been too curious about her demon father before Leopolda played with the gold netting in her hair, but now that she has children, and those children show signs of their demon heritage, I imagine things are very different. Jem stood coldly stricken. It was as if she had reached into his mind and touched his memory. Standing on Blackfriars Bridge with Tessa on a cold January day, the fear on her face. "I do not want to trouble Will, but I worry so over Jamie and Lucy. James despairs of his eyes, calls them doorways into hell, as if he hates his own face, his own bloodline. If I but knew who my demon father was, perhaps I could know, prepare them and myself, and Will." Jem had feared even then that it was a dangerous errand, that knowledge would gift them only further worries and doubts. But it was something Tessa had wanted for Will and the children, and he loved them all too much to say no. "Your friend Ragnar's queries have finally borne fruit," said Leopolda. "I know who Tessa's father was." She narrowed her eyes. "In exchange, I only need something small. Just the smallest amount of blood from a living Shadowhunter. You will not even feel it. I was going to get it from the girl, the one who dresses as a boy. I like her very much. I would like to collect her, if I could. You will stay away from her." "Of course I will," Leopolda said. "I will help you as well. Just the smallest amount of blood, and I can tell you of Tessa Herondale's true father." "Brother Zachariah," he heard Anna yell. Jem turned for one moment, and Leopolda moved toward him. He flung up his staff, knocking her backward. She let out a hiss and darted away faster than seemed possible. She lifted her curved blade. "Do not toy with me, James Carstairs. Do you not want to know of your Tessa?" There was another cry from outside. Jem had no choice. He ran in the direction of Anna's voice. Outside, Anna and the other girl were in a fierce fight with at least 6 raveners. They were pressed to the wall, fighting back to back. Jem swung out with his staff and brought it down on the back of the closest one. He continued swinging until Anna and the girl were able to regain some ground. Jem took down another, while Anna destroyed 2 at once with a long swing of her blade. There was but one ravener left. It extended its spiked tail and pointed it at the other girl's chest. In a second, Anna was diving through the air, knocking the other girl out of the way. They rolled together, Anna's arms around the girl, shielding her. Jem struck out at this last demon, landing a blow on its head. The street fell quiet. Anna was in the girl's arms, very still. "Anna!" Jem raced over. The Shadowhunter girl was already tearing away Anna's sleeve to get to the wound. Anna hissed as the poison stung the surface of her skin. Behind them, Leopolda stepped out of the house and began to simply walk away. "I'm fine," Anna said. "Go after her, Ariadne." The other girl, Ariadne, exhaled and sat back. The poison did not enter your system, but it did get on your skin. We must wash the site with herbs immediately. And your wound is deep. You will need several aratzes. The girl looked up at Jem. I'll take care of her, she said. I am well trained in healing. I was taught by silent brothers while I lived in Idris. Anna's right. Go after the warlock. You are sure? Anna will need an emissio, a blood replacement rune. Quite sure, the girl said, easing Anna to her feet. Believe me when I say, Anna would rather lose a bit of blood than have her parents find out what we did tonight. Hear, hear, agreed Anna. Take care of her, said Jem. I will.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Ariadne spoke with a firm confidence, and from the way she was handling the wound, her words appeared true. Come, Ariadne said to Anna, my house is not far. Can you walk? With you, Anna said, I can go anywhere. Thus assured, Jem turned in the direction of Leopolda Stain. They walked back to Ariadne's house, Anna occasionally leaning on her friend for support. The poison on her skin was starting to have an effect, which was a bit like having too much wine, too fast. She tried to keep herself steady. They were glamoured now, walking unseen through the street. When they arrived, Ariadne let them in quietly through the front door. They took the stairs gently, so as not to wake anyone. Luckily, Ariadne's room was on the opposite side of the house from her parents' room. Ariadne led Anna in and shut the door. Ariadne's room was like the person who inhabited it, perfumed, perfect, delicate. There were lace curtains on the large windows. The walls were papered in silver and rose, and there were fresh-cut lilacs and roses in vases around the room. Come, Ariadne said, leading Anna to her bureau, where there was a water basin. She removed Anna's jacket and pushed up her sleeve. Having mixed a few herbs into the basin, she poured the mixture over the wound, which stung. It is a nasty injury, Ariadne said, but I am a good nurse. She moistened a cloth and gently cleaned the wound with soft strokes, careful to wipe away any poison that had splashed on Anna's skin. Then she got her stele and drew an emissio rune to speed blood replacement and an iratse to encourage healing. The wound began to close. Throughout all of this, Anna was silent, breathless. She did not feel pain. She felt only Ariadne's careful hands on her. Thank you, she finally said. Ariadne set her stele down. It is nothing. You sustained this wound while saving me. You stepped in front of me. You protected me. I would protect you always, Anna said. Ariadne looked at Anna for a long moment. The only light came in through the pattern in the lace. My dress, Ariadne said softly. I think it is quite ruined. I look a fright. Nonsense, Anna replied. Then, after a beat, she added, You have never looked more beautiful. It has blood on it, and ichor. Help me remove it, please. With trembling fingers, Anna undid the many buttons on the front of the dress, and it slid to the ground in a pile. Ariadne turned so that Anna could undo the stays of her corset. Ariadne wore a cotton chemise underneath, trimmed in delicate lace. Her chemise and bloomers were stark white against her brown skin. Her eyes glowed. You must rest a bit, Anna, Ariadne said. You cannot leave right now. Come. She took Anna by the hand and led her to the bed. Anna realized as she sank into it how exhausted she was from the fight, and also that she had never been so awake and alive. Lean back, Ariadne said, stroking Anna's hair. Anna put her head down on the pillow. Her boots were gone, her hair had come down, and she pushed it back impatiently. I would like to kiss you, Ariadne said. Her voice shook with a fear Anna understood all too well. Ariadne was afraid Anna was going to push her away, reject her, run screaming. But how could Ariadne not know how she felt? Please, Anna, may I kiss you? Unable to speak, Anna nodded. Ariadne leaned forward and pressed her lips to Anna's.
They came together in passion, connecting deeply. During the day, the streets and alleys of Soho could be hard to navigate. At night, they became a dangerous and confusing warren. Jem kept his staff aloft. At this late hour, the only people about were drunkards and ladies of the night. The alleys smelled of refuse, and there was broken glass and the assorted detritus of a London day. Jem made his way to a storefront on Wardour Street. He knocked, and the door was opened by 2 young werewolves, neither of whom seemed surprised to see him. "Wolsey Scott is expecting me." They nodded and guided him through a dark and empty shop that sold buttons and ribbons, and through a door. On the other side was a dimly lit but tastefully furnished room. Wolsey Scott was stretched out on a low divan. Sitting opposite him was Leopolda Stane, surrounded by 6 more werewolves. She seemed calm and composed, and was even sipping from a cup of tea. "Ah, Carstairs," Scott said. "Finally. I thought we'd be here all night." "Thank you," said Jem, "for looking after her for me." "It was no trouble," said Scott. He tipped his chin at Leopolda. "As you know, this one arrived a few weeks ago. We've been keeping an eye on her ever since. I didn't think she would go as far as she did tonight. Can't have her egging on idiot mundanes to raise demons. It's the sort of thing that inspires anti-downworlder sentiment." Leopolda seemed to take no offense at the way he spoke. Wolsey rose to his feet. "You had said you wanted to speak with her," he said. "Shall I leave the matter with you?" "Yes," Jem said. "Good. I have an appointment with a rather staggering bottle of red. I'm sure she won't cause any further fuss, will you, Leopolda?" "Of course not," Leopolda said. Scott nodded, and the werewolves left the room as one. Leopolda looked up at Jem and smiled. "It is good to see you again," she said. "We were so rudely interrupted earlier. You will tell me what you know of Tessa." Leopolda reached over to a teapot on a low table and refilled her cup. "These terrible beasts," she said, nodding at the door. "They handled me quite roughly. I would like to leave this place now." "You will not be leaving until you tell me what I want to know." "Oh, I will. You're Tessa, and she was yours, wasn't she? I may not be able to see your eyes, but I can see it in your face." Jem stiffened. He was no longer that boy, the young man who had planned a wedding to Tessa, who had loved her as much as his heart could bear. He loved her still, but he survived it by having put that young man away, by putting away his human loves as he had put away the violin. Instruments for another time, another life. Still, there was no joy in being so cruelly reminded. "I imagine her powers are great," Leopolda said, stirring her tea. "I envy her. Axel was so very proud." There was nothing but the sound of the spoon hitting the sides of the china cup. In the depths of his mind, Jem heard the murmuring of the other silent brothers. He ignored it. This was his mission alone. "Tell me of Tessa's father." "The blood," she said. "You will give me the blood first." "It is a very small amount." "That will never happen." "No," she said. "You know, I am merely the humble daughter of a Vetus demon. But your Tessa—" She waited to see the effect on Jem. "Yes," she said, "I know all. You will put out your arm. I will take the blood. I will tell you what you so wish to know, and I will leave. We will both be satisfied. I assure you, what I give you is so much more than I ask. It is a bargain of the highest order." "You do not have the advantages you think you have, Leopolda Stane," he said. "I have known you were here since you set foot on these shores. I knew you were a friend of Mortemine's. I know you want this blood to continue his works, and I will never allow that." Her lip curled. "But you are kind," she said. "You are famous for it. You will not hurt me." Jem took his staff, spinning it between his hands, and held it balanced lightly between himself and Leopolda. He knew 100 different ways to kill her with it. He could break her neck. "That was my Shadowhunter self," he said. "I have killed with this staff, though I prefer not to. Either you tell me what I wish to know, or you die. It is your choice." He saw from the look in her eyes that she believed him. "Tell me what I want to know, and I will let you go." Leopolda swallowed. "First, swear upon your angel that you will allow me to leave tonight." "I swear upon the angel." Leopolda smiled a long vulpine smile. "The ritual that created your Tessa was magnificent," she said. "Such glory! I never thought such a thing could be done, mating a shadow hunter with a demon."
"Do not delay. Tell me. Your Tessa's father is a prince, the greatest of Eidolon demons, the most beautiful creature in any hell, for he has 1,000 shapes. A prince of hell? Jem had feared it. No wonder James could turn himself to smoke, and Tessa herself could take any form, even that of an angel. A line of Nephilim whose blood was mixed with demonic royalty? There was no history of such impossible beings. Even now, he could not think of Tessa and her children as new and strange creations with incredible powers. They were simply people he loved beyond measure. You are saying Tessa's father is a prince of hell? The Clave could never know. He could not tell them. His heart lurched. Could he tell Tessa? Would it be better for her to know or not? "Indeed a prince," Leopolda said, "brother to Asmodeus and Samael. What an honor to be born of him! Sooner or later, Jem Carstairs, blood will out, and such a beautiful power will blaze through this city." She rose to her feet. "The greatest of Eidolons? I need more than that. What is his name?" She shook her head. "The price for the name is blood, James Carstairs, and if you will not pay it, another will." She brought her hand out from behind her back and flung a handful of powder at Jem. Had his eyes not been protected by magic, it would likely have blinded him. As it was, he staggered back long enough for her to run past him to the door. She reached it in seconds and threw it open. On the other side of it were 2 huge werewolves, flanking Wolsey Scott. "As expected," Wolsey said, looking at Leopolda with contempt. "Kill her, boys. Let her be an example to others who would freely spill blood in our city." Leopolda screamed and whirled on Jem wide-eyed. "You said you would let me leave. You swore." Jem felt very weary. "I am not the one who is stopping you." She cried out as the werewolves, already half transformed, flung themselves on her. Jem turned away while the sounds of ripping flesh and shrieks tore through the room. The summer dawn came early. Ariadne was sleeping gently, and Anna heard the maid stirring downstairs. She had not slept yet, even after Ariadne had dropped off. Anna did not want to move from this warm spot. She played with the lace edges of the pillow and watched Ariadne's eyelashes flicker as if she were in the depths of a dream. But the sky was turning from black to the soft peach color of sunrise. Soon there would be a maid at the door with a tray. Soon life would intrude. It would only hurt Ariadne if she were found here. It was her duty to leave this place. She kissed Ariadne softly so as not to wake her. Then she dressed and slipped out the sash window. The dark did not quite obscure her now as she walked through the misty London morning in her men's clothes. A few people turned their heads to get a second look at her, and she was fairly sure that some of those looks were admiring, even if she was mostly missing one of her sleeves and had lost her hat. She decided to take a circuitous route home, along Regent's Park. The colors were soft in the sunrise, the waters of the boating lake still. She felt friendship toward the ducks and the pigeons. She smiled at strangers. This was what love was. It was total. It brought her together with everything. Anna barely cared if she made it home before someone would notice her missing. She wanted to feel like this forever. Exactly this soft and fragrant and friendly morning, with the feel of Ariadne still on her skin. Her future, so confused before, was clear.
She would be with Ariadne forever. They would travel the world, fight side by side. Eventually she had to walk toward her home, where she climbed up to her window with ease. She removed her brother's clothing and slipped into bed. Within seconds, she dropped into the easy embrace of sleep and felt herself back in Ariadne's arms. She woke just before noon. Someone had brought her a tea tray and left it next to her bed. She drank the now cold tea. She took a cool bath and examined the wound on her arm. The healing runes Ariadne had drawn had done their work. The area was still red and angry, but she could cover it with a shawl. She dressed in her plainest, most severely cut gowns. So funny now, to be dressed as a girl and put a silk shawl over her shoulders, winding it carefully over the damaged arm. She went downstairs. Her mother sat in a sunny corner of the sitting room, little Alexander on her lap. "There you are," her mother said. "Are you ill?" "No," Anna said. "I was foolish. I stayed up quite late reading a book." "Now I know you are ill," her mother said with a smile, which Anna returned. "I need to take a walk in the sunshine. It is such a lovely day. I shall go see Lucy and James, I think, and discuss my book with them." Her mother gave her a curious look, but agreed. Anna did not walk to the Herondale house. She turned instead toward Fitzrovia, stopping to buy a bunch of violets from an old woman selling them in the street. Her steps were light. The world was perfectly arranged, and all things and beings in it were worthy of love. Anna could have done anything in that moment. Fought off 100 demons at once, lifted a carriage over her head, danced on a wire. She passed along the pavements she had been on only hours before, back to her love. At the house off Cavendish Square, Anna knocked once, then stood nervously on the step, looking up. Was Ariadne in her room? Would she look down? The door was opened by the Bridgestock's unsmiling servant. "The family is receiving guests at the moment, Miss Lightwood. Perhaps you would like to wait in the—" At that moment, the reception-room door opened, and the Inquisitor walked out with a young man who had familiar features and red hair. Charles Fairchild, Matthew's brother. Anna rarely saw Charles. He was always somewhere, usually Idris. He and the Inquisitor were mid-conversation. "Oh," Inquisitor Bridgestock said, seeing Anna, "Miss Lightwood, how fortuitous. Do you know Charles Fairchild?" "Anna," Charles said with a warm smile. "Yes, of course." "Charles will be the interim head of the Paris Institute," the Inquisitor said. "Oh," Anna said, "congratulations. Matthew didn't tell me." Charles rolled his eyes. "I imagine he thinks of such things as political aspirations as crass and bourgeois. What are you doing here anyway?" "Anna and Ariadne have been training together," the Inquisitor explained. "Ah," Charles said, "excellent. You must visit us in Paris sometime, Anna." "Oh," Anna said, not knowing what us Charles was talking about. "Yes, thank you, I shall." Ariadne stepped out of the morning room. She wore a dress of fresh peony pink, and her hair was coiled on her head. On seeing Anna, her cheeks flushed. Charles Fairchild stepped ahead with Inquisitor Bridgestock, and Ariadne stepped up to her. "I did not expect to see you so soon," she said to Anna in a low voice. "How could I keep away?" Anna replied. Ariadne was wearing her perfume again, and it wafted lightly through the air. Orange blossom was Anna's favorite scent now. "Perhaps we can mate later," Ariadne said. "I will be back again in a year's time," Charles said, concluding whatever conversation he was having with Inquisitor Bridgestock. He returned to them, bowed, took Ariadne's hand, and kissed it formally. "I hope to see more of you when I next return," he said. "It should not be more than a year." "Yes," Ariadne replied, "I would like that very much." "Anna," Mrs. Bridgestock said, "we have a parrot. You must see it. Come." Suddenly Anna found that Mrs. Bridgestock had hooked her by the arm and was gently leading her into one of the other rooms, where there was a large multicolored parrot in a massive gold cage. The bird cawed loudly on their approach. "It is a very nice bird," Anna said, confused, as Mrs. Bridgestock shut the door behind them. "I do apologize, Anna," she said. "I just needed to give the two of them the chance to properly say their farewells. These things can be so delicate. I am sure you understand."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Anna did not understand, but there was a creeping numbness coming over her. "It is our hope that they might wed in a few years' time," Mrs. Bridgestock went on. "Nothing has been settled, but it is such a good match." The parrot screeched, and Mrs. Bridgestock went on talking, but Anna heard only a ringing in her ears. She could still taste Ariadne's kiss on her lips. She saw Ariadne's dark hair spread out on the pillow. Those things had happened just hours before, and yet it was like 100 years had passed, and the world had grown cold and unfamiliar. The door opened again, and a quiet Ariadne joined them. "Has Mother introduced you to Winston?" she said, looking at the parrot. "She dotes on him. Aren't you a nasty beast, Winston?" She said it warmly, and Winston the parrot danced along his rail and extended a foot to Ariadne. "Did you have a fruitful discussion?" her mother asked. "Mother!" Ariadne protested. She was a little pale, but her mother seemed not to notice. "Please, may I speak to Anna?" "Yes, of course," Mrs. Bridgestock said. "You girls have a good chat. I'll have the cook make up some nice strawberry lemonade and some biscuits." When she left, Anna stared blankly at Ariadne. "You are to be married?" she said, her voice gone dry. "You cannot marry him." "Charles is quite a good match," Ariadne said, as if she were discussing the quality of a piece of cloth. "Nothing has been settled, but we should reach an agreement soon. But come, Anna, come, sit." Ariadne took Anna's hand and led her over to one of the sofas. "That won't be for at least another year or more," Ariadne said. "You heard Charles. It's a year before I even see him again. All that time I will spend with you." She drew a small circle on the back of Anna's hand with her finger, a gentle motion that took Anna's breath away. Ariadne was so beautiful, so warm. Anna felt like she was being torn to pieces. "Surely you cannot wish to marry Charles," said Anna. "There is nothing wrong with him, but he is—" "Do you love him?" "No," Ariadne said, clutching Anna's hand tighter. "I do not love him that way, or any man that way. All my life I have looked at women and known only they could pierce my heart, as you have pierced it, Anna." "Then why," Anna said, "why marry him?" "Because of your parents?" "Because that is the way the world is," Ariadne said, her voice shaking, the way it had when she had first asked Anna if she might kiss her. "If I were to tell my parents the truth about myself, if I were to reveal who I really am, they would despise me. I would be friendless, cast out, alone." Anna shook her head. "They would not," she said. "They would love you. You are their daughter." Ariadne drew her hand back from Anna's. "I am adopted, Anna. My father is the Inquisitor. I do not have parents who are as understanding as yours must be." "But love is what matters," said Anna. "I would have no one but you. You are all to me, Ariadne. I will not marry a man. I only want you." "And I want children," Ariadne said, lowering her voice in case her mother was returning. "Anna, I have always wanted to be a mother, more than anything else in the world. If I had to bear Charles' touch, it would be worth it for that." She shuddered. "I shall never, never love him as I love you. I thought you understood, that this would be a bit of happiness we could snatch for ourselves before the world forced us apart. We can love each other for the next year, before Charles returns. We could have that time, and always remember it.
hold it close to ourselves. But when Charles returned, it was over, Anna said coldly. He would claim you. That is what you are saying. I would not be unfaithful to him. No, Ariadne said quietly. I am not a liar. Anna stood up. I think you are lying to yourself. Ariadne raised her lovely face. Tears poured down her cheeks. She wiped them away with shaking hands. "Oh, Anna, won't you kiss me?" she said. "Oh, please, Anna, do not leave me. Please kiss me." She looked at Anna pleadingly. Anna's breaths were short, and her heart beat a wailing tattoo in her chest. The perfect world she had dreamed of was shattered into a million pieces, turned to dust and blown away. What replaced it was something cruel and strange. There was not enough air to breathe. Hot tears stung her eyes. "Goodbye, Ariadne," she managed, and staggered from the room. Anna sat on the edge of her bed and cried for a very long time. She cried until no tears came, and her body heaved reflexively. There was a soft knock on her door, and her brother peeked his head in. "Anna?" he said, blinking his lavender eyes. "Are you all right? I thought I heard something." "Oh, Christopher, sweet Christopher." Anna roughly wiped her face. "I'm fine, Christopher," she said, clearing her throat. "Are you sure?" Christopher asked. "Is there nothing I can do to help you? I could perform a saving act of science." "Christopher, get along with you." It was Anna's mother, appearing silently as a cat in the corridor behind her son. "Go and do something else. Something without explosives," she added, shooing her second-born off down the hall. Anna hastily scrubbed the last traces of tears from her eyes as her mother came into her room, carrying a long beribboned box. She sat down on the bed and looked at her daughter placidly. As always, Cecily was perfectly dressed and perfectly calm-looking, her dark hair in a smooth chignon at the back of her neck, her dress a becoming blue. Anna couldn't help but think how ghastly she must look in her nightshirt with her face blotchy and red. "Do you know why I named you Anna?" Cecily said. Anna shook her head, puzzled. "I was awfully ill during my pregnancy," said Cecily. Anna blinked. She hadn't known that. "I was worried all the time that you wouldn't live to be born, or you would be sickly and ill. And then you were born, and you were the most beautiful, healthy, perfect child." She smiled. "Anna means favor, as in God has favored me. I thought the angel had favored me with you, and I would make sure you were always happy, always content." She reached out to gently touch Anna's cheek. "She broke your heart, didn't she?" Ariadne. Anna was speechless. So her mother did know. She had always thought her mother knew that she loved women, and that her father did as well, but they had never spoken of it until now. "I am so sorry." Cecily kissed Anna's forehead. "My darling, lovely one. I know it does not help to be told it, but someone else will come, and she will treat your heart as the precious gift it is. Mamma," she said, "you do not mind that I might not get married or have children. There are many Shadowhunter children orphaned, as Ariadne was, seeking loving homes, and I see no reason why you might not provide one someday. As for marriage," Cecily shrugged, "they said your Uncle Will could not be with your Aunt Tessa, that your Aunt Sophie and Uncle Gideon could not be together. And yet I think you will find that they were wrong, and they would have been wrong even if marriage had been forbidden. Even where laws are unjust, hearts can find a way to be together. If you love someone, I have no doubt you will find a way to spend your life with them, Anna. You are the most determined child I know." "I am not a child," Anna said, but she smiled, in some amazement. Ariadne might have disappointed her, but her mother was astonishing her in quite the opposite way.
"Still," her mother said, "you cannot keep wearing your brother's clothes." Anna's heart fell. Here it was. Her mother's understanding could go only so far. "I thought you didn't know," she said in a small voice. "Of course I knew. I am your mother," Cecily said, as if she were announcing that she were the Queen of England. She tapped the long ribboned box. "Here is a new outfit for you. Hopefully you will find it suitable for accompanying your family in the park today." Before Anna could protest, a loud and demanding cry sounded through the house. Exclaiming, "Alexander!" Cecily swept out the door, instructing Anna to meet her downstairs in the sitting room when she was dressed.
Glumly, authoritative, and stable. Glumly, Anna untied the ribbons holding the box closed. She had received many clothes from her mother in the past. Another pastel silk, another cunningly constructed dress meant to make the most of her slight curves. The ribbons and paper fell away, and Anna gasped. Inside the box was the most gorgeous suit she had ever seen. Charcoal tweed with a thin blue stripe, the jacket was neatly tailored. A gorgeous silk waistcoat in radiant shades of blue complemented a crisp white shirt. Shoes, braces, nothing had been forgotten. In a daze, Anna dressed herself and gazed into the mirror. The clothes fit perfectly. Her mother must have given her measurements to the tailor. And yet there was still one thing not right. She tightened her jaw, then crossed the room to get the pair of scissors. Standing before the mirror, she grabbed a thick fistful of hair. She hesitated for only a moment, Ariadne's soft voice in her ears. "I thought you understood that this would be a bit of happiness we could snatch for ourselves before the world forced us apart." The hair made a satisfying sound as she cut through it. It rained down on the carpet. She took another fistful, then another, until her hair was to her chin. The cut brought her features into sharp relief. She trimmed more in the front, clipped away at the back, until there was just enough to sweep into a gentlemanly wave. And now it was perfect. Her reflection gazed back at her, lips curved in an incredulous smile. The waistcoat brought out her eyes, the trousers, the slimness of her legs. She felt she could breathe, even with the ache of Ariadne's loss in her chest. She might have lost the girl, but she had gained herself. A new Anna, confident, dapper, powerful. Hearts were broken across London every day. Perhaps Anna might break a heart or two herself. There would be others. Lovely girls would come and go, and she would remain in control of her heart. She would never be torn like this again. She was a Shadowhunter. She would take the blow. She would harden herself and laugh in the face of pain. Anna descended the stairs soon after. It was late afternoon now, though the sun was still shining brightly through the windows. This day would last forever. Her mother was in the sitting room with a tea tray, baby Alex in a basket by her side. Her father sat opposite, engaged in reading the newspaper. Anna stepped into the room. Both her parents looked up. She saw them take in her new clothes, as well as her short hair. She stood in the doorway, bracing herself for whatever response was coming. A long moment passed. "I told you the blue waistcoat was the one," Gabriel said to Cecily. "It brings out her eyes." "I did not disagree," said Cecily, rocking the baby. "I just said she would also look very well in red." Anna began to smile. "Much better than your brother's clothes," Gabriel said. "He does dreadful things to them with sulfur and acids." Cecily examined Anna's shorn locks. "Very sensible," she said. "Hair can be cumbersome in battle. I like it very much." She rose to her feet. "Come sit," she added. "Stay with your brother and father a moment. There is something I meant to fetch for you." As her mother left the room, Anna felt her limbs go tingly as she sat down on the settee. She reached down to Alex.
He was looking all around the room, taking in all the wonders anew, in the way that babies do whenever they awake and find that the world is still there, to be understood in all its myriad complexities. "I understand how you feel," she said to her brother. He smiled a toothless smile at her and reached up a chubby hand. She extended her own, and he grabbed her finger. Her mother returned only a few minutes later with a small blue box. "You know," Cecily said, sitting down and refilling her teacup, "my parents did not want me to be a shadow hunter. They had fled the clave." "And your uncle Will." "I know," Anna said. Gabriel gazed fondly at his wife. "But I was a shadow hunter. I knew it then, when I was 15. I knew it was in my blood. Foolish people say so many things, but we know who we are inside." She set the blue box on the table and pushed it toward Anna. "If you will accept it," her mother said. Inside the box was a necklace with a glimmering red gem. Latin words were etched onto the back. "For your protection," she said. "You know what it does." "It senses demons," Anna said, astonished. Her mother wore it nearly every time she went out to fight, though that was rarer now that Alexander had come along. "It cannot protect your heart, but it can protect the rest of you," Cecily said. "It is an heirloom. It should be yours." Anna fought back the tears that sought to fill her eyes. She took up the necklace and clasped it about her throat. She stood up and gazed at herself in the mirror over the fireplace. A handsome reflection gazed back at her. The necklace felt right, just as her short hair did. "I do not have to be only one thing," Anna thought. "I can choose what suits me when it suits me. The trousers and jacket do not make me a man, and the necklace does not make me a woman. They are only what makes me feel beautiful and powerful in this moment. I am exactly as I choose to be. I am a shadow hunter who wears gorgeous suits and a legendary pendant." She looked at her mother's reflection in the glass. "You were right," she said. "The red does suit me." Gabriel chuckled softly, but Cecily only smiled. "I have always known you, my love," Cecily said. "You are the gem of my heart, my firstborn, my Anna." Anna thought of all the pain of the day again, the wound that had ripped her chest open and exposed her heart. But now it was as if her mother had drawn a rune over it and closed it. The scar was there, but she was whole. It was like being marked all over again, defining who she was. This was Anna Lightwood. Chattanooga, 1936. On the morning of October 23rd, the inhabitants of Chattanooga, Tennessee, woke up to discover posters tacked up on the sides of buildings on every street. For a limited time only, the posters declared, magic, music, most mysterious merchants' bazaar. Pay only what you can afford. Enter fairyland. See what you most desire. All welcome. Some men and women passed these posters shaking their heads. It was the height of the Great Depression, and even if the president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, was promising more work on projects like the tunnel and trails and campgrounds underway in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, jobs were scarce and times were hard, and most people didn't have money to spare on fripperies or fun. And who wanted to travel all the way up Lookout Mountain only to be turned away because what you could afford was nothing? Besides, no one ever gave you something for nothing. But plenty of other Chattanoogans saw the posters and thought that maybe better times really were just around the corner. There was a new deal, and maybe there would be new fun too. And there was not a single child who caught sight of the posters and didn't yearn with their entire heart for what the posters promised. The 23rd of October was a Friday. On Saturday, at least half the city of Chattanooga lit out for the carnival. Some of them packed bedrolls or tarps to sleep under. If there was music and festivity, maybe they would stay longer than a day. The churches of Chattanooga were poorly attended on Sunday morning. But the carnival in the Fairyland neighborhood of Lookout Mountain was busier than a beehive. Up on top of Lookout Mountain, a local boy named Garnet Carter had quite recently established the community of Fairyland, which included Tom Thumb Golf, the first miniature golf course in the United States. There was the eerie natural landscape of Rock City, where his wife Frida Carter had laid out paths between towering mossy rock formations, planting wildflowers and importing German statuary so that the trails were watched over by gnomes and characters from fairy tale stories like Little Red Riding Hood and the Three Little Pigs.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Rich people came on vacations and rode the funicular, which also happened to be the world's steepest passenger railway, the mile up from Chattanooga to the Lookout Mountain Hotel. The hotel was also known as the Castle in the Clouds, and if all the rooms were taken, well, there was also the Fairyland Inn. For the wealthy, there was golf and ballroom dancing and hunting. For the civic-minded, there was the site of the battle above the clouds, where the Union Army had, in living memory, driven off at great cost the Confederates. You could still find Minié bullets and other traces of the dead all down the slopes of the mountain, along with flint arrowheads used by the Cherokee. But the Cherokee had all been driven off, and the Civil War was over too. There had been a greater war in recent memory, and many a family in Chattanooga had lost sons or fathers to it. Human beings did terrible things to each other, and the traces of those terrible things were everywhere if you looked. If your taste ran more to corn whiskey than history, well, there were plenty of moonshine stills up on Lookout Mountain too. And who knew what other illegal or immoral delights might be found at a mysterious merchant's bazaar? There were men and women of money and taste at the carnival on that first Saturday, rubbing alongside the thin-faced children and wives of farmers. The rides were free to all. There were games with prizes, and a petting zoo with a three-headed dog and a winged snake so large that it was able to swallow a full-grown steer each day at noon. There were strolling fiddle players who drew such melancholy and lovely songs out on their instruments that tears came to the eyes of all who heard them. There was a woman who said that she could speak with the dead and asked no coin. There was a magician, too, Roland the Astonishing, who grew a dogwood tree from a seed on his stage, and then caused it to flower, drop its leaves, and grow bare again as if all the seasons were passing in the blink of an eye. He was a handsome man in his 60s, with bright blue eyes, a luxuriant white mustache, and snowy white hair with a black streak running through it, as if some devil had touched it with a sooty hand. There were delicious things to eat at such a negligible cost, or freely given as samples, that every child ate himself or herself sick. As promised, the bazaar was full of remarkable objects on display, tended by even more remarkable people. Some of the customers, too, drew curious glances. Were there people in faraway lands who had curly tails or flames in their pupils? One of the most popular stalls had on offer a local product, a clear, potent liquor rumored to give dreams of a moonlit forest full of running wolves to those who drank it. The men at that booth were taciturn and did not smile often, but when they did, their teeth were unsettlingly white. They live up in the mountains and mostly kept to themselves, but here at the bazaar they seemed quite at home. One tent was staffed by nurses so very lovely, it wasn't a chore at all to let them draw your blood. They took a cup or two for research purposes, they said. And to those who donated, they gave away tokens that could be used elsewhere in the bazaar, just like money. Just beyond the tents of the bazaar was a sign that led to the maze of mirrors. It said, "See for yourself. The true world and the false lie next door to one another." Those who went through the maze of mirrors came out looking a little dazed. Some of them had found their way to the very center, in which they had been made an offer by an entity that each described differently.
To some, the person in the room had appeared as a small child, or an old woman in an elegant gown, or even in the shape of a loved one long dead. The person in the room had a mask, and if you confessed a thing that you desired, the mask was put on you, and, well, you should really go and see for yourself. If, that is, you could find your way through the maze and to the place where that person and the mask were waiting. By the end of the first weekend, most of Chattanooga had come up to see for themselves the strange charms of the carnival, and many came back to the carnival in the following days, although by then rumors were beginning to spread of troubling behavior exhibited by some who had returned. A woman claimed that the man she was married to was an impostor who had killed her real husband. This claim would have been easier to dismiss if a body had not been discovered in the river, in all ways a double of the man she was married to. A young man stood up in church and said that he saw and knew the secrets of all the congregation by looking at them. When he began to say these secrets out loud, the pastor tried to shout him down, until the man began to declaim the things he knew about the pastor. At this, the pastor fell silent, then left his church and went home and slit his throat. Another man won again and again at a weekly game of poker, until, drunk, he confessed, sounding astonished, that he could see the cards every man there held as if they were his very own hand. He proved this by calling out each card in order, and after that was beaten soundly and left unconscious and bloody in the street by men who had been his friends since childhood. A boy of 17, newly engaged to be married, came home from the carnival and that night woke up everyone in his household screaming. He had put out his own eyes with 2 hot coals, but refused to say why. In fact, he never spoke again, and his poor fiancée at last broke off the engagement and went to live with an aunt in Baltimore. A beautiful girl turned up at the Fairyland Inn at dusk one evening, claiming that she was Mrs. Dalgray, when the staff of the inn knew very well Mrs. Dalgray was a bucket-faced dowager in her late 70s. She stayed at the inn every fall and never tipped anyone, no matter how good the service was. Other terrible incidents were reported in the neighborhoods of Chattanooga, and by the middle of the week after the carnival had put up its signs, word of these happenings had made its way to those whose business it was to prevent the human world from being troubled and tormented by the malicious whims of downworlders and demons. It is only to be expected that some amount of trouble will arrive with a carnival. Pleasure and trouble are brother and sister to each other. But there were indications that this particular carnival was more than it seemed. For one thing, the bazaar of the bazaar was not just trinkets and gaudy junk. The bazaar was a full-on shadow market, where there had never been one before, and humans were strolling its aisles and freely handling its wares. And there were indications, too, that there was an artifact made out of Audemus in the hands of one who should not have had it. For this reason, at sunset on Thursday, the 29th of October, a portal opened at Lookout Point, and 2 individuals who had only just met stepped through it unnoticed by any of the human sightseers gathered there. One was a young woman not yet fully invested as an Iron Sister, although already her hands showed the scars and calluses of one who works Audemus. Her name was Amelia, and this was the last task her sisters had set her before she joined their company, to recover the Audemus and bring it back to the Adamant Citadel. She had a smiling, watchful face, as if she liked the world but did not quite trust that it would be on its best behavior. His companion was a silent brother, who bore the runic marks on his face, although neither his eyes nor his mouth had been sewn shut. Instead, they were merely closed, as if he had voluntarily chosen to withdraw inside the citadel of his own self. He was handsome enough that if any of the women at Lookout Point had seen his face, 1 or 2 might have thought of fairy tales where a kiss is sufficient to wake one who is under an enchantment. He was a handsome man in his 60s, with bright blue eyes, a luxuriant white mustache, and snowy white hair with a black streak running through it, as if some devil had touched it with a sooty hand. There were delicious things to eat at such a negligible cost, or freely given as samples, that every child ate himself or herself sick. As promised, the bazaar was full of remarkable objects on display, tended by even more remarkable people. Some of the customers, too, drew curious glances. Were there people in faraway lands who had curly tails or flames in their pupils? One of the most popular stalls had on offer a local product, a clear, potent liquor rumored to give dreams of a moonlit forest full of running wolves to those who drank it. The men at that booth were taciturn and did not smile often, but when they did, their teeth were unsettlingly white. They lived up in the mountains and mostly kept to themselves, but here at the bazaar they seemed quite at home. One tent was staffed by nurses so very lovely, it wasn't a chore at all to let them draw your blood. They took a cup or two, for research purposes, they said. And to those who donated, they gave away tokens that could be used elsewhere in the bazaar, just like money. Just beyond the tents of the bazaar was a sign that led to the maze of mirrors. It said, "See for yourself. The true world and the false lie next door to one another." Those who went through the maze of mirrors came out looking a little dazed. Some of them had found their way to the very center, in which they had been made an offer by an entity that each described differently. To some, the person in the room,
smooth, authoritative, and stable. Sister Amelia, who could see Brother Zachariah quite plainly, thought he was one of the handsomest men she had ever seen. Certainly he was one of the first men she had seen in quite some time. And if their errands were successful, and she returned to the adamant citadel with the adamas in her possession, well, it wouldn't be the worst thing if handsome Brother Zachariah was the last man she ever laid eyes on. There was no harm in appreciating beauty when you chanced upon it. She said, "Nice view, isn't it?" Because from the place they stood, you could see Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, both North and South Carolina, and, on the horizon, Virginia and Kentucky, too, all spread out and rumpled like a tapestry quilt haphazardly embroidered in green and blue, little pricks of red and gold and orange where, in places, the trees were already beginning to turn. Inside her head, Brother Zachariah said, "It's extraordinary. Though, I confess, I had imagined America to look somewhat different. Someone I knew told me about New York City. That was where she grew up. We talked one day of going together to see the things and places that she loved. But we talked of many things that I knew, even then, would likely never happen. And this is a very large country." Sister Amelia was not at all sure that she liked having someone else talking inside her head. She had encountered silent brothers before, but this was the first time one had spoken directly into her mind. It was like having company show up when you hadn't had the inclination to do the dishes or straighten up your living quarters in a while. What if they could see all the untidy thoughts you sometimes just shoved under the carpet? Her mentor, Sister Laura, had assured Amelia that although silent brothers could ordinarily read the minds of those around them, their sisterhood was exempt. But, on the other hand, what if this was part of the test she had been set? What if Brother Zachariah's task was also to look inside her brain, to be sure that she was a deserving candidate? She thought, as loudly as she could, "Excuse me, can you hear me thinking?" When Brother Zachariah didn't respond, she said, relieved, "Your first time in the States, then?" "Yes," Brother Zachariah said. Then, as if to be polite, he said, "And you?" "Born and bred in California," Sister Amelia said. "I grew up in the San Francisco conclave." "Is San Francisco very like this?" Brother Zachariah said. She almost choked. "Indeed," she said, "it is not. Not even the trees are the same. And the ground there is like as not to give you a little shake now and then. Sometimes just enough to move your bed a few inches while you're trying to sleep.
Other times, it knocks buildings down without so much as a warning. Oh, but the fruits on the trees are the best thing you've ever tasted. And the sun shines every single day. Her oldest brother had been an infant in their mother's arms during the earthquake of 1906. Half the city had burned, and Amelia's father said that even demons had stayed away during the destruction. Their mother, who had been pregnant, had had a miscarriage. If that baby had lived, Amelia would have had 7 siblings, all brothers. Her first night in the Adamant Citadel, she had woken up every hour because it was all so quiet and peaceful. "You sound as if you miss it," Brother Zachariah said. Sister Amelia said, "I do miss it, but it was never home. Now, I believe the carnival is that-a-ways, and here we stand jawing when we have work to do." Although his eyes and ears and mouth had all been closed by the magic of the silent city, Brother Zachariah could still smell and hear the carnival, much better than any mortal. Here was the scent of sugar and hot metal and, yes, blood as well, and the sounds of barkers and calypso music and excited shrieks. Soon enough he could see it too. The carnival stood on mostly level ground, where once there must have been quite a battle. Brother Zachariah could feel the presence of the human dead. Now their forgotten remains lay buried under a grassy field, where a kind of stockade fence had been erected around all manner of brightly colored tents and fanciful structures. A Ferris wheel stood above these, carriages dangling from the central wheel, full of laughing people. 2 great gates stood flung wide open, with a broad avenue between them, welcoming all who approached. Sweethearts in their Sunday clothes strolled through the gates, arms around each other's waists. 2 boys pelted past, one with tousled black hair. They looked about the age that Will and Jem had been, a very long time ago, when they'd first met. But Will's hair was white now, and Jem was no longer Jem. He was Brother Zachariah. A few nights ago, he had sat at Will Herondale's bedside and watched his old friend struggle to draw a breath. Jem's hand on the coverlet was the hand of a young man still, and Tessa, of course, would never grow old. How must it seem to Will, who loved them both, that he must go on so far ahead of them? But then Jem had left Will first, and Will had had to let him go. It would only be fair when, soon, Jem would be the one left behind. Inside his head, Brother Enoch said, "It will be hard, but you will be able to bear it. We will help you bear it." "I will endure it," Brother Zachariah said. Sister Amelia had stopped, and he caught up with her. She was taking in the carnival, her hands on her hips. "What a thing," she said. "Did you ever read Pinocchio?" "I don't believe so," Brother Zachariah told her, though he thought that once, when he'd been in the London Institute, he might have heard Tessa reading it to a young James. "A wooden puppet yearns to be a real boy," Sister Amelia said, "and so a fairy gives him his wish, more or less, and he gets into all sorts of trouble at a place that I always thought would look rather like this." Brother Zachariah said, almost against his will, "And does he?" "Does he what?" Sister Amelia said. "Does he become real?" "Well, of course," Sister Amelia said. Then, saucily, what kind of story would it be if he only ever got to be a puppet? His father loves him, and that's how he starts to become real, I guess. I always liked those stories the best, the ones where people could make things or carve things and make them come to life, like Pygmalion. In his head, Brother Enoch said, "She's quite lively for an iron sister." He didn't sound exactly disapproving, but neither was it a compliment. "Of course," Sister Amelia said, "you're something of a story yourself, Brother Zachariah." "What do you know of me?" Brother Zachariah said. She said pertly, "That you fought Mortmain, that you once had a Parabatai, and he became the head of the London Institute, that his wife, the warlock Tessa Herondale, wears a pendant that you gave her. But I know something of you that perhaps you do not know yourself." "That seems unlikely," Brother Zachariah said, "but go on. Tell me what I do not know about myself." "Give me your staff," Sister Amelia said. He gave it to her, and she examined it carefully. "Yes," she said, "I thought so. This was made by Sister Dio, whose weapons were so exquisitely wrought that it was rumored an angel had touched her forge. Look, her mark. It has served me well enough, Brother Zachariah said. Perhaps one day you too will find renown for the things that you make. One day, said Sister Amelia. She handed him back the staff. Perhaps. There was a formidable glint in her eyes. Brother Zachariah thought it made her look very young. The world was its own sort of crucible, and in it all dreams were tempered and tested. Many crumbled away entirely, and then you went on without them. In his head, his brothers murmured in agreement. After nearly 60 years, Brother Zachariah was almost used to this. Instead of music, he had this stern brotherly chorus. Once upon a time, he had imagined each of the Silent Brothers as a musical instrument.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Brother Enoch, had thought, would be a bassoon heard through the high-up window of a desolate lighthouse, the waves crashing down at the base. Yes, yes, Brother Enoch had said, very poetic. And what are you, Brother Zachariah? Brother Zachariah had tried not to think of his violin, but you couldn't keep secrets from your brothers, and that violin had lain silent and neglected for a very long time. He said, attempting to think of other things as they walked, "Can you tell me if you know anything of an Annabel Blackthorn, an Iron Sister? She and a friend of mine, the warlock Malcolm Fade, fell in love and made plans to run away together, but when her family discovered this, they forced her to join the Iron Sisterhood. It would ease his mind to know something of what her life had been in the Adamant Citadel." Sister Amelia said, "It's clear that you know very little about the Iron Sisters. No one is ever forced to join against their will. Indeed, it is a great honor, and many who attempt the path are turned away. If this Annabel became an Iron Sister, she chose that for herself. I know nothing of her, although it's true that most of us change our names when we are consecrated." Brother Zachariah said, "If you come to know anything of her, my friend would be most grateful. He does not speak of her much, but I believe that she is always in his thoughts." When Brother Zachariah and Sister Amelia passed through the gates of the carnival, the first strange thing they saw was a werewolf eating cotton candy out of a paper cone. Sticky pink strands were caught in his beard. "Full moon tonight," Sister Amelia said. "The Praetor Lupus has sent down some of their people, but it's said the werewolves here are a law to themselves. They run moonshine and ride roughshod in the mountains. These boys should be steering clear of mundanes this time of the month, not eating cotton candy and peddling rotgut." The werewolf stuck out its tongue at them and sauntered away. "Sauce," Sister Amelia said, and would have pursued the werewolf. Brother Zachariah said, "Hold, there are worse things here than downworlders with terrible manners and a sweet tooth. Can you smell that?" Sister Amelia wrinkled her nose. "Demon," she said. They followed the smell through the winding alleys of the carnival, through the strangest iteration of the shadow market that Brother Zachariah had ever seen. The market was, of course, much bigger than you would have expected a carnival, even one of this size, to encompass. Some of the vendors he recognized. Some watched warily as he and Sister Amelia passed. One or two, with looks of resignation, began to pack up their wares. The rules by which shadow markets existed were more the rules of long custom than those written down and codified, but everything about this shadow market felt wrong to Brother Zachariah, and the Silent Brothers in his head were all debating how it might have come to be. Even if a shadow market had been right and proper in this place, there should not have been mundanes browsing and exclaiming over the strange goods on offer. Here went a man, looking pale and dreamy-eyed, blood still trickling from 2 neat punctures in his neck. "I've never actually been to a shadow market," Sister Amelia said, slowing down. "My mother always said it was no place for shadow hunters, and insisted that my brothers and I stay away from it. She seemed particularly interested in a booth that sold knives and weapons.
"Souvenirs later," Brother Zachariah said, pushing on. "Business first." They were suddenly out of the shadow market and in front of a stage where a magician was telling jokes as he turned a small shaggy dog into a green melon and then cut the melon in half with a playing card. Inside was a fiery sphere that rose up and hung in the air like a miniature sun. The magician, the sign above his head proclaimed him to be Roland the Astonishing, poured water out of his hat onto it, and the sphere became a mouse and ran off the stage into an audience that gasped and shrieked and then applauded. Sister Amelia had stopped to watch, and Brother Zachariah stopped too. She said, "Real magic?" "Real illusions, at least," Brother Zachariah said. He gestured at the woman who stood at the side of the stage, watching the magician perform his tricks. The magician, the sign above his head proclaimed him to be Roland the Astonishing, poured water out of his hat onto it, and the sphere became a mouse and ran off the stage into an audience that gasped and shrieked and then applauded. Sister Amelia had stopped to watch, and Brother Zachariah stopped too. She said, "Real magic?" "Real illusions, at least," Brother Zachariah said. He gestured at the woman who stood at the side of the stage, watching the magician perform his tricks. The magician looked to be in his 60s, but his companion could have been any age at all. She was clearly of high fae lineage, and there was a baby in her arms. The way that she watched the magician on the stage made Brother Zachariah's chest grow tight. He had seen Tessa look at Will the same way, with that rapt attention and love mingled with the knowledge of future sorrow that must, one day, be endured. Brother Enoch said, again, "When the day comes, we will bear it with you." A thought came to Brother Zachariah like an arrow, that when that day came and Will left the world, he did not wish to share his grief with his brothers, that others would be there with him when Will was not. And, too, there was Tessa. Who would stay to help her endure when Brother Zachariah took the body that Will had left behind back to the Silent City? The fairy woman looked out over the crowd and then drew back suddenly behind a velvet curtain. When Brother Zachariah tried to see what she had seen, he saw a goblin perched on a flag above the top of a nearby tent. It appeared to be sniffing the wind, as if it smelled something particularly delicious. Mostly what Brother Zachariah smelled now was demon. Sister Amelia craned her neck to see where Brother Zachariah was looking and said, "Another fairy. It's nice to be out in the world again. I'll have such a lot to write about in my diary when I'm back in the Adamant Citadel." "Do Iron Sisters keep diaries?" Brother Zachariah asked politely. "That was a joke," Sister Amelia said. She actually looked disappointed in him. "Do silent brothers have any kind of a sense of humor, or do they stitch that up too?" "We collect knock-knock jokes," Brother Zachariah said. She perked up. "Really? Do you have any favorites?" "No," Brother Zachariah said. "That was a joke." He smiled. Sister Amelia was so very human that he found it was waking up some of the humanity he'd put aside so long ago. That, too, must have been why he was thinking of Will and Tessa and the person he'd been before. His heart would ache slightly less, he was sure, once he and Sister Amelia had completed their mission and been dispatched back to the places where they belonged. She had some of the same spark that Will had had, back when he and Jem had chosen to be Parabatai. Jem had been drawn to that fire in Will, and Brother Zachariah thought that he and Sister Amelia could have been friends too, under other circumstances. He was thinking this when a small boy tugged at his sleeve. "Are you part of the carnival?" the boy said. "Is that why you're dressed like that? Is that why your face looks like that?" Brother Zachariah looked down at the boy, and then at the runes on his arms, to make sure they hadn't somehow rubbed off. "You can see us?" Sister Amelia said to the boy. "Course I can," the boy said. "Nothing wrong with my eyes, although I think there must have been something wrong with them before, because now I see all sorts of things that I never used to see." "How?" Brother Zachariah said, bending over to peer into the boy's eyes. "What's your name? When did you start seeing things that you never used to see?" "My name's Bill," the boy said. "I'm 8. "Why are your eyes closed like that? And how can you talk when your mouth isn't open?" "He's a man of special talents," said Sister Amelia. "You should taste his chicken pot pie." "Where are your people, Bill?" The boy said, "I live down in St. Elmo, and I came up here on the incline railway with my mother, and today I ate a whole bag of saltwater taffy and didn't have to share a piece with anyone else." "Maybe the taffy had magical properties," Sister Amelia said softly to Brother Zachariah.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "My mother said not to wander off," the boy said, "but I never pay any attention to her unless she's head up like a kettle. I went through the maze of mirrors all by myself, and I got all the way to the middle where the fancy lady is, and she said as a prize I could ask her for anything I wanted." "What did you ask her for?" Brother Zachariah said. "I thought about asking for a battle with real knights and real horses and real swords, like in King Arthur. But the lady said if what I wanted was real adventures, I should ask to see the world as it really was, and so I did. And after that she put a mask on me, and now everything's strange, and also she wasn't a lady at all. She was something that I didn't want to be around anymore, and so I ran away. I've seen all kinds of strange people, but I haven't seen my mother. Have you seen her? She's little, but she's ferocious. She has red hair like me, and she's got an awful temper when she's worried." "I know all about that kind of mother," Sister Amelia said. "She must be looking everywhere for you," Bill said. "I am a constant trial to her, or so she says." "Over there," Brother Zachariah said. "Is that her?" A small woman standing by a tent advertising "Mysteries of the Worm demonstrated thrice daily" was looking over in their direction. "Bill Doyle," she said, advancing, "you are in a heap of trouble, my little man." She had a carrying voice. "I see my fate is upon me," Bill said in grave tones. "You should flee before you become a casualty of battle." "Don't worry for us, Bill," Sister Amelia said. "Your mother can't see us. And I wouldn't mention us to her either. She'll think you're making it all up." "It appears I have gotten myself into a real predicament," Bill said. "Fortunately, I am as good at getting out of tight spots as I am at getting into them. I've had lots of practice. A pleasure to have met both of you." Then Mrs. Doyle was upon him. She seized her son's arm and began to pull him back toward the exit of the carnival, scolding him as they went. Brother Zachariah and Sister Amelia turned to watch them go in silence. Finally, Sister Amelia said, "The maze of mirrors, then." And even if they hadn't encountered young Bill Doyle, they would have known they'd found the place they were looking for when they came to the maze of mirrors at last. It was a pointy structure, painted all over in glossy, forbidding black, fissures of red running through the black paint, the red paint looking so fresh and wet that the building appeared to be seeping blood. Through the entrance, mirrors and lights dazzled. "The true world and the false," said the sign. "You shall know, even as you are known. Those who seek me will find themselves." The reek of demon malignance here was so strong that even Brother Zachariah and Sister Amelia, wearing runes to keep from being overpowered by the stench, flinched. "Be careful," the voices in Brother Zachariah's head warned. "This is no ordinary eidolon demon." Sister Amelia had drawn her sword. Brother Zachariah said, "We should be careful. There may be dangers here that we are not prepared for." Sister Amelia said, "I think we can be at least as brave as little Bill Doyle was facing danger." "He didn't know he was dealing with a demon," Brother Zachariah said. "I meant his mother," Sister Amelia said. "Come on." And so Brother Zachariah followed her into the maze of mirrors. They found themselves in a long, glittering corridor with many companions. Here was another Sister Amelia and another Brother Zachariah, stretched out monstrously thin and wavy. Here they were again, squashed and hideous. There they were, their reflections' backs turned to them.
In one mirror they lay on the shores of a shallow purple sea, dead and bloated, and yet looking utterly content to be so, as if they had died of some great happiness. In another they began to age rapidly, and then to crumble away to bare bones, the bones to dust. Sister Amelia had never been fond of mirrors, but she had a craftswoman's interest in these. When a mirror is made, it must be coated in some reflective metal. Silver could be used, though vampires were not fond of this kind. The mirrors in the maze of mirrors, she thought, must have been treated with some kind of demonic metal. You could smell it. Every breath she took in here coated her mouth, her tongue, her throat, with a kind of greasy residue of despair and horror. She walked forward slowly, her sword held in front of her, and stumbled into a mirror where she had thought there was an open space. "Careful," Brother Zachariah said. "You don't come to the carnival to be careful," she said. This was bluster, and perhaps he knew it. But bluster is a kind of armor, too, as much as taking care is. Sister Amelia had appreciation for both. "If it's a maze, then how are we to know which way to go?" she said. "I could shatter the mirrors with my sword. If I broke them all, we would find the center." "Hold your sword," Brother Zachariah said. He had paused in front of a mirror in which Sister Amelia was not present. Instead, there was a slender, white-haired boy, holding the hand of a tall girl with a solemn, beautiful face. They were on a city avenue. "That's New York," Sister Amelia said. "I thought you hadn't been there." Brother Zachariah advanced through the mirror, which allowed passage as if it had never been there at all. The image was gone like a popped soap bubble. "Go toward the reflections that show you whatever thing you most long to see," Brother Zachariah said, "but that you know to be impossible." "Oh," Sister Amelia said involuntarily, "over there." Over there was a mirror where a sister much like her, but with silvery hair, held a glowing blade between tongs. She plunged it into a bath of cold water, and steam shot up in the shape of a dragon, writhing and splendid. All her brothers were there, too, watching in admiration. They passed through that mirror, too. They made their way through mirror after mirror, and Sister Amelia felt her chest grow tight with longing. Her cheeks burned red, too, that Brother Zachariah could see the vainest and most frivolous longings of her heart. But she saw the things that he longed for, too. A man and a woman, she thought, must have been his parents, listening to their son play his violin in a great concert hall. A black-haired man with blue eyes and laugh lines around his mouth, building up a fire in a drawing room, while the solemn girl, smiling now, perched on the lap of Brother Zachariah, no longer a brother, but a husband and a parabatai, in the company of the ones he loved most. They came to a mirror where the black-haired man, now old and frail, lay in a bed. The girl sat curled up beside him, stroking his forehead. Suddenly, Brother Zachariah came into the room, but when he threw back his hood, he had open, clear eyes and a smiling mouth. At this sight, the old man in the bed sat up and grew younger and younger, as if joy had renewed his youth. He sprang out of bed and embraced his parabatai. "It is horrible," Sister Amelia said. "We should not see inside each other's hearts like this." They passed through that mirror, and now came face to face with one that showed Sister Amelia's mother, sitting before a window, holding a letter from her daughter. There was the most desolate look in her eyes, but then the mother in the reflection began slowly to compose a fire message to her daughter. "I am so very proud of you, my darling. I am so happy you have found your life's work." "I see nothing shameful in you," Brother Zachariah said, in his tranquil voice. He held out his hand, and after a moment, Sister Amelia looked away from the reflection of her mother writing all the things she had never said. She took the offered hand gratefully. "It is shameful to be vulnerable," she admitted, "or so I have always thought." They passed through the mirror, and someone said, "And that is exactly what a weapon maker and armorer would think."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Don't you agree? They had found their way to the heart of the maze, and a demon was there with them. A handsome man in a well-cut suit that was the worst thing that Sister Amelia had ever seen. "Belial," Brother Zachariah said. "Old friend," Belial said. "I was so hoping it would be you they sent sniffing after me." This was Sister Amelia's first time encountering a greater demon. She held the sword she had forged herself in one hand and Brother Zachariah's warm hand in the other. If it had not been for those two things, she knew she would have turned and fled. "Is that human skin?" she asked, her voice wavering. Whatever the suit was made of, it had the glazed, slightly cracked appearance of poorly tanned leather. It had a pink, blistered look to it. And yes, she could now see that what she had thought was an odd flower poking out of the boutonniere hole was actually a mouth pursed in agony, a cartilaginous lump of nose sagging over it. Belial looked down at the stained cuff sticking out past the sleeve. He flicked a speck off. "You have an eye, my dear," he said. "Whose skin is it?" Sister Amelia said. Her voice was steadier now, she found to her great relief. It was not so much that she wanted to know the answers as that she had found quite early on in her training in the Adamant Citadel that asking questions was a way to discipline your fear. Taking in new information meant you had something to focus on, besides how terrifying your teachers or your environment were. "A tailor I employed," Belial said. "He was a very bad tailor, you see, but in the end he has made a very good suit after all." He gave her and Brother Zachariah the most charming smile. But in the mirrors all around them, his reflections gnashed their teeth and raged. Brother Zachariah gave every appearance of calm, but Sister Amelia could feel how tight his grip had grown. She said, "You're friends with him?" "We have met before," Brother Zachariah said. "Silent brothers do not choose the company they keep, though I will confess I find yours more to my taste than his." "Hurtful," said Belial, leering, "and, I fear, honest. And I only enjoy one of those things." "What is your business here?" Brother Zachariah said. "No business at all," Belial said. "This is purely fun. You see, they turned up some automass in the caverns underneath Ruby Falls, a small vein of it in the limestone. Do you know that people come from all over the country to gawk at Ruby Falls, a subterranean waterfall? I haven't seen it myself, but I hear it's spectacular. I did play a few rounds of Tom Thumb golf, though, and then gorged myself sick on the famous saltwater taffy. Had to eat the taffy seller afterward to get the taste out of my mouth. I think there's still a little stuck in my teeth. Chattanooga, Tennessee. The slogan should be, 'Come for the automass, stay for the saltwater taffy.' They could paint it on barns. Did you know there's a whole city underneath the city of Chattanooga? They had such terrible floods over the last century that finally they built over the original buildings. The old buildings are still there, underground, hollowed out like rotten teeth. And sure, everything is on higher ground now, but the floods still come. They wash away all the limestone, and what happens eventually? The foundations will crumble, and everything will be washed away in a deluge." There's a metaphor there somewhere, little Shadowhunters. You build and you struggle and you fight, but the darkness and the abyss will come one day in a great tide and sweep away everything that you love. "We didn't have time to tour Chattanooga," Brother Zachariah said. "We're here for the automass." "The automass, of course," Belial said. "You people kept such a tight grasp on the stuff." "You have it?" Sister Amelia said. "I thought it was death to demons, just the touch." "Your ordinary sort will just explode, yes," Belial said. "But I am a prince of hell, made of sterner stuff." "Greater demons can handle automass," Brother Zachariah said, "though my understanding is that it is agonizing to them." "Tomato of agony, tomato of agony," Belial said. His reflections in the various mirrors wept tears of blood. "Do you know what causes us pain?
The one who made us has turned his face from us. We are not allowed before the throne. But Automas, that's angelic stuff. When we touch it, the pain of our absence from the divine is indescribable. And yet it's the closest we ever get to being in its presence. So we touch Automas, and we feel the absence of our Creator, and in that absence we feel the smallest spark of what we once were. Oh, it's the most wonderful thing you can imagine, that pain. Brother Zachariah said, "And God said, I shall not retain Belial within my heart." A sly, wounded look came over Belial's face. "Of course, you too, my dear Brother Zachariah, have been cut off from the ones you love. We understand each other." And then he said something in a language that Sister Amelia did not recognize, almost spitting out the awful hissing syllables. "What is he saying?" she said. She thought that the room seemed to be growing hotter. The mirrors were blazing brighter. "He's speaking abyssal," Brother Zachariah said, calmly. "Nothing of any interest." "He's doing something," Sister Amelia hissed. "We have to stop him. Something is happening." In all the mirrors, Belial was swelling up, the suit of skin bursting like the skin of a sausage. The mirror versions of Sister Amelia and Brother Zachariah were dwindling, shrinking, and blackening as if scorched by the heat of Belial. "Knock, knock," Brother Zachariah said. "What?" Sister Amelia said. He said again, "Don't pay any attention to Belial. He thrives on it. It's not real. It's illusions, nothing more. Demons won't kill those they owe a debt to. Knock, knock. Who's there?" she said. "Spell." Sister Amelia's throat was so dry she could barely speak at all. The pommel of her sword was blazingly hot, as if she had her hand in the heart of a forge. "Spell who?" "If you insist," Brother Zachariah said. "WHO." And when Sister Amelia understood the joke, it was so very ridiculous that she laughed in spite of herself. "That's terrible," she said. Brother Zachariah looked at her with his sealed-off face. He said, "You didn't ask me if Silent Brothers had a good sense of humor." Belial had stopped speaking abyssal. He looked incredibly disappointed in them both. "This is no fun," he said. "What did you do with the Automas?" Brother Zachariah said. Belial reached down into the neck of his shirt and drew up a chain. Dangling on the end of it was an Automas half-mask. Sister Amelia could see his skin go red, and then grow raw and festering and yellow with pus where the mask touched him. And where he touched the mask, the metal flared up in coruscating ripples of turquoise, scarlet, viridian. But Belial's expression of proud indifference never changed. "I've been using it on behalf of your precious mundane folk," he said. "It strengthens my power as I strengthen its. Some of them want to be people other than themselves, and so I give them the illusion of that, strong enough that they can fool others. Other people want to see something that they want, or that they've lost, or that they can't have, and I can do that too. There was a young man the other day, a boy really. He was to be married, but he was afraid. He wanted to know the worst things that might happen to him and the girl he loved, so that he could prepare for them and go on bravely. I hear he wasn't that brave after all. He put out his eyes," Sister Amelia said. "And what about Bill Doyle?" "That one, I think, will have a remarkable life," Belial said, "or else end up in a lunatic asylum. Care to wager which?" "There shouldn't be a shadow market here," Brother Zachariah said. "There are many things that shouldn't be, that are," Belial said, "and many things that aren't, that might still be if you only want them enough. I'll admit, I hoped that the shadow market would provide better cover, or at least a warning to me when your kind showed up to spoil my fun."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. But you weren't distracted at all. "Sister Amelia will take the Adamas," Brother Zachariah said, "and once you've given it to her, you will send the market away, because I ask it of you." "If I do so, will that cancel out the favor I owe you?" Belial said. "He owes you a favor?" Sister Amelia said. She thought, no wonder they stitch up the silent brothers' mouths. They have so many secrets. It will not, Brother Zachariah said to Belial. To Amelia he said, yes, and that is why you need not be afraid of him. A demon cannot kill one it is indebted to. I could kill her, though, Belial said. He took a step toward Sister Amelia, and she raised her sword, determined to make her death count. But you won't, Brother Zachariah said calmly. Belial raised an eyebrow. I won't? Why not? Brother Zachariah said, because you find her interesting. I certainly find her so. Belial was silent. Then he nodded. Here. He threw the mask at Sister Amelia, who let go of Brother Zachariah's hand to catch it. It was lighter than she would have expected. I imagine they won't let you work it, though. Too worried I might have corrupted it in some way. And who is to say that I didn't? We're done, Brother Zachariah said. Go from here and do not return. Absolutely, Belial said. Only about that favor. It pains me so to be in debt to you when I might be of some service. I wonder if there isn't a thing that I could offer you. For example, the yin-fen in your blood. Do the silent brothers still not know what the cure might be? Brother Zachariah said nothing, but Sister Amelia could see how his knuckles grew white where his fist was clenched. At last he said, go on. I might know a cure, Belial said. Yes, I think I know a sure cure. You could be who you once were. You could be Jem again. Or, Brother Zachariah said, or... Belial's long tongue flicked out, as if he was tasting the air, and found it delicious. Or, I could tell you a thing you don't know. There are Herondales, not the ones you know, but of the same bloodline as your Parabatai. They are in great danger. Their lives hang by a thread, and they are closer to us as we stand here than you can imagine. I can tell you something of them, and set you on the path to find them if that is what you choose. But you must choose, to aid them, or else to be who you once were, to once more be the one who left behind those who loved him best, the one they still yearn for. You could be him again if that is what you choose. Choose, Brother Zachariah. Brother Zachariah hesitated for a long moment. In the mirrors around them, Amelia saw visions of what Belial was promising, of all that his cure would mean. The woman Brother Zachariah adored would not be alone. He would be with her, able to share her pain and to love her wholly once more. He could rush to the side of the friend he loved, see his friend's blue eyes shine like stars on a midsummer night as he beheld Brother Zachariah transformed. They could clasp hands with no shadow of grief or pain upon them, just once. They had been waiting all their lives for that moment and feared it would never come. In 100 reflections, Brother Zachariah's eyes flew open, blind and silver with agony. His face twisted as if he were being forced to endure the most terrible pain, or, worse, forced to turn from the most perfect bliss. The real Brother Zachariah's eyes stayed closed. His face remained serene. At last he said, "The Carstairs owe a life debt to the Herondales. That is my choice." Belial said, "Then here is what I will tell you about these lost Herondales. There is power in their blood, and there is great danger too. They are in hiding from an enemy who is neither mortal nor demon. These pursuers are resourceful and close on their heels, and they will kill them if they find them." "But where are they?" Sister Amelia said. Belial said, "The debt is not that great, my dear, and now it is paid." Sister Amelia looked at Brother Zachariah, who shook his head. "Belial is what he is," he said, "a fornicator, a miser,
and a polluter of sanctuaries, a creator of illusions. If I had made the other choice, do you really think I would be better off? How well we know each other, Belial said. We all play a role, and it would astonish you, I think, to know how helpful I am being. You think I have offered you only tricks and slights, but truly I have extended the hand of friendship. Or do you think that I can simply draw these Herondales out of a hat like so? As for you, Sister Amelia, I owe you no debt, but would do you a good turn. Unlike our acquaintance here, you have chosen the path that you are set on. I have, Sister Amelia said. All she had ever wanted was to make things, to shape seraph blades, and be known as a master of the forge. Shadowhunters, it seemed to her, gloried in destruction. What she longed for was to be permitted to create. I could make it so that you were the greatest Adamos worker the Adamant Citadel has ever seen. Your name would be spoken for generations. In the mirrors, Sister Amelia saw the blades she could make. She saw how they were used in battle, how the ones who wielded them thanked the one who had made them. They blessed the name of Sister Amelia, and acolytes came to study with her, and they too blessed her name. No, Sister Amelia said to her reflections, I will be the greatest Adamos worker the Adamant Citadel has ever seen, but it will not be because I accepted aid from you. It will be because of the work that I do with the aid of my sisters. Nuts, Belial said. I don't even know why I bother. Brother Zachariah said, Roland the Astonishing. And before Sister Amelia could ask him what he meant by that, he was running out of the maze. She could hear him knocking over mirror after mirror with his staff, in too much of a hurry to find his way out as they had found their way in. Or maybe he knew that all the magic was bound up to make the center hard to find, and that smashing things on the way out would work just fine. A little slow on the draw, that one, Belial said to Sister Amelia. Anyhow, I ought to make tracks. See you around, girlie. Wait, Sister Amelia said. I have an offer to make you. Because she could not stop thinking of what she had seen in Brother Zachariah's mirrors. How much he longed to be with his Parabatai, and with the girl who must have been the warlock Tessa Herondale. Go on, Belial said. I'm listening. I know that the things you offer us aren't real, Sister Amelia said, but perhaps the illusion of a thing that we can't have is better than nothing at all. I want you to give Brother Zachariah a vision, a few hours with the one he misses most. He loves the warlock girl, Belial said. I could give her to him. No, Sister Amelia said. Warlocks endure. I believe one day he will have his hours with Tessa Herondale, even if he does not dare to hope for it. But his Parabatai, Will Herondale, is old and frail and drawing near the end of his life. I want you to give them both a span of time, both of them in a time and place where they can be young and happy and together. And what will you give me in return? Belial said. If I had agreed to your previous offer, Sister Amelia said, I think that my name would have lived on in infamy. And even if I was one day celebrated for my work, still every blade that I made would have been tainted by the idea that you had had some part in my successes. Every victory would have been poisoned. You're not as stupid as most Shadowhunters, Belial said. Oh, stop trying to flatter me, Sister Amelia said. You're wearing a suit made of human skin. No one of any sense should care what you have to say. But you should care very much about what I say to you, and that is this. I promise you, if you do not give Brother Zachariah and Will Herondale the thing that I am asking for them, my life's work will be to forge a blade that is capable of killing you. And I will go on making blades until one day I accomplish my goal. And I warn you, I am not only talented, I am single-minded.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Feel free to ask my mother if you don't believe me. Belial met her gaze. He blinked twice and then looked away. Sister Amelia could see now the way he saw her reflected in the remaining mirrors, and she quite liked, for once, how she looked. "You are interesting," he said, as Brother Zachariah said, "but perhaps you are also dangerous. You're too small to make a suit, but a hat. You would make a fine trilby. And perhaps a pair of spats. Why shouldn't I kill you now?" Sister Amelia stuck her chin out. She said, "Because you are bored. You are curious whether or not I will be good at my work. And if my swords fail those who wield them, you will find it good entertainment." Belial said, "True, I will." Amelia said, "Then our deal?" "Done," Belial said, and was gone, leaving Sister Amelia in a room walled in mirrors, holding an Adamask mask in one hand, and in her other a sword that was quite remarkable, and yet in no way the equal of the blades that she would make one day. When she emerged onto the carnival thoroughfare, already many of the tents were gone, or else simply abandoned. There were few people about, and those she saw looked dazed and dreamy, as if they had just woken up. The mysterious merchant's bazaar was gone entirely, and there was not a single werewolf to be seen, although the cotton candy machine was still spinning slowly, filaments of sugar floating in the air. Brother Zachariah was standing in front of the empty stage where they had seen the magician and his fairy wife. "We all play a role, and it would astonish you, I think, to know how helpful I am being," he said. She realized he was quoting Belial. "I have no idea what that means," she said. He waved his hand at the sign above the stage, "Roland the Astonishing." "Roland," she said slowly, "it would astonish you. Tricks and sleights. He offered me the hand of friendship. Sleight of hand. Magic tricks. I should have known sooner. I thought the magician had the look of my friend Will. But he and his wife have fled. You'll find them again," Sister Amelia said. "I feel quite sure." "They are Herondales, and they are in trouble," said Brother Zachariah. "So I will find them, because I must." "And Belial did say something that has proved of some interest to my brothers." "Go on," Sister Amelia said. "I am as I am," Brother Zachariah said, "a silent brother, but not entirely of the brotherhood, because for so long I was unwillingly dependent on Yinfen. And now I am, not entirely wholeheartedly, a silent brother, so that I might remain alive in spite of the Yinfen in my blood that should have killed me years ago. Brother Enoch and the others have long searched for a cure and found nothing. We had begun to think perhaps there was no cure. But Brother Enoch was extremely interested in the choice Belial offered me. He said he's already researching demonic cures associated with Belial." "Then, if you were cured," Sister Amelia said, "you would choose not to be what you are." Brother Zachariah said, without hesitation, though not without gratitude for what my brothers in the Silent City have done for me. "And you? Will you regret choosing a life in the Adamant Citadel?" Sister Amelia said, "How can I know that? But no, I am being given an opportunity to become what I have always known I was meant to be. Come on, we've done what we were sent to do." "Not quite," Brother Zachariah said. "Tonight is a full moon, and we don't know whether or not the werewolves have gone back into the mountains. As long as there are mundanes here, we must wait and watch. The Praetor Lupus take a hard-line prohibitionist stance, not to mention they crack down hard on eating mundanes. But they may still need assistance." "Seems a little harsh," Sister Amelia said. "The prohibitionist stance. I get that eating people is wrong, generally." "Werewolves live by a harsh code," Brother Zachariah said. She could not tell, by looking at his face, whether or not he was joking, but she was fairly sure that he was. He said, "Though now that you have passed your test, I know you must be anxious to return to the Adamant Citadel. I'm sorry to keep you here."
He wasn't wrong. She longed with all her heart to go to the only place that had ever truly felt like home to her, and she knew, too, that some part of Brother Zachariah must dread returning to the Silent City. She had seen enough in the mirrors to know where his home and his heart was. She said, "I'm not sorry to tarry here a little longer with you, Brother Zachariah, and I'm not sorry that I met you. If we never meet again, I will hope that one day a weapon made by my hand may yet prove useful to you in some way." Then she yawned. Iron sisters, unlike silent brothers, required things like sleep and food. Brother Zachariah hoisted himself up onto the edge of the stage and then patted the space beside him. "I'll keep watch. If you grow weary, sleep. No harm will come while I keep vigil." Sister Amelia said, "Brother Zachariah, if something strange happens tonight, if you should see something that you thought you would not see again, don't be alarmed. No harm will come of it." "What do you mean?" Brother Zachariah said. "What did you and Belial discuss when I had gone?" In the back of his mind, his brothers murmured, "Be careful, be careful, be careful. Oh, be careful." Sister Amelia said, "Nothing of any great importance, but I think he is a little afraid of me now, and he should be. He offered me something so that I would not become his nemesis." "Tell me what you mean," Brother Zachariah said. "I'll tell you later," Sister Amelia said firmly. "Right now I'm so tired I can barely talk at all." Sister Amelia was hungry as well as tired, but she was so very tired she couldn't be bothered to eat. She would sleep first. She climbed up on the stage beside Brother Zachariah and took off her cloak and made it into a pillow. The evening was still warm, and if she grew cold, well, then she would wake up, and she and Brother Zachariah could keep watch together companionably. She hoped that her brothers, now grown men all, were as kind and stout-hearted as this man was. She fell asleep remembering how she and they had played at fighting before they were old enough to train, laughing and tumbling and vowing to be great heroes. Her dreams were very sweet, though she did not remember them in the morning when she woke. Silent brothers do not sleep as mortals do, but nevertheless Brother Zachariah, as he sat and watched and listened in the deserted carnival, felt as the night drew on that he was in a dream. Silent brothers do not dream, and yet slowly the voices of Brother Enoch and the others in his head dissipated and blew away and were replaced by music. Not carnival music, but the sound of a kin-kin. There should not have been a kin-kin anywhere on the mountain above Chattanooga, and yet he heard it. Listening to the sound of it, he discovered that he was no longer Brother Zachariah at all. He was only Jem. He did not sit on a stage. Instead, he was perched on a tiled roof, and the sounds and smells and sights around him were all familiar ones. Not the Silent City, not London. He was Jem again, and he was in the city where he had been born, Shanghai. Someone said, "Jem, am I dreaming?" Even before he turned his head, Jem knew who would be sitting there beside him. "Will," he said, and it was Will. Not Will old and tired and wasted, as Jem had last seen him, and not even Will as he had been when they'd first met Tessa Gray. No, this was Will as he had been in the first few years when they had lived and trained together in the London Institute. As he had been when they made their oath and became Parabatai. Thinking this, Jem looked at his shoulder, where his Parabatai rune had been inscribed. The flesh there was unmarked. He saw that Will was doing the same thing, looking under his collar for the rune on his chest. Jem said, "How is this possible?" Will said, "This is the time between when we had pledged to become Parabatai and when we went through the ritual. Look."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "See the scar here?" He showed Jem a distinctive mark on his wrist. "You got that from an Iblis demon," Jem said. "I remember. It was 2 nights after we had decided. It was the first fight we had once we'd made up our minds." "So that is when we are," Will said. "But what I don't know is where we are, or how this is happening." "I think," Jem said, "that a friend has made a bargain for me. I think that we are here together because the demon Belial is afraid of her, and she asked this for me, because I would not ask for myself." "Belial," Will said. "Well, if he's afraid of this friend of yours, I hope I never meet her." "I wish you could," Jem said, "but let's not waste whatever time we have talking about people you don't have any interest in. You may not know where we are, but I do, and I am afraid that the span of time we have together may not be long." "That has always been the case with us," Will said. "But let us be grateful to your terrifying friend, because however long we have, here we are together, and I see no sign of Yin Fen on you, and we are in possession of the knowledge that there was never any curse on me. For however long, there is no shadow on us." "There is no shadow," Jem agreed, "and we are in a place that I long wished to go with you. This is Shanghai, where I was born. Remember when we used to talk about traveling here together? There were so many places I wanted to show you." "I remember you thought very highly of a temple or two," Will said. "You promised me gardens, although why you think I care for gardens I don't know. And there were some vistas or famous rock formations or things." "Forget the rock formations," Jem said. "There's a dumpling place down the street, and I haven't eaten human food in half a century. Let's go see who can eat the most dumplings in the shortest amount of time. And duck, you really ought to try pressed duck. It's a great delicacy." Jem looked at Will, suppressing a smile. His friend glared back, but at last neither of them could hold back their laughter. Will said, "There is nothing so sweet as feasting upon the bones of my enemies, especially with you at my side." There was a lightness in Jem's chest that he realized, finally, was joy. He saw that joy mirrored in his Parabatai's face. The face of the one you love is the best mirror of all. It shows you your own happiness and your own pain, and it helps you to bear both, because to bear either alone is to be overwhelmed by the flood. Jem stood up and held out his hand to Will. Without realizing it, he held his breath. Perhaps this was a dream after all, and when Jem touched him, Will would vanish away again. But Will's hand was warm and solid and strong, and Jem drew him up easily. Together they began to run lightly over the tiles of the roof. The night was very beautiful and warm, and they were both young. A Deeper Love. London, December 29th, 1940. "I think first," Katerina said, "lemon cake. Oh, lemons, I think I miss them most." Katerina Loss and Tessa Gray were walking down Ludgate Hill just passing the Old Bailey. This was a game they sometimes played. What will you eat first when this war is over? Of all the terrible things that were going on, sometimes the most ordinary ran the deepest. Food was rationed, and the rations were small. An ounce of cheese, 4 thin pieces of bacon, and 1 egg a week. Everything came in tiny amounts. Some things simply went away, like lemons. There were oranges sometimes. Tessa saw them at the fruit and veg market, but they were only for children, who could have 1 each. The nurses were fed at the hospital, but the portions were always tiny and never enough to keep up with all the work they performed. Tessa was lucky to have the strength she did. It was not all the physical strength of a shadow hunter, but some trace of angelic endurance lingered within her and sustained her. She had no idea how the mundane nurses kept up. "Or a banana," Katerina said. "I never liked them much before, but now that they are gone, I find myself craving them. That's always the way, isn't it?" Katerina Loss did not care about food. She barely ate at all. But she was making conversation as they walked down the street. This was what you did. You pretended life was normal, even as death reigned from above. It was the London spirit. You kept to your routines as much as you could, even if you slept in a tube station at night for shelter, or you returned home to find the neighbor's house or yours was no longer there.
Businesses tried to stay open, even if all the glass blew out of the windows or a bomb went through the roof. Some would put out signs that said, "More open than usual." You carried on. You talked about bananas and lemons. At this point in December, London was at its darkest. The sun started going down just after 3 in the afternoon. Because of the air raids, London was under blackout orders every night. Blackout curtains blocked light from every window. Street lamps were turned off. Cars dimmed their lights. People walked the streets carrying torches to find their way through the velvety darkness. All of London was shade and corner and nook. Every alley blind, every wall a dark blank. It made the city mysterious and mournful. To Tessa, it felt like London itself grieved for her will, felt his loss, turned out every light. Tessa Gray had not particularly enjoyed Christmas this year. It was difficult to enjoy things with the Germans raining bombs overhead whenever the whim suited them. The Blitz, as it was called, was designed to bring terror to London, to force the city to its knees. There were deadly bombs that could crush a home, leaving a pile of smoking rubble where children once slept and families laughed together. In the mornings, you would see walls missing and the inner workings of houses, exposed like a doll's house. Scraps of cloth flapping against broken brick, toys and books scattered in piles of rubble. More than once she saw a bathtub hanging off the side of what remained of a house. Extraordinary things would happen, like the house where the chimney fell, smashing through the kitchen table where a family ate, shattering it but harming no one. Buses would be upturned, rubble would fall, instantly killing one family member, leaving the others stunned and unscathed. It was a matter of chance, of inches. There was nothing worse than being left alone, the one you love ripped from you. "Did you have a good visit this afternoon?" Katerina asked. "The younger generation are still trying to talk me into leaving," Tessa replied, stepping around a hole in the pavement where part of it had been blown away. "They think I should go to New York." "They're your children," Katerina said gently. "They want what's best for you. They don't understand." When Will died, Tessa had known there could be no place for her among the Shadowhunters. For a time, it had seemed as if there was no place for her in all the world, with so much of her heart in the cold ground. Then Magnus Bane had taken Tessa into his home when she was almost mad with grief. And when she slowly emerged, Magnus' friends, Katarina Loss and Ragnar Fell, encircled her. No one understood the pain of being immortal save another immortal. She could only be grateful they had taken her in. It was Katerina who introduced Tessa to nursing when the war broke out. Katerina had always been a healer, of Nephilim, of Downwilders, of humans. Wherever she was needed, she went. She had nursed in the last Great War, only 20 years before, the war that was never supposed to happen again. The two of them had taken a small flat off Farringdon Street, close to the London Institute and to St. Bart's Hospital. It was not as luxurious as her previous homes, just a small second-story walk-up with a shared bath in the hall. It was easier this way, and cozier. Tessa and Katerina shared one small bedroom, hanging a sheet down the middle for privacy. They often worked at night and slept during the day.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. At least the raids were only at night. No more sirens and planes and bombs and anti-aircraft guns at noon. The war had caused increased demonic activity, as all wars did, demons taking advantage of chaos caused by battle, which was almost overwhelming the Shadowhunters. Though it was a terrible thought to have, Tessa regarded the war as a kind of personal blessing. Here she to be useful. One of the good things about being a nurse was that there was always something that needed doing. Always. Constant activity kept grief at bay, because there was no time to think. Going to New York, sitting in safety, would be hellish. There would be nothing to do but think about her family. She did not know how to do this, how to go on agelessly as her descendants grew older than her. She looked up at the great dome of St. Paul's Cathedral, lording over the city exactly as it had done for hundreds of years. How did it feel, seeing its city below, its sprawling child, blown to pieces? "Tessa?" Katerina said. "It's fine," Tessa replied. At that moment, a scream broke out all over the city, the air raid siren. Moments later came the humming noise. It sounded like the approach of an army of angry bees. The Luftwaffe was overhead. The bombs would be falling soon. "I thought we might be spared for a few more days," Katerina said grimly. "It was so nice to only have 2 air raids this week. I suppose even the Luftwaffe wants to celebrate the holiday." The two quickened their steps. Then it came, that uncanny sound. As the bombs fell, they whistled. Tessa and Katerina stopped. The whistling was just above them, all around. The whistling was not the problem. The problem was when it stopped. The silence meant the bombs were less than 100 feet overhead. That was when you waited. Were you going to be next? Where could you go when death was silent and came from the sky? There was a clanking and a hissing sound up ahead, and the street was suddenly illuminated with spitting, phosphorescent light. "Incendiaries," Katerina said. Tessa and Katerina rushed forward. The incendiary bombs were canisters that looked harmless enough up close, similar to a long thermal flask. When they hit the ground, they spread fire. They were being scattered all up and down the street by the planes, highlighting the road and spitting flames at the buildings. The fire wardens began running from all directions, dampening the incendiaries as quickly as possible. Katerina bent down to one. Tessa saw a blue flash, then the bomb extinguished. Tessa ran up to another and stamped at the sparks until a fire warden poured a bucket of water over it. But now there were hundreds all over the road. "Must get on," Katerina said. "It looks to be a long one tonight." Passing Londoners tipped their hats. They saw what Tessa and Katerina wanted them to see, just 2 brave young nurses headed to the hospital, not 2 immortal beings trying to stem an endless tide of suffering. On the other side of the Thames, a figure was making its way through the dark beneath the viaduct, past where the normally flourishing Borough Market was held by day. Usually this place was heaving with activity and scraps of the day's market. Tonight, everything was muted and there was barely anything remaining on the ground. Every old cabbage and bruised piece of fruit had been plucked up by hungry people. The blackout curtains, lack of street lights, and absence of mundanes on the streets made this corner of London foreboding. But the cloaked figure walked without hesitation, even as the air raid siren ripped through the night. His destination was just around the corner. Even with the war, the shadow market went on, though it was fragmentary. Like the mundanes with their ration cards, their limited supplies of food, of clothing, and even of bathwater, things here were in short supply. The old bookstalls had been picked through. Instead of hundreds of potions and powders, only a dozen or so graced the vendors' tables. The sparkle and the fire were nothing compared to the flames that raged on the opposite bank, or the machines that dropped death from the sky. So there seemed little point in putting on light shows. The children still ran about, the young werewolves, the street children and orphans who had been turned in the dark corners of the blackout and now roamed, seeking nourishment and parental guidance. A small vampire, turned far too young, trailed alongside Brother Zachariah, pulling on his cloak for fun. Zachariah did not disturb him. The child looked lonely, and if it pleased him to trail a silent brother, then Zachariah would allow it. "What are you?" said the little boy. "A kind of shadow hunter," Brother Zachariah replied. "Did you come to kill us? I heard that's what they do." "No, that is not what we do." "Where is your family?" "Gone," the little boy said. "A bomb dropped on us, and my master came and got me." It had been all too easy to pluck these little ones out of the wreckage of a home, take them by the hand to some pitch-black alley, and turn them. Demon activity, too, was at an all-time high.
After all, who could tell whether that torn limb was from someone killed by a bomb or someone ripped apart by a demon? Did it make a difference? Mundanes had their own demonic ways. A crowd of other vampire children ran past, and the little boy ran off with them. The sky roared, thick with the sound of planes. Brother Zachariah listened to the noise of the bombing with the musician's ear. The bombs whistled when they dropped, but there was that strange punctuating silence as they neared the earth. Silences in music were as important as sound. In this case, the silences told so much of the story to come. Tonight, the bombs were falling on the other side of the river like rain, a thundering symphony with too many notes. Those bombs would be falling near the Institute, near St. Bart's Hospital, where Tessa worked. Fear for her ran through Zachariah, cold as the river cutting across the city. In these empty days since Will's death, emotion was a rare visitor for him, but when it came to Tessa, feeling always bloomed. "Bad one tonight," said a fairy woman with silver-scaled skin who sold enchanted toy toads. They leapt about on her table with protruding golden tongues. "Like a toad?" She pointed at one of the toy toads. It turned blue, then red, then green, then flipped on its back and spun before turning into a stone. Then it burst forth into toad form again, and the cycle continued. "No, thank you," Zachariah said. He turned to keep moving, but the woman spoke again. "He's waiting for you," she said. "Who is he?" "The one you have come to meet." For months now, he had been slowly trailing a series of contacts through the fairy world, trying to find out about the lost Herondales he had learned of at the Shadow Market and Carnival in Tennessee. He had not come specifically to meet anyone tonight. He had a number of contacts who provided information as they came by it. "Thank you," he said politely. "Where am I to go?" "The King's Head Yard," she said, smiling widely. Her teeth were small and pointed. Brother Zachariah nodded. The King's Head Yard was a nearby alley, a horseshoe-shaped offshoot of Borough High Street. It was accessed through an arch between the buildings. As he approached it, he heard the sound of planes overhead, then the whistling of a payload being dropped. Nothing to do but keep going. Zachariah crossed under the archway part way, then stopped. "I am here," he said to the darkness. "Shadowhunter," a voice said. From the bend at the end of the yard, a figure emerged. It was a fairy, and clearly one of the court. He was extremely tall, and almost human in appearance but for his wings, which were brown and white and spread wide, almost touching the opposite walls. "I understand you wish to speak to me," Brother Zachariah said politely. The fairy stepped closer, and Zachariah could see a copper mask in the form of a hawk covering the top half of his face.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "You have been interfering," the fairy said. "In what, precisely?" Zachariah inquired. He did not move back, but he tightened his grip on his staff. "Things that do not concern you. I have been making inquiries about a lost Shadowhunter family. That is very much something that concerns me. You come to my brethren. You ask the Fae." This was true. Since his encounter with Belial at the carnival in Tennessee, Brother Zachariah had been pursuing many leads in Fairy. He had seen, after all, a Herondale descendant with a fairy wife and child. They had fled, but it had not been him they feared. Whatever danger threatened the lost Herondale, Zachariah had learned it came from Fairy. "What is it you know?" the fairy asked, stepping forward. "I would advise you not to come closer. You have no idea of the danger of what you seek. This is fairy business. Cease your meddling in that which affects our lands and our lands alone." "I repeat," Zachariah said calmly, though his grip on the staff was firm now, "I ask of Shadowhunters. That is very much my business. Then you do so at your peril." A blade flashed in the fairy's hand. He swung at Zachariah, who moved at once, rolling to the ground and coming up next to the fairy, striking his arm and knocking the sword free. The whistling of the bombs had stopped. That meant they were right overhead.
Then they fell. 3 of them clanked down on the stones at the opening of the archway and began spitting their phosphorescent flames. This distracted the fairy for just a moment, and Zachariah took the opportunity to dash around the horseshoe and out the other side. He had no desire to continue this fight, to cause problems between the Silent Brothers and the Fae. Zachariah had no idea why the fairy had become so violent. Hopefully, he would simply return from whence he came. Zachariah slipped onto the Borough High Street, dodging the falling cylinders. But he had barely begun his flight when the fairy was behind him. Zachariah spun, his staff ready. "I have no quarrel with you. Let us go our separate ways." Below the hawk mask, the fairy's teeth were gritted. He sliced out with his sword, ripping the air in front of Brother Zachariah, slashing his cloak. Zachariah leaped and spun, his staff wheeling through the air to slam against the sword. As they fought, the canisters landed closer and closer, coughing fire. Neither flinched. Brother Zachariah took care not to injure the fairy, only to block the attack. His purpose must remain secret, but the fairy was coming with increasing force. He slashed upward with his sword, meaning to cut Zachariah's throat, and Zachariah smashed it from his hands, sending it flying across the road. Let us finish with this. Call it a fair fight ended. Walk away. The fairy was out of breath. Blood trickled from a wound at his temple. "As you wish," he said, "but take my warning." He turned to go. Brother Zachariah loosened his grip on his staff for just a moment. The fairy turned back, a short blade in his hand, aimed at Zachariah's heart. With the speed of the Silent Brothers, he whirled away, but he could not move fast enough. The blade sank deep into his shoulder and came out the other side. The pain. The wound immediately began to hiss as if acid was dissolving Zachariah's flesh. Pain and numbness ran down his arm, causing him to drop his staff. He staggered back, and the fairy retrieved his sword and advanced toward him. "You have interfered with the Fae for the last time, Gregory," he said. "Our people are our people, and our enemies our enemies. They will never be yours." The incendiaries landed around them now, clanking loudly against pavement and cobblestone, flashing light and licking flames at the buildings. Zachariah tried to get away, but his strength was fading. He could not run, he could only stagger drunkenly. This was no normal wound. There was poison flooding his body. The fairy was coming at him, and he would not get away. No, not without seeing Tessa one more time. He looked down and saw one of the incendiaries that had fallen from the sky. This one had not detonated. Brother Zachariah used the last of his strength to spin around, swinging out with the canister. Small bombs were still falling. Several more dropped nearby. The canister flew through the air and struck the fairy in the chest. It cracked apart, and the fairy shrieked as the iron inside was released. Zachariah fell to his knees as the iron flame burned. The hospital was rumbling. At St. Bart's, the upper floors of the hospital were considered too unsafe to use. The activity was all on the lower level and in the basement, where doctors and nurses ran to attend the injured and sick. The fire wardens were being brought in, their skin covered in soot, gasping for air. There were injuries from the attack, the burns, the crushings, the people cut through with exploding glass or struck by debris. Plus all the normal business of London went on. People still had babies and became ill and had normal accidents. But the war multiplied incidents. People fell or crashed in the dark. There were heart attacks as bombs came down. There were so many people who needed help. From the moment they arrived, Katerina and Tessa ran from one end of the hospital to the other, tending to the injured as they came in, fetching supplies, carrying bloodied bowls of water, wrapping and removing bandages. Being a Shadowhunter, Tessa could easily cope with some of the grislier aspects of the job, like the fact that no matter how hard you tried to keep your apron clean, you would be covered in blood and grime within minutes. No amount of washing got it out. No sooner would you scrub it off your arms than another patient would come in, and your skin would be covered again. Through it all, the nurses strove to maintain an air of calm competence. You moved quickly, but not hastily. You spoke loudly when you needed assistance, but you never screamed. Tessa was stationed by the door, directing the orderlies as they brought in a dozen new patients. They were bringing in groups of fire wardens now, some walking wounded, others on stretchers. "Over there," Tessa said, as the orderlies carried in burn victims. To Sister Loss. "I've got one asking for you, sister," said the orderly, setting down a stretcher with a figure on it wrapped tight in a gray blanket. "Coming," Tessa said. She hurried to the stretcher and bent down. The blanket was pulled part way over the man's face. "You're all right," Tessa said, pulling back the blanket. "You're all right now. You're at hospital. You're here at St. Bart's." It took her a moment to realize what she was seeing. The marks on his skin were not all wounds, and his face, though covered in soot and streaked with blood, was more familiar to her than her own. "Tessa," Jem said, the echo deep inside her head like the memory of a bell ringing. Then he went limp. Jem! It couldn't be. She seized his hand, hoping she was dreaming, that the war had addled her sense of reality completely. But the slim, scarred hand in hers was familiar, even limp and without strength. This was Jem, her Jem, dressed in the bone-colored robes of a silent brother, the marks on his neck pulsing as his heart pumped furiously. His skin burned under her touch. "He's in a bad way," the orderly said. "I'll fetch the doctor." "No," Tessa said quickly. "Leave him with me." Jem was glamoured, but he could not be examined. No mundane doctor could do anything about his injuries, and they would be shocked at his runes, his scars, even his blood. She tore away the parchment robes. It took her only a moment to find the source of the trauma, a massive wound in his shoulder that went clean through. The wound was black with a silvery edge, and his tunic was saturated with blood all the way down to his waist. Tessa scanned the hallway. There were so many people she could not immediately see Katerina. She could not scream. "Jem," she said into his ear, "I am here. I am getting help."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. She stood up, as calmly as she could, and hastily made her way through the chaos of the hall, her heart beating so fast she felt like it might come up her throat and through her mouth. She found Katerina working on a burned man, her hands on his wounds. Only Tessa could see the snow-white glow emanating from under the blanket as she worked. "Sister Loss," she said, trying to control her voice, "I need you at once." "Just a moment," Katerina said. "It cannot wait." Katerina looked over her shoulder. Then the glow stopped. "You should feel better in a moment," she said to the man. "One of the other sisters will be over very soon." "I feel better already," the man said, touching his arm in wonder. Tessa hurried Katerina back to Jem. Katerina, seeing Tessa's taut expression, asked no questions. She only bent down and peeled the blanket back. She looked up at Tessa. "A Shadowhunter?" Katerina said in a low voice. "Here?" "Quickly," Tessa said. "Help me move him." Tessa took one end of the stretcher and Katerina the other, and they moved Jem down the hallway. There was another explosion, closer. The building pulsed from the impact. The lights swung and went out for a moment, causing cries of alarm and confusion. Tessa froze in place, assuring herself that the ceiling wasn't about to come down and bury them all. After a moment, the lights came back on, and movement continued. "Come on," Tessa said. There was a small room at the end of the hall that was used for the nurses' tea breaks and naps, or when they could not return home because of bombings. They set Jem's stretcher gently on the empty cot on the side of the room. Jem was lying quietly, his features still, his breathing jagged.
The color was draining from his skin. "Hold the light," Katerina said. "I need to examine this." Tessa pulled a witch light from her pocket. It was safer and more reliable than the electric lights, but she could only use it in private. Katerina grabbed a pair of shears and cut away the cloth around the tunic to expose the wound. The veins on Jem's chest and his arm had turned black. "What is that?" Tessa said, her voice shaking. "It looks very bad." "I haven't seen this in a long time," Katerina said. "I think it's a cataplasm." "What is that?" "Nothing good," Katerina said. "Be patient." She must be mad, Tessa thought. Be patient? How could she be patient? This was Jem, not some nameless patient under a gray blanket. But every nameless patient was precious to someone. She forced herself to breathe more deeply. "Take his hand," Katerina said. "It will work better if you do it. Think of him, who he is to you. Give him your strength." Tessa had practiced a small amount of warlock magic before, though she was not advanced. As Katerina watched, Tessa took Jem's slender hand in her own. She curled her fingers around his violinist's fingers, remembering the care with which he had played, the time he had composed for her. His voice echoed in her heart. People still use the expression ji-yin to mean close friends or soulmates, but what it really means is understanding music. When I played, you saw what I saw. You understand my music. Tessa smelled burned sugar. She felt Jem's lips hot against hers, the carpet underneath them, his arms holding her against his heart. Oh, my Jem. His body surged against a stretcher, his back arching. He gasped, and the sound sent a shock through Tessa. Jem had been silent so long. "Can you hear us?" Katerina asked. "I can," came the halting reply in Tessa's mind. "You need the silent brothers," Katerina said. "I cannot go to my brothers with this." "If you do not go to them, you will die," Katerina said. The words hit Tessa like a blow. "It is not possible for me to go to the Bone City like this. I came here hoping you might be able to help." "This is no time for pride," Katerina said sternly. "It is not pride," Jem said. Tessa knew this was the truth. He was the least proud person she had ever known. "Jem," Tessa begged, "you must go." "Katerina," started. "This is James Carstairs?" she asked. Of course Katerina knew the name of Will Herondale's parabatai, though she had never met him. She did not understand all that had passed between Tessa and Jem. She did not know that they had been engaged to be married, that before there was a Tessa and Will, there had been a Tessa and Jem. Tessa did not speak of these things because of Will, and then because of the absence of Will. "I have come here because it is the only place I can go," Jem said. "To speak the truth to the brothers would be to endanger another life than mine. I will not do it." Tessa looked to Katerina in desperation. "He means it," she said. "He will never seek help if it means someone else will be hurt. Katerina, he cannot die. He cannot die." Katerina inhaled sharply and opened the door a crack to peer into the hall. "We will need to get him back to the flat," she said. "I can't work on him here. I don't have what I need. We will need to move quickly." Tessa seized hold of Jem's stretcher. She understood the complications involved. They were nurses, in charge of many sick people who would be pouring in during the attack. The city was being bombed. It was on fire. Getting home was not a simple matter. But it was what they were going to do. The city they stepped back out into was not the same one that it had been only an hour before. The air was so hot that breathing burned the lungs. A high wall of orange jumped out of the buildings around them, and the silhouette of St. Paul's stood out in intense relief. The scene was at once terrifying and almost beautiful, like a dream image from Blake, a poet her son James had always loved. On what wings dare he aspire? What the hand dare seize the fire? But there was no time to think of things like London burning. There were 2 ambulances right outside on the street. Next to one, a driver was having a cigarette and talking to a fire warden. "Charlie," Katerina called. The man tossed his cigarette aside and came running over. "We need your help," she said. "This man has an infection. We can't keep him in the ward here." "You need me to take him to St. Thomas, sister? The going will be rough. We've got fires in almost every street." "We can't make it that far," Katerina said. "We've got to move him quickly. Our flat is just on Farringdon Street." "That will have to do for now." "All right, sister, let's get him in the ambulance." He opened the back and assisted them in getting Jem inside. "I'll be back in 1 moment," Katerina said to them. "I just need to get a few supplies." She dashed back into the hospital. Tessa climbed into the back with Jem, and Charlie got into the driver's seat. "Don't usually take patients to nurses' flats," Charlie said, "but needs must when the devil drives. Sister Loss always looks after them. When my Mabel was having our second, she had a terrible spell. I thought we was going to lose them both. Sister Loss, bless her, she saved them both. I wouldn't have Mabel or my Eddie without them. Whatever she needs." Tessa had heard many stories like this. Katerina was both a warlock and a mundane nurse with over 100 years of experience. She had nursed in the last Great War. Old soldiers were always coming up to her and saying how she was the spitting image of that nurse who saved me in the last one. But, of course, she couldn't be. That was 20 years ago, and Katerina was still so young. Katerina stood out to them because of her dark skin. They did not see a blue woman with white hair. They saw a nurse from the West Indies. She had faced considerable prejudice, but it was clear that not only was Katerina a good nurse, she was the best nurse in all of London. Anyone who got Katerina as a nurse was considered lucky. Even the most miserable bigot desired to live, and Katerina nursed all who came to her with equanimity. She could not save them all, but there were always a few, at least one a day, who survived something unsurvivable because Sister Loss was the one at their side. Some called her the Angel of St. Bart's. Jem stirred and groaned lightly.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "Don't you worry, mate," Charlie called back to him. "Best nurses in the city, this lot. You couldn't be in safer hands." Jem tried to smile, but instead he shuddered, and blood trickled from the side of his mouth. Tessa immediately wiped it away with the edge of her cloak and leaned close to him. "You hold on, James Carstairs," she said, trying to sound brave. She gripped his hand in hers. She had forgotten how wonderful it was to hold Jem's hand, his long, graceful hands, the ones that could produce such beautiful music from the violin. "Jem," she whispered, leaning low, "you must hold on. You must. Will needs you to. I need you to." Jem's hand tightened on hers. Katerina came running out of the hospital carrying a small canvas bag. She leaped into the back of the ambulance, slamming the doors behind her and snapping Tessa back to the present. "Go, Charlie," she said. Charlie shifted the ambulance into gear, and they started forward. Overhead, the drone of the Luftwaffe was back, like the hum of an army of bees. Katerina immediately scooted next to Jem and passed Tessa a bandage to unwind. The ambulance juddered, and Jem was jolted on his stretcher. Tessa tented herself over him to keep him in place. "Katerina," Tessa said, "you said this was a cataplasm. What does that mean?" "It's a rare belladonna concentrate with demon poison added into it," Katerina said quietly. "Until I can get the antidote, we need to try to keep it from spreading in his bloodstream, or at least slow it down. We're going to tie some tourniquets, start cutting off blood flow." This sounded incredibly dangerous. By tying off the limbs, they could be risking their loss. But Katerina knew what she was doing. "This will not be comfortable," Katerina said, unwinding a bandage, "but it will help. Hold him." Tessa pressed her body down on Jem a bit more as Katerina looped the bandage around the injured arm and shoulder. She made a knot, then grabbed the ends of the bandages and pulled tight. Jem arched against Tessa's chest. "You're all right, Jem," she said. "You're all right. We're here. I'm here. It's me, Tessa." "It's me," he said. The word came out like a question. He writhed as Katerina wound the bandage tightly around the shoulder and arm. A mundane would not have been able to withstand it. Jem was barely able to.
Sweat broke out all over his face. "It's gonna be rough going, sisters," Charlie called back. "They're trying to burn down St. Paul's, the jerks. I'm going to have to go around the long way. It's fires everywhere." Charlie did not exaggerate. In front of them was a view of solid orange against the black silhouettes of burning buildings. The fires were so high that it was like there was a sun rising up from the earth, dragging day out of the ground. As they drove on, it was like they were pressing into a solid wall of heat. The wind had quickened, and now fire was meeting fire, creating walls instead of pockets. The air shimmered and cooked. Several times they turned down streets that no longer seemed to be there anymore. "It's no good this way either," Charlie said, turning the ambulance again. "I'll have to try another way." Then came the sharp whistling in the air. This time the pitch was different. These were not the incendiary bombs. These were the large explosives. After the fires, the idea was to kill. Charlie stopped the ambulance and craned his head to look up to see where the bomb was likely to land. They all froze, listening to the whistle go quiet. It was a long moment. Then it came. The impact was at the other end of the street, sending the shockwave down the road and a spray of rubble into the air. Charlie started on again. "Jerks," he said under his breath. "Really jerks." "You all right there, sisters?" "We're fine," Katerina said. She had both hands on Jem's shoulder, and there was a low blue glow around the bandages. She was holding it back, whatever it was that was going through Jem's body. They had just made another turn when there was another whistle and another silence. They stopped again. The impact was to their right this time, down at the next intersection. The ambulance rocked as the corner of a building was blown away. The ground shook. Charlie turned the ambulance away from it. "Not gonna get through this way," he said. "I'll try down Shoe Lane." The ambulance turned once more. On the stretcher, Jem had stopped moving. Tessa could not tell if the pulsing heat was coming from the air or from Jem's body. There was fire on both sides of the street here, but the path looked almost clear to get through. There were fire wardens in the road, shooting water into a burning warehouse. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound. The fire began to arc over the road. "Blimey," Charlie said. "Hang on tight, sisters." The ambulance ground into reverse and started speeding backward down the alley. Tessa heard a crackling noise, uncanny, almost merry, a great tinkling. Then, all at once, the bricks of the building exploded, and the building tumbled down into a mass of fire and rubble, the flames blowing up in a mighty roar. The men with the hose vanished. "God almighty," Charlie said, grinding the ambulance to a halt. He jumped out of the driver's seat and started running for the men, two of whom were stumbling out of the flames. Katerina looked up and out the windscreen. "Those men," she said, "the building's come down on them." "You must help them," Jem said. Katerina looked between Jem and Tessa for a moment. Tessa felt herself full of an unbearable anxiety. She had to get Jem to safety, and yet in front of them men were being consumed in flame. "I will be quick," Katerina said, and Tessa nodded. Alone in the ambulance, Tessa looked down at Jem. "If they need you, then you must go," Jem said. "They need Katerina," Tessa said. "You need me, and I need you. I do not leave you. No matter what happens, I do not leave you." The ambulance was heating up like an oven, trapped as it was between multiple fires. There was no water to cool Jem's brow, so Tessa mopped it and fanned it with her hand. After a minute, Katerina opened the back of the ambulance. She was covered in soot and water. "I have done what I can," she said. "They will live now, as long as they reach the hospital. Charlie will have to take the ambulance." Her eyes reflected her pain. "Yes," Jem said. Somehow he had found enough strength to rise on his elbows. "You must get them to safety. I am a Shadowhunter. I am stronger than those men." He had always been strong. It was not because he was a Shadowhunter. It was because he had a will fierce as starlight, burning in darkness and refusing to be put out. Charlie brought the wounded fire wardens over, carrying one over his shoulder. "You'll be all right, sisters?" he said. "You can ride back with me?" "No," Katerina said, climbing inside to help Tessa get Jem to his feet. Tessa placed herself under Jem's wounded shoulder. He winced from the movement. It was clear Jem couldn't really walk, but had decided that he would do it anyway. He got his body into a standing position through sheer will. Katerina hurried to prop him up on the other side, and Tessa used her full strength to support him completely. It was strange, feeling Jem's body against hers after so long. They got out of the lane and back onto the road. "Lovely night for a walk," Jem said, clearly trying to cheer her. He was sweating all over and could no longer hold up his head. His legs had gone limp. He was like a marionette with the strings gone slack. The buildings all around were on fire as well, but the fire was still contained inside. Tessa was covered in sweat, and the temperature was cooking them. The air was swollen with heat, and every mouthful of air scorched its way down her throat. It felt like when she first learned to change herself, the exquisite, strange pain. The street was narrowing now, to the point where they could barely walk 3 abreast. Katerina's and Tessa's sides scraped the hot walls. Jem's feet dragged along the ground, no longer able to take any steps.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. When they emerged onto Fleet Street, Tessa gasped in the relatively cool air. The sweat on her face was chilled for a moment. "Come," Katerina said, leading them toward a bench. "Let's get him down for a moment." They gingerly rested Jem on the empty bench. His skin was slick with sweat. Katerina pulled his shirt open to expose his chest and cool him, and Tessa could see the runes of the Silent Brothers on his skin and his veins throbbing in his throat. "I don't know how much farther we can get him in this state," Katerina said. "The effort is too much." Once on the bench, Jem's limbs began to jerk and twitch as the poison moved through his body once more. Katerina set to work on him again, putting her hands on the wound. Tessa scanned the road. She made out a large shadow coming in their direction, with 2 dimmed lights like heavily lidded eyes. A bus. A great red double-decker London bus was making its way through the night, because nothing stopped the London buses, not even a war. They were not at a stop, but Tessa jumped into the road and waved it down. The driver opened the door and called out. "Your sister's all right?" he said. "Your friend, he doesn't look so good." "He's injured," Katerina said. "Then you get yourselves inside, sisters," the driver said, shutting the door after they had done so, dragging Jem between them. "You've got London's best private ambulance at your service. Do you want to go to St. Bart's? We've come from there. It's full. We're taking him home to care for him, and we need to go quickly." "Then give me the address, and that's where we'll go." Katerina shouted their address over the sound of another, slightly more distant explosion, and they got Jem over to a seat. It was instantly clear that he would not be able to hold himself sitting up, as he was too exhausted from the effort of trying to walk. They rested him on the ample floor of the bus and sat next to him on either side. Only in London, Jem said, smiling weakly, would a bus keep making its rounds during a massive bombing. "Keep calm and carry on," Katerina said, feeling Jem's pulse. "There now, we'll be at the flat in no time." Tessa could tell from the way Katerina was becoming more and more chipper in tone that things were getting worse quickly. The bus could not go at a high speed. It was still a London bus on a dark night during an air raid, but it was going faster than any bus she had ever encountered. Tessa had no illusions about the safety of the bus. She had seen one of these flipped over completely after a hit, lying in the road like an elephant on its back. But they were moving, and Jem was resting on the floor. Tessa looked at the advertisements on the walls. Happy images of people using Bisto gravy next to posters telling people to get their children out of London for safety. London would not give up, and neither would Tessa. They had another piece of good luck back at the flat. Tessa and Katerina lived in the upstairs of a small house. Their neighbors, it seemed, had gone to the shelters, so there was no one else in the house to see them dragging a bleeding man up the steps. "The bathroom," Katerina said, as they set Jem down on the dark landing. Fill the tub with water, lots of it, cold. I'll get my supplies." Tessa ran to the bathroom in the hall, praying that the water had not been disrupted by the bombing. Relief washed over her as water flowed from the tap. They were allowed to have only 5 inches in the bath, which was enforced by a line painted around the inside of the tub. Tessa ignored this. She opened the window wide. There was some cool air coming from the direction away from the fires. She hurried down the hall. Katerina had removed Jem's tunic, leaving his chest bare. She had taken off the bandages, and the wound was exposed and angry, the black marks tracing along his veins once again. "Get his other side," Katerina said. Together they lifted Jem up. He was dead weight as they maneuvered him down the hall and carefully put him into the tub. Katerina positioned him so that his wounded arm and shoulder hung over the side, then reached into her apron pocket and removed 2 vials. She poured the contents of one into the water, turning it a light blue. Tessa knew better than to ask if Katerina thought he was going to survive. He was going to survive, because they would make sure of it. Also, you didn't ask those sorts of questions if you were concerned about the answers. "Keep sponging him," Katerina said. "We need to keep him cool." Tessa got down on her knees and drenched the sponge, then ran the blue-tinted water over Jem's head and chest. It smelled of a strange combination of sulfur and jasmine, and it seemed to lower his temperature. Katerina rubbed the contents of the other vial on her hands and began working at the wound and his arm and chest, massaging the spreading darkness back toward the opening. Jem's head lulled back, his breathing rough. Tessa swabbed his forehead, reassuring him all the while. They did this for an hour. Tessa soon forgot the sound of the bombs outside, or the smoke or burning debris that drifted in. Everything was the motion of the water and the sponge, Jem's skin, his ordinarily calm face twisted in pain, then going still and slack. Both Katerina and Tessa were drenched, and there was water pooling on the floor around them. "Will?" Jem said, and the voice in Tessa's head was lost but seeking. "Will, is that you?" Tessa fought back the lump in her throat as Jem smiled at nothing. If he saw Will, let him see Will. Maybe Will was here, after all, come to help his Parabatai. "Will," Tessa thought to herself, "if you are here, you must help. I cannot lose him too, Will. Together, we will save him." Perhaps she imagined it, but Tessa felt something guiding her arm as she worked. She was stronger now. Jem suddenly lurched in the water and came halfway out of the tub, his back arching into a shape that should not have been possible and sending his head under. "Grab him," Katerina said. "Don't let him hurt himself. This is the worst of it." Together, and with whatever force was aiding Tessa, they grabbed Jem as he writhed, his strange, inward screams filling their heads. Because he was wet, they had to wrap themselves around his limbs to try to prevent him from flailing, from bashing his head against the tiles. He knocked Katerina loose, and she fell to the floor and smashed her head into the wall, but she came back and got her arms around his chest again. Jem's screams blended with the chaos of the night. The water splashed and the smoke blew in. Jem begged for Yin-Fen. He kicked so hard that Tessa was thrown back against the sink. Then, all at once, he stopped moving completely and fell back into the tub. He looked lifeless. Tessa crawled back across the wet floor and reached for him. "Jem?" "Katerina." "He's alive," Katerina said, her chest heaving as she caught her breath. She had her fingers on his wrist. "We've done all we can do here. Let's get him into bed. We'll know soon." The all-clear rang out across London just after 11, but there was nothing clear or safe. The Luftwaffe may have returned home, and the bombs may have stopped falling for a few hours, but the fires only increased. The wind fueled and propelled them. The air was rank with burning soot and flying scraps of debris, and London glowed. They had moved Jem into the little bedroom. The rest of his wet clothing had to be removed. Tessa had dressed and undressed countless men at this point, and Jem was a silent brother, for whom intimacy was impossible.
Perhaps she should have been able to do it with calm professionalism, but she could not be a nurse with Jem. She had thought once that she would see him, that they would see each other, naked on their wedding night. This was too intimate and strange. This was not how Jem would want Tessa to see him, like that, for the first time. So she left the task to Katerina, the nurse, who managed it quickly and dried Jem off.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. They put him in the bed and wrapped him with all the blankets in the flat. The clothes were easy enough to dry. They hung them from the window for the baking hot air of the fires. Then Katerina went into the sitting room, leaving Tessa to stay with Jem and hold his hand. It was so strange to be again in this position of standing by the bed of the man she loved, waiting, hoping. Jem was Jem, exactly as he had been all those years ago, except for the marks of the Silent brothers. He was Jem, the boy with the violin, her Jem. Age had not consumed him as it had her will, but he might be taken from her all the same. Tessa reached up to her jade pendant, hidden beneath her collar. She sat and waited and listened to the roar and the wail outside as she held his hand. "I am here, James," she said in her mind. "I am here, and I will always be here." Tessa let go of Jem's hand, only to occasionally go to the window to make sure the fires did not come too close. There was a halo of orange all around. The fires were only a few streets away. It was strangely beautiful, this terrible blaze. The city was burning. Hundreds of years of history, ancient beams and books were alight. "They mean to burn us out this time," Katerina said, coming up behind her friend. Tessa had not heard her enter. "This ring of fire, it goes around St. Paul's. They want the cathedral to burn. They want to break our spirits." "Well," Tessa said, pulling the curtain closed, "they won't succeed." "Why don't we go and make a cup of tea?" Katerina said. "He'll be sleeping for some time." "No, I need to be here when he wakes." Katerina looked at her friend's face. "He means a great deal to you," she said. "Jem, Brother Zachariah, I have always been close." "You love him," Katerina said. It was not a question. Tessa squeezed a handful of curtain in her fist. They stood in silence for a moment. Katerina rubbed her friend's arm consolingly. "I'll make the tea," she said. "I'll even let you have the last biscuits in the tin." "Biscuits?" Tessa whirled around. Jem was sitting up. She and Katerina hurried to him. Katerina began checking his pulse, his skin. Tessa looked at his face, his dear and familiar face. Jem was back. He was here. Her Jem. "It is healing," Katerina said. "You'll need to rest, but you will live." "It was a narrow escape, though." "Which is why I came to the best nurses in London," Jem said. "Perhaps you can explain that wound you have," Katerina said. "I know where it comes from. Why were you attacked with a fairy weapon?" "I was looking for information," Jem said, shifting himself painfully to sit up a bit higher. "My inquiries were not appreciated. Clearly, if you were attacked with a cataplasm, that is intended to kill. It does not wound. It is usually not survivable. Your silent brother markings gave you some protection, but—" Katerina felt his pulse again. "But," Jem said curiously, "I did not believe you would make it through the night," she said simply. Tessa blinked. She'd known it was serious, but the way Katerina said it hit her physically. "You should perhaps avoid making those inquiries again," Katerina said, putting the blankets back over Jem. "I'll go and make the tea." She left the room quietly, closing the door behind her, leaving Tessa and Jem together in the darkness. "The raid seems worse than any before tonight," Jem finally said. "Sometimes I think the mundanes will do more harm to each other than any demon could ever do to them." Tessa felt a wave of emotion go through her. Everything from the night burst to the surface, and she sank her head into the side of Jem's bed and wept. Jem sat up and pulled her close, and she rested her head on his chest, now warm, his heart beating strong.
"You might have died," Tessa said. "I might have lost you, too." "Tessa," he said. "Tessa, it's me. I am here. I am not gone." "Jem," she finally said, "where have you been? It's been so long since." She pulled herself up and rubbed the tears from her cheeks. She still couldn't say the words, "since Will died." Since that day she sat next to him on the bed, and he drifted gently to sleep and never woke again. Jem had been there then, of course, but over the last 3 years she saw him less and less. They still met at Blackfriars Bridge, but otherwise he stayed away. "I thought it best to keep away from you. I am a silent brother," he said, and his voice in her head was quiet. "I am no use to you." "What do you mean?" Tessa asked helplessly. "It is always better for me to be with you." "Being what I am, how can I comfort you?" asked Jem. "If you cannot," said Tessa, "there is nobody in this world who can." She had known that always. Magnus and Katerina had both tried to speak to her tactfully of immortal lives and other loves, but if she lived until the sun died, there would never be any other for her besides Will and Jem, those 2 twin souls, the only souls she had ever loved. "I do not know what comfort a creature like me could bring," said Jem. "If I could die to bring him back, I would, but he is gone, and with his loss the world seems even more lost to me. I fight for every drop of emotion I have, but at the same time, Tessa, I cannot see you lonely and not wish to be with you. I am not what I was. I did not want to cause you more pain." "The whole world seems to have gone mad," she said, tears burning in her eyes. "Will is gone from me, and you are gone from me, or so I have long thought. And yet tonight I realized I could still lose you, Jem. I could lose the hope, the slim hope, of the possibility that—" The words hung in the air. They were words they never spoke to each other aloud, not before Will died, and not after. She had taken the part of her heart that loved Jem wildly, violently, and locked it up in a box. She had loved Will, and Jem had been her best friend, and they had never, ever spoken of what might happen if he were no longer a silent brother. If somehow the curse of that cold fate could be lifted, if his silence were gone, and he became human again, able to live and breathe and feel, then what? What would they do? "I know what you are thinking." His voice in her mind was soft. His skin under her hands was so warm. She knew it was fever, but she told herself it was not. She lifted her face and looked into his, the cruel runes shutting his beloved eyes forever, the unchanged planes of his countenance. "I think of it too. What if it ended? What if it were possible for us? A future? What would we do?" "I would seize that future," she said. "I would go with you anywhere. Even if the world was burning, if the silent brothers hunted us to the ends of the earth, I would be happy if I was with you." She could not quite hear him in her head, but she could feel him, the edge of a jumble of emotions, his longing now as desperate as it had been when they had fallen together onto the carpet of the music room, the night she had begged him to marry her as soon as possible. He caught her in his arms. He was a silent brother, a Gregory, a watcher, barely human. And yet he felt human enough, his lean chest hot against her skin as she tilted her face up. His lips met hers, soft and so sweet it made her ache. It had been so many, many years, but this was still the same. Almost the same. I am not what I was. Almost the fire of lost nights, the sound of his passionate music in her ears. She put her arms around his slim shoulders and clung to him fiercely. She could love enough for both of them. Any part of Jem was better than all of any other man alive. His musician's hands drew over her face, over her hair, over her shoulders, as though he was seizing a last chance to memorize what he could never touch again. Even as she kissed him and insisted desperately to herself that it was possible, she knew it was not. Tessa," he said. "Even when I cannot see, you are so beautiful." Then he grasped her shoulders in his beautiful hands and gently put her away from him. "I am sorry, my darling," he told her. "That was not fair of me, or well done."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. When I am with you, I want to forget what I am, but I cannot change it. A silent brother can have no wife, no love. Tessa's heart was pounding, her skin blazing like the fires all over London. She had not felt desire like this since Will. She knew she would never feel it for anyone else, only Will or Jem. "Don't go away from me," she whispered. "Don't stop talking to me. Don't retreat into silence. Will you tell me how you were injured?" she asked, grasping his hand. He drew it against his heart. She could feel it hammering through his ribcage. "Please, Jem, what were you doing?" Jem sighed. "I was looking for lost Herondales," he said. "Lost Herondales?" This was from Katerina, who stood in the bedroom doorway, holding a tray with 2 cups of tea. The tray rattled in her hands, as shaken as Tessa felt. She had not even thought of Katerina's presence. Katerina steadied her grip and quickly set the tray down on the dresser. Jem's eyebrow quirked up. "Yes," Jem said. "Do you know something about them?" Katerina was still visibly shaken. She didn't answer. "Katerina," Tessa asked. "You have heard of Tobias Herondale?" she said. "Of course," Jem replied. "His story is infamous. Tobias ran from a battle and his fellow Shadowhunters were killed." "That is the story," Katerina said. "The reality was that Tobias was under a spell, made to believe that his wife and unborn child were in danger. He ran to help them. His fear was for their safety, but nevertheless he broke the law. When he could not be found, the Club punished Tobias his wife in his stead. They killed her, but not before I helped her birth the child. I enchanted her so that it appeared she was still with child when she was executed. In reality, she had a son. His name was Ephraim." She sighed and leaned against the wall, knotting her hands together. "I took Ephraim to America and raised him there. He never knew what he was or who he was. He was a happy boy, a good boy. He was my boy." "You had a son?" Tessa asked. "I never told you," Katerina replied, looking down. "I should have. It was so long ago now. But it was a wonderful period in my life. For a time, there was no chaos. There was no fighting. We were a family. I did only one thing to connect him to his secret heritage. I gave him a necklace in the shape of a heron. I couldn't allow his Shadowhunter lineage to be blotted out completely. But, of course, he grew up. He had a family of his own, and his family had their own families. I stayed the same, and gradually faded out of their lives. It is what we immortals must do. One of his descendants was a boy named Roland. He became a magician, and he was famous in Downworld. I tried to warn him away from using magic, but he wouldn't listen. We had a terrible fight and parted badly. I tried to find him, but he was gone. I've never been able to find any trace of him. I drove him away when I tried to save him." "No," Jem said, "that is not why he ran away. He married a woman who was a fugitive. Roland went into hiding to protect her." Katerina looked up at him. "What?" she said. "I was in America a short while ago with an Iron Sister," he said, "to retrieve some adamus. While there, we encountered a shadow market connected to a carnival. It was run by a greater demon. We confronted him, and he told us that there were Herondales lost in the world, and that they were in danger, and that they were very close by. He said that they were hiding from an enemy neither mortal nor demon. Also at this market, I saw a fairy woman with a mortal man. They had a child.
The man was called Roland. Tessa was stunned by the rush of information coming from all sides, but she was caught by the thought of a man throwing away his whole life to run with the woman he loved, giving everything he had to shield her and counting it as nothing. That sounded like a Herondale. He was alive, Katerina said. Roland? At a carnival? When I realized what was happening, I tried to track him down, but I was unable to find him. Please know that it was not you he was running from. The greater demon told me that they were being chased and that they were in great danger. Now I know that to be true. The fairy who came to me tonight, he meant to kill me. The forces looking for the Herondales are neither mortal nor demon. They are fae, and the fae mean to keep something secret. So, I did not chase him away, Katerina said. All this time? Roland. Katerina shook herself and regained her composure. She picked up the tea tray and brought it over to the bed, setting it on the edge. "Drink your tea," she said. "I used the last of our ration of milk and the biscuits." "You know that silent brothers do not drink," Jem said. Katerina gave him a sad smile. "I thought you might still find comfort in holding the warm cup." She wiped her eyes covertly and turned and left the room. "You did not know of this?" Jem said. "She never said," Tessa replied. So many problems are caused by unnecessary secrets. Jem turned his face away and ran his finger along the edge of the teacup. She caught at his hand. If that was all she could have, she would hold on to it. "Why have you kept so far away?" Tessa said. "We have both been grieving Will. Why do so separately? I am a silent brother, and silent brothers cannot—" Jem cut himself off. Tessa clasped his hand to the point where she might have broken it. "You are Jemmy Jem, always my Jem." "I am Brother Zachariah," Jem returned. "So be it," said Tessa. "You are Brother Zachariah and my Jem. You are a silent brother. That does not mean you are not dear to me as you always were and you always will be. Do you think anything could separate us? Are either of us so weak as that? After all we have seen and all we have done? I spend every day grateful that you exist and are in the world. And as long as you live, we keep Will alive." She saw the impact these words had on Jem. Being a silent brother meant destroying some parts of you that were human, burning them away. But Jem was still there. "We have so much time, Jem. You must promise me that we will not spend it apart. Do not keep away from me. Make me a part of this quest as well. I can help." "You must be more careful," he said. At this Tessa laughed, a true ringing laugh. "Danger," she said. "Jem, I am immortal. And look outside. Look at the city burning. The only thing I am frightened of is being without those I love." At last she felt the pressure of his fingers holding her hand back. Outside, London burned. Inside, in this moment, all was well. The morning came, cold and gray, with the smell of the still burning fires in the air. London woke, shook itself off, picked up its brooms and buckets, and began the daily act of repair. The blackout curtains were opened to the morning air. People went to work. The buses ran, and the kettles boiled. The shops opened. Fear had not won. Death and fire and war had not won. Tessa had fallen asleep around dawn, sitting by Jem's side, holding his hand, her head leaning on the wall. When she stirred awake, she found that the bed was empty. The blankets had been neatly pulled back up, and the clothes were gone from the sill. "Jem," Tessa said, frantic. Katerina was asleep in their little sitting room, her head basketed in her arms and resting on their kitchen table. "He is gone," Tessa said. "Did you see him go?" "No," Katerina said, rubbing her eyes. Tessa returned to the bedroom and looked around. Had it all been a dream? Had the war driven her mad? As she turned, she saw a folded note on the dresser that said, "Tessa." She opened it. "My Tessa, there will be no separation between us. Where you are, I am. Where we are, Will is. Whatever else I may be, I remain always your Jem, Brother Zachariah." Walked through London. The city was gray with night, its buildings reduced to broken remnants of what they had once been, until it seemed a city made of ash and bone. Perhaps all cities would become the Silent City one day.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. He was able to conceal some things from his brothers, even though they had ready access to his mind. They did not know all his secrets, but they knew enough. Tonight, every voice in his mind was hushed, overwhelmed by what he had felt and what he had almost done. He was bitterly ashamed of what he had said this night. Tessa was still grieving Will. They shared that grief, and they loved each other. She did still love him. He believed that. But she could not feel what she had felt for him once. She had not, thank the angel, lived as he had lived, in bones and silence and on memories of love. She'd had Will, and loved him so long, and now Will was lost. He worried that he had taken advantage of her misery. She might well cling to what was familiar in a world gone mad and strange. But she was so grave, his Tessa, carving out a new life now the old life was lost. She'd done it once already, as a girl coming from America. He had felt it as a bond between them long ago, that they had both come across the seas to find a new home. He had thought they could find a new home with each other. He knew now that had been a dream. But what had been dreams for him could be real for Tessa. She was immortal and valiant. She would live again in this new world and build a whole new life. Perhaps she would love again, if she could find a man who would measure up to Will, though in almost 100 years Zachariah had not known any who could. Tessa deserved the richest life and the greatest love imaginable. Tessa deserved more than a being who could never truly be a man again, who could not love her with a whole heart. Even though he loved her with all the broken fragments of heart he had left, it was not enough. She deserved more than he had to offer. He should never have reached for her that way. Nevertheless, there was a selfish joy within him, a warmth that he could carry even into the death-like coldness of the city of bones. She had kissed him and clung to him. For one shining night he had held her in his arms again. Tessa, 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 he thought. She could never be his again, but he was hers forever. That was enough to live on. That evening, Katerina and Tessa walked in the direction of St. Bart's. "A bacon sandwich," Katerina said, "piled so high you can barely hold it, and thick with so much butter the bacon slides off the bread. That's what I'm having first. How about you?" Tessa smiled and shone her torch down the pavement, stepping over a bit of rubble. Around them there were shells of buildings. Everything around had been reduced to charred brick and ash. But already London was picking up, pushing the debris back. The dark was like an embrace. All of London was under a blanket together, holding each other close. "An ice cream," Tessa said, "with strawberries, loads and loads of strawberries." "Oh, I like that," Katerina said. "I'm changing mine." A man walking toward them tipped his hat. "Evening, sisters," he said. "You see that?" He gestured up at St. Paul's Cathedral, the great building that had sat guarding over London for hundreds of years. "They wanted to take it down last night, but they didn't, did they?" The man smiled. "No, they didn't. They can't break us. You have a good evening, sisters. You keep well." The man walked on, and Tessa looked up at the cathedral. Everything around it was gone, but it had been saved, impossibly, improbably saved from thousands of bombs. London would not let it die, and it had lived. She touched the jade pendant around her neck.
Paris, 1989. It was said among the Shadowhunters that one could not know true beauty until one had seen the gleaming towers of Alicante. It was said that no city on earth could rival its wonders. It was said that no Shadowhunter could feel truly at home anywhere else. If anyone had asked Celine Montclair her opinion on the subject, she would have said, obviously, these Shadowhunters had never been to Paris. She would have rhapsodized about Gothic spires spearing the clouds, cobblestone streets shimmering with rain, sunlight dancing on the Seine, and, bien sûr, the infinite varieties of cheese. She would have pointed out that Paris had been home to Baudelaire and Rimbaud, Monet and Gauguin, Descartes and Voltaire, that this was the city that had birthed a new way of speaking, seeing, thinking, being, drawing even the most mundane of mundanes a little closer to the angels. In every way, Paris was la ville lumière, the city of light. If you ask me, Celine would have said, nothing could be more beautiful than that. But no one ever asked. As a general rule, no one asked Celine Montclair's opinion on anything. Until now. "You sure there's not some kind of rune to keep these foul beasts away?" Stephen Herondale said, as a thunderous flutter of wings descended. He ducked, whacked blindly at his feathered foe. The flock of pigeons quickly passed without dealing any mortal blows. Celine waved off a couple of stragglers, and Stephen breathed a sigh of relief. "My hero," he said. Celine felt her cheeks warm alarmingly. She had a terrible blushing problem, especially when she was in the presence of Stephen Herondale. "The great Herondale warrior afraid of pigeons?" she teased, hoping he wouldn't hear the quaver in her voice. Not afraid, simply exhibiting a prudent amount of caution in the face of a potentially demonic creature. "Demon pigeons? I look upon them with great suspicion," Stephen said with as much dignity as a pigeon-phobe could muster. He tapped the longsword hanging by his hip. "And this great warrior stands at the ready to do what needs be done." As he spoke, another flock of pigeons took flight from the cobblestones, and for a moment all was wings and feathers and Stephen's rather high-pitched squeal. Celine laughed. "Yes, I can see you're fearless in the face of danger, if not in the beak of danger." Stephen glared fiercely at her. Her pulse quickened. Had she overstepped? Then he winked. Sometimes she wanted him so much she felt like her heart might explode. "You sure we're still going in the right direction?" he said. "I feel like we're walking in circles." "Trust me," she said. Stephen clapped a hand to his heart. "Bien sûr, mademoiselle." Unless you counted the starring role he played in her daydreams, Celine hadn't seen Stephen since he'd graduated from the academy 4 years before. Back then, he'd barely noticed her. He was too busy with his training, his girlfriend, and his friends in the circle to give much thought to the slip of a girl whose eyes tracked his every move. But now, Celine thought, her cheeks burning again, they were practically equals. Yes, she was 17, still a student, while he was 22, not just a full-fledged adult, but Valentine Morgenstern's most trusted lieutenant in the circle, the elite group of young Shadowhunters sworn to reform the clave and return it to its pure and ancient glory. But Celine was finally a member of the circle too, hand-picked by Valentine himself. Valentine had been a student at the academy along with Stephen and the other founding members of the circle, but unlike the rest of them, he'd never seemed quite young. Most of the students and teachers at the academy thought of Valentine's crowd as nothing but a harmless clique, odd only in that it preferred late-night policy debates to partying. Even then, Celine understood that this was exactly how Valentine wanted to appear, harmless. Those who paid attention knew better. He was a fierce warrior, with an even fiercer mind. Once he fixed his inky black gaze on a goal, nothing would stop him from achieving it. He'd composed his circle of young Shadowhunters he knew to be as capable as they were loyal. Only the best of them, he told her that day he'd approached her at a particularly boring lecture on downworlder history. Every member of the circle is exceptional, he said, including, if you accept my offer, you. No one had ever called her exceptional before. Ever since then, she'd felt different, strong, special.
And it must have been true, because even though she still had one more year at the academy, here she was, spending her summer vacation on an official mission with Stephen Herondale. Stephen was one of the greatest fighters of his generation, and now, owing to Lucien Greymark's unfortunate werewolf situation, Valentine's most trusted deputy. But Celine was the one who knew Paris, its streets and its secrets. It was the perfect moment to show Stephen that she'd changed, that she was exceptional, that he couldn't do this without her. Those had, in fact, been his exact words. "I couldn't do this without you, Celine." She loved the way her name sounded on his tongue. She loved every detail of him, the blue eyes that sparkled like the sea of the Côte d'Azur, the white blonde hair that glowed like the golden rotunda of the Palais Garnier, the curve of his neck, the tautness of his muscles, the smooth lines of his body like something carved by Rodin, a model of human perfection. Somehow he'd gotten even more handsome since she saw him last. He'd also gotten married. She tried not to think about that. "Can we pick up the pace?" Robert Lightwood grumbled. "The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can get back to civilization and air conditioning." Robert was something else she tried not to think about. His grouchy presence made it substantially more difficult to pretend she and Stephen were taking a romantic stroll through the moonlight. "The faster we go, the more you'll sweat," Stephen pointed out, "and trust me, no one wants that." Paris in August was approximately 10 degrees hotter than hell. Even after dark, the air felt like a blanket soaked in hot soup. For the sake of discretion, they'd traded their Shadowhunter gear for mundane fashion, choosing long sleeves to cover up their runes. The white t-shirt Celine had selected for Stephen was already soaked through. This was not exactly unfortunate. Robert just grunted. He was different than Celine remembered him from the academy. Back then, he'd been a little stiff and curt, but never deliberately cruel. Now, though, there was something in his eyes she didn't like, something icy. It reminded her too much of her father. According to Stephen, Robert had had some kind of falling out with his Parabatai, and was understandably cranky. "It's just Robert being Robert," Stephen had said. "Great fighter, but a bit of a drama queen. Nothing to worry about." Celine always worried. They trudged up the final hill of Rue Mouffetard. By day, this was one of Paris's most bustling market streets, bursting with fresh produce, colorful scarves, falafel vendors and gelato stands, and obnoxious tourists. At night, its storefronts were shuttered and silent. Paris was a market town, but all of its markets went to sleep after dark. All except one. Celine hurried them around a corner, down another narrow, winding road. "We're almost there." She tried to keep the anticipation out of her voice. Robert and Stephen had made it very clear that the Circle did not approve of shadow markets. Downworlders mingling with mundanes, illicit goods changing hands, secrets swapped and sold. According to Valentine, this was all the unseemly consequence of the laxness and corruption of the Clave. When the Circle took power, Stephen had assured her eagerly, the shadow markets would be shut down for good. Celine had been in the Circle for only a few months, but she'd already learned this lesson. If Valentine hated something, it was her duty to hate it too. She was trying her best. There was no law that a shadow market had to be located on a site rich with dark energy, marinated in the blood of a violent past. But it helped. Paris had no shortage of possibilities. It was a city of ghosts, most of them angry.
revolution after revolution, blood-spattered barricades and heads rolling from the guillotine, the September massacres, the bloody week, the burning of the Tuileries, the terror. As a child, Celine had spent many sleepless nights wandering the city, summoning visions of its greatest cruelties. She liked to imagine she could hear screams echoing through the centuries. They made her feel less alone. This, she knew, was not a normal childhood hobby. Celine's had not been a normal childhood. She discovered this only when she arrived at the academy, where, for the first time, she'd met Shadowhunters her own age. That first day, the other students had chattered about their idyllic lives in Idris, galloping horses across the Brussels plain, their idyllic lives in London, New York, Tokyo, training under the kind eye of loving parents and institute tutors, their idyllic lives anywhere and everywhere. After a while, Celine stopped listening and drifted out unnoticed, too bitterly jealous to stay. Too embarrassed by the prospect that someone might make her tell her own story. After all, she'd grown up on her parents' Provence estate, surrounded by apple orchards, vineyards, rolling fields of lavender. By all appearances, la belle époque. Celine knew her parents loved her, because they told her so repeatedly. "We're only doing this because we love you," her mother would say before locking her in the basement. "We're only doing this because we love you," her father would say before lashing her with the whip. "We're only doing this because we love you," when they set the Dragonide demon on her, when they dumped her for the night 8 years old and weaponless in a werewolf-ridden wood, when they taught her the bloody consequences of weakness or clumsiness or fear. The first time she ran away to Paris, she was 8 years old, young enough to think she could escape for good. She'd found her way to the Arènes de Lutèce, the remains of a Roman amphitheater from the 1st century A.D. It was, perhaps, the city's oldest blood-soaked ruin. 2,000 years before, gladiators had warred to the death before a cheering, bloodthirsty crowd, until the arena and its crowd were overtaken by an equally bloodthirsty barbarian horde. For a time it had been a cemetery. Now it's a tourist trap, yet another heap of stones for bored schoolchildren to ignore. By day, at least. Under the midnight moon, it came alive with downworlders, a bacchanalia of fairy fruits and wines, gargoyles enchanted by warlock magic, waltzing werewolves, vampires in berets painting portraits in blood, an Ifrit accordionist who could make you weep yourself to death. It was the Paris Shadow Market, and from the moment Celine first saw it, she felt herself finally home. That first trip, she'd spent 2 nights there, haunting the booths, befriending a shy werewolf cub, sating her gnawing hunger with the Nutella crepe that a silent brother had purchased for her, no questions asked. She'd napped beneath the tablecloth of a vampire's jewelry stand. She'd whirled with horned children in an improvised fairy revel. She'd finally discovered what it meant to be happy. On the 3rd night, the Shadowhunters of the Paris Institute tracked her down and returned her home. That was when she learned, not for the last time, the consequences of running away. We love you too much to lose you. That night, Celine had curled fetal in the corner of the basement, back still bloody, and thought, "So this is how it feels to be loved too much." Their mission was straightforward. First, track down the warlock Dominique Dufraud's booth at the Paris Shadow Market. Second, find some evidence of her shady business dealings with 2 rogue Shadowhunters. "I have reason to believe they've been trading downworlder blood and parts to her in return for illegal services," Valentine had told them. He needed proof. It was up to Celine, Stephen, and Robert to find some. Quietly, Valentine had cautioned, "I don't want her tipping off her associates." Valentine made the word associates sound like a vulgarity. For him, it was.
Downworlders were bad enough, but Shadowhunters allowing themselves to be corrupted by a Downworlder? That was unforgivable. Step 1 proved simple. Dominique Dufrod was easy to find.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. She'd conjured her name in neon lights, right out of thin air. Literally, the letters glowed brightly, 3 feet above her booth, with a neon arrow pointing down. Dominique Dufroy, les soldes, toujours. Just like a warlock, Robert said sourly. Always for sale. Always on sale, Celine corrected, too quietly for him to hear. The booth turned out to be an elaborate tent, with display tables and a curtained-off area in the back. It was crammed with tacky jewelry and colorful potions, none quite as tacky or as colorful as Dominique herself. Her hair was dyed in platinum blonde and hot pink stripes, half of it scooped into a side ponytail. The other half was crimped and hairsprayed to a hard sheen. She wore a ripped lace shirt, a black leather miniskirt, purple fingerless gloves, and what looked like a significant portion of her jewelry inventory around her neck. Her warlock mark, a long feathered pink tail, was slung over her shoulders like a boa. It's like an Eidolon Diwan tried turning into Cyndi Lauper and accidentally got stuck midway through, Celine joked. Huh? Robert said. Is that another warlock? Stephen smirked. Yeah, Robert, another warlock. The Clave executed her 'cause she just wanted to have fun. Celine and Stephen laughed together, and Robert's obvious fury at being mocked only made them laugh harder. Like most Shadowhunters, Celine had grown up entirely ignorant of mundane pop culture. But Stephen showed up at the academy full of arcane knowledge about bands, books, songs, movies that no one had ever heard of. Once he'd joined the circle, he'd dropped his love of the Sex Pistols just as quickly as he'd traded his leather jacket and frayed denim for the dull black uniform that Valentine favored. Still, Celine had spent the last couple of years studying mundane TV, just in case. I can be whatever you want me to be, she thought, wishing she had the nerve to say it. Celine knew Amatis, Stephen's wife. At least, she knew enough. Amatis was sharp-tongued and stuck up. She was opinionated, argumentative, stubborn, and not even that pretty. There were also rumors that she still secretly associated with her werewolf brother. Celine didn't much care about that. She had nothing against Downworlders, but she had plenty against Amatis, who obviously didn't appreciate what she had. Stephen needed someone who would admire him, agree with him, support him. Someone like Celine. If only she could make him see that for himself. They surveyed the warlock for a couple of hours. Dominique Dufroy was constantly leaving her booth unattended, scurrying off to gossip or trade with other sellers. It was almost like she wanted someone to rifle through her belongings. Stephen yawned theatrically. I was hoping for slightly more of a challenge. But let's get this done and get out of here. This place stinks of Downworlders. I already feel like I need a shower. Ouais, c'est terrible, Celine lied. The next time Dominique left her booth, Stephen tailed her. Robert slipped into the booth's curtained-off area to poke around for evidence of dirty dealings. Celine was left to play lookout, browsing the booth next to Dominique's, where she could signal Robert if Dominique unexpectedly came back. Of course, they'd assigned her the most boring job, the one that required nothing but shopping for jewelry. They thought she was useless. Celine did as she was told, feigning interest in the hideous display of enchanted rings, chunky gold chains, charm bracelets jangling with greater demons carved in brass and pewter. Then she spotted something that actually did interest her.
A silent brother, gliding toward the booth in that disconcertingly inhuman way they all had of moving. She watched out of the corner of her eye as the robed Shadowhunter studied the jewelry display with great care. What could someone like him possibly be looking for in a place like this? The scruffy preteen werewolf manning the booth had barely acknowledged Celine's presence, but he scurried straight over to the silent brother, eyes wide with fear. "You can't be poking around here," he said. "My boss doesn't like doing business with your kind." "Aren't you a bit young to have a boss?" The words reverberated in Celine's mind, and she wondered for a moment whether the silent brother wanted her to overhear. But that seemed unlikely. She was standing several feet away, and there was no reason for him to have noticed her. "Parents threw me out when I got bitten, so it's either work or go hungry," the kid said. He shrugged. "And I like food, which is why you gotta get out of here before the boss comes back and thinks I'm selling to a shadow hunter. I am in search of a piece of jewelry. Look, man, there's nothing here you can't get somewhere else, better and cheaper. This stuff is all junk." "Yes, that I can see. But I am looking for something particular, something I've been told I can find here only. A silver necklace with a pendant in the shape of a heron." The word heron pricked Celine's ear. It was such a specific request, and it was something so suited to a Herondale. Yeah, I don't know how you heard about that, but it's possible we've got one of those back here. I told you, though, I can't sell to... What if I doubled the price?" "You don't even know what the price is." "No, I do not, and I imagine you won't get a better offer, given that the necklace is not on display for customers." "Yeah, I pointed that out myself, but—" He leaned forward and lowered his voice. Celine tried not to make it too obvious she was straining to hear. "Boss doesn't want his wife to know he's selling it. Said he just needs to put the word out and a buyer will find us." And now a buyer has. Imagine how pleased your employer will be when you tell him it's sold for more than his asking price. I guess he never needs to know who bought it. He will not hear it from me. The kid considered this for a moment, then ducked beneath the counter for a moment and reappeared, dangling a silver pendant. Celine suppressed a gasp. It was a delicately shaped heron, sparkling in the moonlight, the perfect gift for a young Herondale proud of his heritage. She closed her eyes, letting herself to drift into an alternate reality, one in which she was allowed to give Stephen gifts. Imagining fastening the pendant around his neck, nuzzling his soft skin, breathing him in. Imagining him saying, "I love it, almost as much as I love you." It is beautiful, is it not? Celine flinched at the voice of the silent brother in her head. Of course he couldn't know what she'd been thinking, but nonetheless her cheeks burned with shame. The kid had retreated to the back of the booth to count his money. The silent brother had now fixed his blind gaze on her. He was different from the other silent brothers she'd seen, his face young, even handsome. His jet-black hair was marked with a streak of white, and his eyes and mouth were sealed but not sewn shut. Runes sliced viciously across each cheek. Celine was reminded how envious she had once been of the Silent Brotherhood. They had scars like she had scars. They endured great pain like she endured great pain. But their scars gave them power. Their pain felt like nothing, because they had no feeling. You could not be a silent brother if you were a girl. This had never seemed very fair to Celine. Women were, however, allowed to join the Iron Sisters. Celine had liked the idea when she was younger, but now she felt no desire to live cloistered on a volcanic plain, with nothing to do but craft weapons of Adamas. The very thought of it made her claustrophobic. I am sorry to startle you, but I noted your interest in the pendant. It reminded me of someone. Someone you care about a great deal, I sense. Yeah, I guess. Is that someone perhaps a Herondale? Yes, and he's wonderful. The words slipped out accidentally, but there was an unexpected joy in saying them out loud. She'd never let herself do so before, not in front of someone else, not even alone. That was the thing about Silent Brothers.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Being with them wasn't quite like being with someone else, or like being alone. Confiding in a silent brother was like confiding in no one, she thought, because who was he going to tell? Stephen Herondale, she said, softly but firmly. I'm in love with Stephen Herondale. There was a jolt of power in saying the words, almost as if speaking her claim aloud made it a little more real. The love of a Herondale can be a great gift. Yeah, it's awesome, she said, bitterly enough that even the silent brother noticed her tone. I have upset you? No, it's just, I said I love him. He barely knows I'm alive. Ah, it was stupid, hoping for sympathy from a silent brother, like hoping for sympathy from a rock. His face remained completely impassive, but the voice that spoke in her head was gentle. She let herself believe it was even a little kind. That must be difficult. If Celine had been another type of girl, the type with friends or sisters, or a mother who spoke to her with anything but icy disdain, she might have told someone else about Stephen. She might have spent hours dissecting his tone, the way he sometimes seemed to flirt with her, the way he'd once touched her on the shoulder in gratitude when she lent him a dagger. Maybe talking about it would have blunted the pain of loving him. Maybe she even would have talked herself out of loving him. Talking about Stephen might have become commonplace, like talking about the weather. Background noise. But Celine had no one to talk to. All she had were her secrets, and the longer she kept them, the more they hurt. He's never going to love me, she said. All I've ever wanted was to be near him, but now he's right here, and I can't have him, and in a way that's even worse. It just hurts so much. I sometimes think there is nothing more painful than love denied. To love someone you cannot have, to stand beside your heart's desire and be unable to take them in your arms. A love that cannot be requited. I can think of nothing more painful than that. It was impossible that a silent brother could understand how she felt, and yet, he sounded as if he understood exactly how she felt. I wish I could be more like you, she admitted. In what sense? You know, just shut off my feelings, feel nothing, for anybody? There was a long pause, and she wondered if she'd offended him. Was that even possible? Finally, his cool, steady voice spoke again. This is a wish you should dispense with. Feeling is what makes us human, even the most difficult feelings, perhaps especially those. Love, loss, longing, this is what it means to be truly alive. But you're a silent brother. You're not supposed to feel any of those things, right? There was another long pause. I remember feeling them. That is sometimes as close as I can get. And you're still alive, as far as I can tell. Sometimes that too is difficult to remember. If she didn't know any better, she would think he had sighed. The silent brother she met on her first trip to the Shadow Market had been kind like this. When he bought her the crepe, he hadn't asked her where her parents were, or why she was wandering the crowds alone, or why her eyes were red from crying. He only knelt and pinned his blind eyes on hers. The world is a hard thing to face alone, he said inside her mind. You do not have to. Then he did what silent brothers did best, and fell silent. She knew, even as a child, that he was waiting for her to tell him what she needed, that if she asked for help, he might even offer it. No one could help her. Even as a child, she knew that too.
The Montclairs were a respected, powerful Shadowhunter family. Her parents had the ear of the consul. If she told the brother who she was, he would only bring her home. If she told him what waited for her there, what her parents were really like, he probably wouldn't believe her. He might even tell her parents she was spreading lies about them, and there would be consequences. She'd thanked him for the crepe and skittered away. She'd endured so many years since then. After this summer, she would return to the academy for her final year and graduate. She would never have to live in her parents' house again. She was almost free. She didn't need anyone's help. But the world was still a hard thing to face alone. And she was so lonely. Maybe the pain of loving someone is a fact of life and all, but do you really think that, like, all pain is? You don't think it would be better if you could just stop hurting? Is something hurting you? She summoned her nerve. She could do it. She almost believed that. She could tell this stranger about the cold house, about the parents who seemed to notice her only when she did something wrong, about the consequences when she did. The thing is, she broke off abruptly as the silent brother turned away. His closed eyes seemed to be tracking a man in a black trench coat hurrying toward him. The man stopped short when he caught sight of the silent brother. His face abruptly drained of color. Then he spun on his heel and hustled away. Most downworlders were skittish around Shadowhunters these days. News of the Circle's exploits had gotten around. But this looked almost personal. Do you know that guy? I apologize. I must attend to this. Silent brothers did not display emotion, and, as far as Celine knew, they didn't feel it. But if she didn't know any better, she would say this silent brother was feeling something very deeply. Fear, maybe, or excitement, or that strange combination of the two that descended just before a fight. Okay, but the silent brother was already gone. She was alone again. And thank the angel for that, she thought. It had been careless, even toying with the idea of dredging her dark truths into the light. How foolish, how weak, wanting to be heard, wanting to be truly seen by anyone, much less a man with his eyes fused shut. Her parents always said she was stupid and weak. Maybe they were right. Brother Zachariah wove through the crowded shadow market, careful to keep a few feet of distance between him and his target. It was a strange game they were playing. The man, who went by the name of Jack Crow, certainly knew that Zachariah was following him. And Brother Zachariah could have picked up his speed and overtaken the man at any point. But for whatever reason, Crow didn't want to stop, and Brother Zachariah didn't want to make him. So Crow strode across the arena and into the dense warren of streets just beyond its gates. Brother Zachariah followed. He was sorry to have left the girl so abruptly. He felt a certain kinship with her. They'd both given a piece of their hearts to a Herondale, and they both loved someone they could not have. Of course, Brother Zachariah's love was a pale imitation of the real, raw human thing. He loved through a scrim, and every year it got harder to remember what lay beyond. To remember how it had felt to long for Tessa the way a living, breathing human longed. How it had felt to need her. Zachariah no longer truly needed anything. Not food, not sleep, not even, much as he sometimes tried to summon it in himself, Tessa. His love persisted, but it was blunted. The girl's love had a jagged edge, and talking to her had helped him remember. She had wanted his help too, he could tell. The most human part of him was tempted to stay by her side. She'd seemed so fragile, and so determined to seem otherwise. It touched his heart. But Brother Zachariah's heart was encased in stone. He tried to tell himself otherwise. After all, the very fact of his presence here was evidence of his still human heart. He'd been hunting for decades, because of Will, because of Tessa, because a part of him was still Jem, the Shadowhunter boy who had loved them both. Still loves them both, Brother Zachariah reminded himself. Present tense. The heron pendant had confirmed his suspicions. This was definitely the man he'd been seeking. Zachariah couldn't let him get away. Crow ducked into a narrow cobblestone alley.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Brother Zachariah followed, tense and alert. He sensed their slow-motion chase was nearing its end. And indeed, the alley was a dead end. Crow whirled around to face Zachariah, a knife in his hand. He was still young, barely into his 20s, with a proud face and a shock of blonde hair. Brother Zachariah had a weapon and was quite good at using it, but he made no move to draw his staff. This man could never be a threat to him. "Okay, Shadowhunter, you wanted me, you got me," Crow said, feet braced and knife ready, clearly expecting an attack. Brother Zachariah studied his face, searching for something familiar, but there was nothing but the pretense of brash courage. With his closed eyes, Zachariah could see beneath such facades. He could see fear. There was a rustling behind him, then a woman's voice. "You know what they say, Shadowhunter. Be careful what you wish for." Brother Zachariah turned, slowly. Here was a surprise. A young woman, even younger than Crow, stood in the mouth of the alley. She was almost ethereally beautiful, with shining blonde hair and the kind of ruby lips and cobalt eyes that had inspired millennia of bad poetry. She was smiling sweetly. She was aiming a crossbow directly at Brother Zachariah's heart. He felt a jolt of fear, not because of the knife or the crossbow. He had nothing to fear from these two. He would prefer not to fight at all, but if necessary, he could disarm them harmlessly. They weren't equipped to protect themselves. That was the problem. The fear stemmed from the realization that he had achieved his goal. This search was the one thing that still bound him to Tessa, to Will, to his former self. What if today he lost his only remaining tie to Jem Carstairs? What if this, today, was his last truly human act? "Come on, Shadowhunter," the woman said, coming closer, but keeping the crossbow steady. "Spit it out. If you're very lucky, maybe we'll let you live." "I don't want to fight you." From their reaction, he could tell they hadn't expected the voice in their head. These two knew enough to recognize a Shadowhunter, but apparently they didn't know as much as they thought. "I have been looking for you, Jack Crow." "Yeah, so I heard. Someone should have warned you. People who come looking for me tend to regret it. I mean you no harm. I only want to deliver a message. It is about who you are and where you came from. You might find this difficult to believe." Yeah, I'm a Shadowhunter too," Crow shrugged. "Now tell me something I don't know. You here to buy or to shoplift?" Celine dropped the potion bottle. It shattered on the ground, releasing a puff of noxious blue smoke. After the silent brother had ditched her for the hot guy in the trench coat, the werewolf kid had shut down the booth. He glared at Celine until she accepted it was time to move on. So she'd meandered over to Dominique Defraud's booth, trying to look innocuous. Which worked fine until the warlock herself appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. "Or juste here to cause havoc," Dominique said in French. Celine cursed silently. She'd have one job, a humiliatingly easy one at that, and she'd still manage to fail. Stephen was nowhere in sight, and Robert was still rummaging through the warlock's tent. "I was waiting for you to come back," Celine said loudly and in English, so Robert would be sure to hear. "Thank goodness you finally did. I'm melting in this heat." She said that last part even louder. It was a pre-arranged signal, just in case. Translation: get out now. Hopefully she could keep the warlock distracted long enough that he could slip out unseen. Where was Stephen? Bien sûr. The warlock had a terrible accent, French by way of Southern California.
Celine wondered if warlocks could surf. And on what is it you're looking for, mademoiselle? A love potion. It was the first thing that popped into her head. Maybe because she'd just spotted Stephen hurrying toward them while trying very much to look like he wasn't hurrying. Celine wondered how Dominique had managed to give him the slip in the first place, and if she'd done so on purpose. A love potion, eh? The warlock followed her gaze and made an approving noise. Not bad, though a little beefy for my taste. The better the body, the worse the mind, I always find. But maybe you prefer dumb and pretty. Chacun a son goût, eh? Oui, dumb and pretty, sure. So, what was Robert doing back there anyway? Celine hoped he'd managed to slip out without her seeing him, but she couldn't take the risk. Can you help me? Love is a little beyond my pay grade, chérie. Anyone around here who tells you different is lying. But I can. She fell silent as Stephen arrived, looking slightly harried. Everything okay here? He shot Celine a concerned look. Her heart pounded. He was worried about her. She nodded. Totally fine. We were just... Your friend here wanted me to sell her a potion to make you fall in love with her, the warlock said. Celine thought she might drop dead on the spot. I was about to tell her I could only offer her the next best thing. She pulled what looked like a can of hairspray from beneath the booth and sprayed a puff of it in Stephen's face. His expression went slack. What did you do? Celine cried. And why did you say that? Oh, relax. Trust me, in this state, he won't care what anyone says. Watch. Stephen was staring at Celine like he'd never seen her before. He reached out a hand and touched her cheek, gently, his expression wondering. He looked at her like he was thinking, could you be real? Turns out, your little blonde friend here has a nasty case of demon pox, Dominique told Stephen. Celine decided she was not, in fact, going to drop dead. She was going to murder the warlock. Demon pox is so sexy, Stephen said. Will there be warts? He batted his eyes at Celine. You would look beautiful with warts. See, the warlock said. I fixed him for you. What did you do? It's not obvious. I did what you asked for. Well, it's a cheap approximation of what you asked for, but what else is the shadow market for? Celine didn't know what to say. She was furious on Stephen's behalf. On her own behalf, she was something else, something she should not have been. Did anyone ever tell you that you're beautiful when you're confused? Stephen gushed. He gave her a moony grin. Of course, you're also beautiful when you're angry, and when you're sad, and when you're happy, and when you're laughing, and when you're... What? When you're kissing me, he said. But that one's just a theory. Do you want to test it out? Stephen, I'm not sure you really know. Then he was kissing her. Stephen Herondale was kissing her. Stephen Herondale's lips were on her lips. His hands were on her waist, caressing her back, cupping her cheeks. Stephen Herondale's fingers were threading through her hair. Stephen Herondale was holding her tight, tighter, as if he wanted more of her than he could have, as if he wanted all of her. She tried to hold herself at a distance. This was not real, she reminded herself. This was not him. But it felt real. It felt like Stephen Herondale, warm in her arms, wanting her, and her resistance gave way. For one eternal moment, she was lost to bliss. Enjoy it while you can. It'll wear off in an hour or so. Dominique Defraud's voice yanked her back to reality, the reality in which Stephen was married to someone else. Celine forced herself to pull away. He let out a tiny whimper and looked like he was going to cry. First taste is free. You want permanent. You have to pay, the warlock said. But I suppose I could give you the Shadowhunter discount. Celine froze. How did you know I was a Shadowhunter? With your grace and beauty, how could you be anything else? Stephen said. Celine ignored him. Something was very wrong here. Her runes were covered. Her clothing was convincingly mundane. Her weapons were hidden. There was nothing to mark her true identity. Or perhaps you'd like to buy 2 doses, the warlock said. One for this schmuck, and one for the schmuck behind the curtain.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Not quite as handsome, of course, but those uptight ones can be a lot of fun once they let loose. Celine's hand crept toward her hidden dagger. "You look surprised, Celine," the warlock said. "Did you honestly think I didn't know you 3 stooges were watching me? Did you think I would just leave my booth without a security system? I guess Loverboy's not the only thing dumb but pretty around here. How do you know my name?" The warlock threw back her head and laughed. Her molars gleamed with gold. "Every downworlder in Paris knows about poor Celine Montclair, wandering the city like a murderous little Eponine. We all feel a little sorry for you." Celine lived with a steady, secret simmer of rage, but now she felt it boiling over. "I mean, I can't afford to have Shadowhunters poking around in my business, so I'm still going to have to take care of you, but I'll feel sorry for you as you die." Celine drew her dagger just as a flock of Halfa's demons exploded from the tent. The winged beasts swooped toward her and Stephen, razor-sharp talons extended, beaks open to unleash an unearthly screech. "Demon pigeons!" Stephen shouted in disgust, his longsword in his hand. The blade flashed silver in the starlight as he sliced and slashed through thick, scaly wings. Celine danced and dodged 2 bird-like demons, fending them off with her dagger as she pulled out 2 seraph blades with her free hand. "Zouflas," she whispered, "Jophiel." As the blades began to glow, she flung them in opposite directions. Each flew true, straight into a demon's throat. Both Halfa's demons exploded in a cloud of bloody feathers and ichor. Celine was already in motion, leaping through the warlock's curtain. "Robert!" she cried. He was locked inside what looked like a gigantic antique birdcage, its floor coated with Halfa's feathers, as was he. He looked unharmed, and very unhappy. Celine broke through the lock as quickly as she could, and the 2 of them rejoined Stephen, who had managed to dispatch several of the demons, though a handful of them swooped off the ground to safety, looping and diving through the night sky. Dominic had opened a portal and was about to leap through it. Robert seized her by the throat, then slammed the blunt end of his sword down on her head with a resounding thud. She dropped to the ground, out cold. "So much for stealth," he said. "Celine, you're wounded," Stephen said, sounding horrified. Celine realized a demonic beak had torn a chunk out of her calf. The blood was seeping through her jeans. She had barely felt it, but as the adrenaline of battle faded away, a sharp, stabbing pain took its place. Stephen already had his stale in his hand, eager to apply an iratse. "You're even more beautiful when you're bleeding," he said. Celine shook her head and backed away. "I can do it myself." "But it would be my honor to heal your perfect skin," Stephen protested. "Did he get hit on the head?" Robert asked. Celine was too embarrassed to explain. Fortunately, the cawing of Halfa's demons echoed in the distance, followed by a woman's scream. "You 2 watch the warlock," she said. "I'll deal with the rest of the demons before they eat anyone." She took off before Robert could ask any more questions.
"I'll miss you," Stephen called after her. "You're so cute when you're bloodthirsty." More than 150 years before, the shadow hunter Tobias Herondale had been convicted of cowardice, a crime punishable by death. The law, in those days, was not just hard, it was merciless. Tobias went mad and took flight, so he could not be tried and executed for his crimes. So, in his absence, the clave meted his punishment out on his wife. Death to her. Death to the Herondale child she carried. This, at least, was the story. Many decades ago, Zachariah had learned the truth behind this tale. He had met the warlock who saved Eva's child, and then, after the mother's death, raised that child as her own. That child had sired a child, who had sired a child, and so forth. A secret line of Herondales, lost to the Shadowhunter world. Until now. The surviving member of this line was in grave danger. For a long time, that was all Brother Zachariah knew. For Tessa, for Will, he had dedicated himself to learning more. He had followed breadcrumbs, run headlong into dead ends, and nearly died at the hand of a fairy who wanted the lost Herondale to stay that way. Or worse, Zachariah feared. The lost descendant of Tobias Herondale had fallen in love with a fairy. Their child, and all their child's children, were part Shadowhunter, part fae. Which meant Zachariah wasn't the only one seeking. He strongly suspected, however, he was the only seeker who meant no harm. If an emissary of faerie was willing to attack not just a shadow hunter, but a silent brother, willing to break the accords in the most egregious of ways, then surely the search was imperative. Surely the danger was mortal. Decades of quiet inquiries had led here, to the Paris shadow market, to a booth run by the man rumored to have in his possession a precious heron-shaped pendant, a Herondale heirloom. The man named Crow, who most assumed to be a mundane with the sight, known as savvy but untrustworthy, a man all too satisfied by life in the shadows. Zachariah had learned the whereabouts of the pendant first. It was a Parisian warlock who'd heard about his search and contacted him. She told him his suspicions were correct. The owner of the pendant, whatever he wanted to call himself, was a Herondale, which apparently was old news to everyone but Zachariah himself. "You've known about your heritage all this time, and yet you never revealed yourself?" "Sweetheart, I think you can put down the crossbow," Crow told the woman. "The psychic monk doesn't seem like he means us any harm." She lowered the weapon, though she didn't look very happy about it. "Thank you. And maybe you should leave us alone to talk," Crow added. "I don't think that's a good idea, Rosemary. Trust me. I got this." The woman, who must have been his wife, sighed. It was the sound of someone who understood stubbornness and had long ago given up trying to fight it. "Fine. But you," she poked Brother Zachariah with the crossbow, hard enough he could feel it through his thick robes. "Anything happens to him, and I will hunt you down and make you pay." "I have no intention of letting anything happen to either of you. That's why I've come." "Yeah, whatever." She took Crow in her arms. The two embraced for a long moment. Zachariah had often heard the expression, "holding on for dear life," but rarely had he seen it enacted. The couple clung to each other like it was the only way to survive. He remembered loving someone like that. He remembered the impossibility of saying goodbye. The woman whispered something to Crow, then hoisted her crossbow and disappeared into the Paris night. "We're newlyweds, and she's a little overprotective," Crow said. "You know how it is." "I'm afraid I do not." Crow looked him up and down, and Brother Zachariah wondered what this man saw. Whatever it was, he seemed unimpressed. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't. I have been looking for you for a long time, longer than you can imagine. Look, I'm sorry you wasted your time, but I don't want anything to do with you people. I fear you don't realize the danger you're in. I am not the only one looking for you. But you're the only one who can protect me, right? Come with me if you want to live and all that. Yeah, I've seen that movie. Not interested in living it. He was plenty sure of himself, Brother Zachariah thought, and felt the strange urge to smile. Maybe there was a trace of the familiar here after all. A man like me, he makes his fair share of enemies. I've been looking out for myself my whole life, and I don't see any reason whatever he said next, was drowned out by an unholy screeching. A giant bird-like demon swooped down, speared Crow's coat with its razor-sharp beak, and lifted him into the air.
Brother, authoritative and stable. Brother Zachariah seized one of the seraph blades he had brought along, just in case. Mebahiah, he named it, and flung it at the bird-like demon. The blade embedded itself in the feathered sternum, and the demon exploded mid-air. Crow tumbled several feet to the ground, landing in a noisy heap of feathers and ichor. Zachariah rushed over to help the man to his feet, but these efforts were rebuffed. Crow examined the large, ragged hole in his trench coat with disgust. That was brand new. It is indeed a very nice coat, or it was. Zachariah refrained from pointing out the good fortune that the Halphus demon hadn't ripped a hole through anything more valuable, like his rib cage. So, is that the danger you came to warn me about? Saving my new coat from a demon seagull? It struck me as more of a demon pigeon. Crow brushed himself off. He darted several suspicious looks at the sky, as if expecting another attack. Listen, Mr. Brother, Brother Zachariah. Right, okay, bro, I can see that a guy like you could come in handy in a fight. And if you're that determined to protect me from some big, scary danger, I guess I won't fight you on it. Brother Zachariah was surprised by the sudden change of heart. Perhaps nearly getting pecked to death by a demon pigeon had that effect on people. I'd like to take you somewhere safe. Sure, fine. Give me a few hours to tie up some loose ends, and Rosemary and I will meet you on the Pont des Arts at dawn. Well, do whatever you want. Promise. I can accompany you as you tie these ends. Listen, brother, the kinds of ends I'm talking about, they don't take kindly to Shadowhunters poking around in their business, if you catch my drift. Your drift sounds mildly criminal. You want to make a citizen's arrest? I am concerned only with your safety. I made it 22 years without your help. I think I can make it another 6 hours, don't you? Brother Zachariah had invested decades into this search. It seemed wildly unwise to let this man slip away, with only a promise that he would return, especially given what he'd learned about the man's reputation. It didn't exactly inspire confidence in his word. Look, I know what you're thinking, and I know I can't stop you from following me. So I'm just asking you flat out. You want me to trust me? Then you trusting me. And I'm swearing, on whatever you need me to, that your precious lost Shadowhunter will be on that bridge waiting for you at dawn. Against his better judgment, Brother Zachariah nodded. Go. Celine had no taste for torture. Not that this was what they would call it, whatever they did to the warlock to get her to talk. Valentine had taught his circle to be careful with their words. Robert and Stephen would interrogate Dominique Dufroy, using whatever methods they deemed requisite. When they got the answers they needed, names of her Shadowhunter contacts, details of crimes committed, they would deliver her and an inventory of her sins to Valentine. The warlock was bound to a folding chair in the cheap flat they were using as a home base. The warlock was unconscious.
blood trickling from the shallow wound on her forehead. This was how Robert and Stephen referred to her, not by name, but as the warlock, as if she were more thing than person. Valentine had wanted them to conduct this investigation without alerting the warlock to their presence. It was only midnight on their first day in Paris, and they'd already screwed everything up. "If we bring him some answers, he can't be too mad," Stephen said. It sounded more like wish than prediction. Stephen had stopped commenting on the gaming beauty of Celine's legs and the addictive qualities of her porcelain skin. He claimed not to remember the effects of the warlock's potion, but his glance strayed to Celine every time he thought she wasn't looking. She couldn't help wondering. What if he did remember? What if, having finally touched her, held her, kissed her, he'd discovered a new desire in himself? He was still married to Amatis, of course. Even if he desired Celine, maybe even a little bit loved Celine, there was nothing to be done about it. But what if? "Is anyone else hungry?" Celine said. "Am I ever not hungry?" Stephen said. He slapped the warlock sharply. She stirred but did not wake. Celine backed toward the door. "Why don't I go find us something to eat while you're taking care of this?" Robert yanked the warlock's hair back hard. She yelped and her eyes flew open. "Shouldn't take long." Great. Celine hoped they couldn't tell how desperate she was to get out of the apartment. She didn't have the stomach for this kind of thing, but she couldn't have them report that back to Valentine. She'd worked too hard to gain his respect. "Hey, you're limping," Stephen said. "You need another Iratse?" He was worried about her. She told herself not to read anything into it. "It doesn't even hurt anymore," she lied. "I'm fine." She'd applied the healing rune half-heartedly, and it had not completely closed her wound. She preferred sometimes to feel the pain. When she was a child, her parents had often refused her Iratses after training sessions, especially when her injuries were caused by her own mistakes. "Let the pain remind you to do better next time," they told her. All these years later, she was still making so many mistakes. Celine was halfway down the precarious staircase when she realized she'd forgotten her wallet. She trumped painfully back up, then hesitated outside the door, stopped by the sound of her name. "Me and Celine?" she heard Stephen say. Feeling slightly ridiculous, Celine withdrew her stele and drew a careful rune on the door. Their amplified voices came through loud and clear. Stephen laughed. "You've got to be kidding me." It sounded like a pretty good kiss. I was under the influence. Still, she's pretty, don't you think? There was an excruciating pause. "I don't know. I never really thought about it. You do realize that marriage doesn't mean you're never allowed to look at another woman, right?" "It's not that," Stephen said. "It's the way she follows you around like a drooling puppy." "That doesn't help," Stephen acknowledged. "She's just such a child. Like, no matter how old she gets, she's always going to need someone else telling her what to do." "I'll give you that," Robert said. "But Valentine seems convinced there's something more to her." "Nobody's right all the time," Stephen said, and now they were both laughing. "Not even him." "Don't let him hear you say that." Celine didn't realize she was in motion until she felt the rain on her face. She collapsed against the cool stone of the building's facade, wishing she could melt into it. To turn herself to stone, to shut down her nerves, her senses, her heart, to feel nothing. If only. Their laughter echoed in her ears. She was a joke. She was pathetic. She was someone Stephen had never thought about, never cared about, never wanted, would never want under any circumstances. She was a pathetic creature, a child, a mistake. The sidewalks were empty. The streets shimmered with rain. The searchlight beacon atop the Eiffel Tower had gone to sleep, along with the rest of the city. Celine felt utterly alone. Her leg throbbed. Her tears would not stop. Her heart screamed. She had nowhere to go, but could not go back upstairs, back to that room, to that laughter. She set off blindly into the Paris night. Celine was at home in the dark, slumbering streets. She wandered for hours, through the Marais and past the hulking Pompidou, crossing from the right bank to the left and back again. She visited with the gargoyles of Notre Dame, those hideous stone demons clinging to Gothic spires, awaiting their chance to devour the faithful. It seemed unfair that the city was so full of stone creatures who could feel nothing, and here she was, feeling so unbearably much. She was in the Tuileries, more bloody ghosts, more creatures carved of stone, when she spotted the trail of ichor.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. She was still a shadow hunter, and she was a shadow hunter in desperate need of distraction, so she followed it. She caught up with the Shax demon in the opera district, but stayed in the shadows, wanting to see what it was up to. Shax demons were trackers, used to hunt people who didn't want to be found. And this demon was definitely tracking something. Celine tracked it in turn. She tracked it through the slumbering courtyards of the Louvre. It was oozing ichor from a wound, but it wasn't moving like a creature slinking off to nurse its wounds. Its giant pincers skittered at the cobblestones as it hesitated at corners, deciding which way to turn. This was a predator, tracking its prey. The demon paused in the archway of the Louvre, at the foot of the Pont des Arts. The small pedestrian bridge stretched across the Seine, its railings crowded with lovers' locks. It was said that if a couple attached a lock to the Pont des Arts, their love would last forever. The bridge was almost deserted at this hour, except for one young couple locked in an embrace, completely oblivious to the Shax demon slithering out of the shadows, pincers clicking together in eager anticipation. Celine always carried a misericord blade. Its narrow point was exactly what she needed to penetrate the insectoid demon's carapace, she hoped. Gadrel, Celine whispered, naming a seraph blade. She crept behind the Shax demon, as steady and silent as it was. She, too, could be a predator. In one smooth, sure motion, she stabbed the misericord straight through the carapace, then slid the seraph blade into the wound she'd opened. The demon dissolved. It had all happened so swiftly, so quietly, that the couple on the bridge didn't even break from their embrace. They were too intent on each other to realize how close they'd come to being a demon's late-night snack. Celine lingered, trying to imagine it. Standing on the bridge with someone who loved her, a man gazing so intently into her eyes that he wouldn't have noticed the world ending. But Celine's imagination gave out. Reality had caged her in. As long as she thought Stephen hadn't noticed her, she could fantasize about what might happen if he ever did. Now she knew. She could not unknow. Celine wiped and sheathed her blades, then crept closer to the couple, close enough to hear what they were saying. She was glamoured, so there was no danger in doing a little eavesdropping, but she tried to keep herself hidden in case more demons appeared. What words did a man say to the woman he loved when he thought no one else could hear? She might never find out if she waited for someone to say them to her. "I hate to say I told you so," the woman said, but who knew he'd be so willing to trust a warlock? Who knew anyone would believe you were the long-lost descendant of some noble shadow hunter line? She said, then laughed. "Oh, wait, I knew. Admit it, deep down you knew it would work. You just didn't want it to.
Of course I didn't want it to. He touched her cheek, impossibly gently. I hate this. I hate leaving you here. Celine realized with a slight shock that she recognized him. This was the man the silent brother had chased after at the market. It's not for long, and it's for the best, Jack, I promise. You'll come find me in L.A. as soon as it's taken care of? You swear? In the shadow market, at our old place. I swear, as soon as I can be sure the trail's gone cold. She kissed him, long and hard. When she pressed her hand to his cheek, Celine spotted the glint of a wedding band. Rosemary, I don't want you anywhere near these people. It's not safe. But it's safe for you? You know I'm right, she said. The man hung his head and tucked his hands into the pockets of his trench coat. It looked expensive, except for the giant gaping hole torn through the left side. Yeah. You ready? He nodded, and she pulled a small bottle from her bag. This better work the way it's supposed to. She handed it to her husband, who uncorked it, swallowed its contents, and tossed it into the river. A moment later, he clutched his hands to his face and began to scream. Celine panicked. It wasn't her place to interfere, but she couldn't just stand here and watch as this woman murdered her Jack. Jack, it's okay. You're okay. She clung to him as the man moaned and shuddered, and, finally, slumped quietly into her arms. I think it worked, he said. When they backed away from each other, Celine gasped. Even in the dim light of the streetlights, she could see that his face had transformed. He had been a blonde with sparkling green eyes and sharp, chiseled features, around the age of Stephen and nearly as handsome. Now he looked 10 years older, his face carved with worry lines, his hair mud-colored, his smile crooked. Hideous, the woman named Rosemary said approvingly. Then she kissed him again, just as desperately as before, as if nothing had changed. Now go. You sure? As sure as I am that I love you. The man fled into the night, his coat melting into the darkness. And ditch the trench, Rosemary called after him. It's too obvious. Never, he shouted back. And then he was gone. Rosemary sagged against the bridge and buried her face in her hands. So she didn't see the gargoyle behind her blink its eyes and swivel its stone snout in her direction. Celine suddenly remembered. The Pont des Arts had no gargoyles. This was a flesh-and-blood chiral demon, and it looked hungry. With a furious roar, the monstrous shadow peeled itself off the bridge and unfolded a set of huge bat-like wings that blotted out the night. It opened its jaw wide and bared razor-like teeth, then lunged straight for Rosemary's throat. With shocking speed, Rosemary hefted a sword and slashed. The demon screeched in pain, raking its talons against the metal blade with enough force to knock it from the woman's hands. Rosemary stumbled to the ground, and the demon seized its moment. It leapt onto her chest, immobilizing her beneath its massive wings, and hissed. Teeth neared flesh. "Serial," Celine whispered, and stabbed a seraph blade through the demon's neck. It yowled with pain and whirled toward her, its innards bursting through its hide even as it tried, in its last remaining moments, to attack. Rosemary heaved her sword and sliced off the creature's head, seconds before head and torso exploded into a cloud of dust. Satisfied, she collapsed backward, the wound in her shoulder bleeding freely. Celine could tell how much it hurt, and how determined the woman was to reveal no pain. She knelt by her side. Rosemary flinched away. "Let me see, I can help." "I would never ask for help from a shadow hunter," the woman said bitterly. "You didn't exactly ask, and you're welcome."
The woman sighed, then examined her bloody wound. She touched it gingerly, winced. "As long as you're here, you want to give me an iratse?" It was obvious the woman was no mundane. Even a mundane with the sight couldn't have fought the way she did. But that didn't mean she could withstand an iratse. No one but a shadow hunter could. "Look, I don't really have the time to explain it, and I can't exactly go to the hospital and tell them I got gnawed on by a demon, can I? If you know about iratses, you know that only a shadow hunter can bear a rune," Celine said. "I know." Rosemary met her gaze steadily. She didn't bear the voyance rune, but the way she had moved, the way she had fought. "Have you borne a rune before?" Celine asked hesitantly. Rosemary smirked. "What do you think? Who are you?" "No one you need to worry about. You going to help or not?" Celine threw her stele. Applying a rune to anyone who wasn't a shadow hunter meant probable death, certain agony. She took a deep breath, then carefully applied stele to skin. Rosemary let out a relieved sigh. "Are you going to tell me who sent a Shaxdeemer after you?" Celine said. "And whether it was the same person who made sure an chiral demon was here to finish the job?" "No."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "You going to tell me why you're wandering around in the middle of the night looking like someone just drowned your pet rock in the Seine?" "No. Okay, then. And thank you. That guy who was here with you before. You mean the one you didn't see and won't say anything about, ever, if you know what's good for you? You love him, and he loves you, right?" Celine asked. "I guess he must, because there are some dangerous people out there looking for me," Rosemary said. "And he's done his best to make sure they think they're looking for him instead. I don't understand. And you don't have to. But yeah, he loves me. I love him. Why? She wanted to ask what that was like, how it felt. She wanted, also, to extend the conversation. She was afraid to be alone again, stranded on this bridge between the endless black of river and sky. "I just want to make sure you have someone to take care of you. We take care of each other. That's how it works. Speaking of which," she gave Celine an appraising look. "I'm in your debt now for helping me out with the demon, and for keeping my secret. I didn't say I would. You will. And I don't believe in debts, so let me do you a favor." "I don't need anything," Celine said, meaning I don't need anything anyone can give me. I keep my eyes open, and I see what's happening in the shadow hunter world. You need more than you think you do. Most of all, you need to stay away from Valentine Morgenstern." Celine stiffened. "What do you know about Valentine?" "I know that you're just his type, young and impressionable, and I know that he can't be trusted. I pay attention. You should too. He's not telling you everything. I know that." She looked over Celine's shoulder, and her eyes widened. "Someone's coming. You should get out of here." Celine turned around. A silent brother was gliding along the left bank, nearing the edge of the bridge. There was no way of knowing if it was the same one she'd met in the shadow market, but she couldn't risk running into him again, not after what she'd told him. It was too humiliating. "Remember," Rosemary said, "Valentine is not to be trusted." "And why should I trust you?" "No reason at all," Rosemary said. Without another word, she strode down the bridge toward the silent brother. The sky was pinking. The endless night had finally given way to dawn. "I had expected to find your husband on this bridge." But even as he formed the words, Brother Zachariah sensed their untruth. He had trusted a man he knew could not be trusted. He had let his sympathies for the Herondale line, his desire to believe there remained some bond between the Carstairs and the Herondales, even though this man was barely a Herondale and Zachariah was barely a Carstairs, cloud his judgment.
And now it was Jack Crow who might bear the consequences. He's not coming, and you're never going to see him again, Shadowhunter, so I suggest you not bother to look. I understand that the Shadowhunters have given your family every reason not to trust us, but don't take it personally. I don't trust anyone, she said. It's how I've managed to stay alive. She was stubborn and rude, and Brother Zachariah couldn't help but like her. I mean, if I was going to trust someone, it wouldn't be a cult of violent fundamentalists who get a kick out of executing their own. But, like I said, I don't trust anyone. Except Jack Crow. That's not his name anymore. Whatever name he chooses, he will always be a Herondale. She laughed, and when she did, her face took on a strangely familiar cast. Familiar in the way that Jack Crow's had never been. You don't know nearly as much as you think you do, Shadowhunter. Brother Zachariah reached into his robe and pulled out the heron necklace he'd bought from the shadow market. The necklace, he remembered, that Crow had sold without his wife's permission or knowledge, as a man might do if it were not truly his to sell. The pendant glittered in the dawnlight. Zachariah marked her surprise and offered the chain. She opened her palm and allowed him to place the pendant gently in her possession. Something deep in her seemed to settle as her hand wrapped around the heron charm, as if she had lost some essential piece of her soul, and now it was returned to her. A pigeon? She raised her eyebrows. A heron. Perhaps you recognize it? Why would I? Because I purchased it from your husband. Her lips were pressed together in a thin, tight line. Her hand had formed a fist around the chain. It was clear the child at the booth had spoken the truth. She didn't know the pendant had been for sale. Then why give it to me? She could pretend a lack of interest, but Zachariah wondered what she would say if he asked for it back. He suspected he would have a fight on his hands. Because I have a feeling it belongs to you and to your family. She stiffened, and Brother Zachariah marked the minute twitch of her hand, as if instinctively reaching for a weapon. She had sharp instincts, but also self-control, and arrogance, grace, and loyalty, and the capacity for great love, and a laugh that could light up the sky. He had come to Paris looking for the lost Herondale, and he had found her. I don't know what you're talking about. You are the Herondale, not your husband. You, the lost heir to a noble line of warriors. I'm nobody, she snapped. Nobody of interest to you, at least. I could reach into your mind and confirm the truth. She flinched. Zachariah didn't have to read her mind to understand her panic, or her welling self-doubt as she scrambled to figure out how he had seen through the ruse. But I would not trespass on your secrets. I want only to help you. My parents told me everything I need to know about the Shadowhunters, she said, and Brother Zachariah understood this was as close to an admission as he was going to get. Your precious little clave, your law. She spit out that last word like it was poison. I am not here as a representative of the clave. They have no idea I've come to you, or even that you exist. I have my own reasons for finding you, for wanting to protect you. And they are? I wouldn't trespass on your secrets, and I would ask that you not trespass on mine. Know only that I owe a great debt to your family. The bonds holding me to the Herondales run deeper than blood. Well, that's nice of you and all, but no one asked you to pay any debts, Rosemary said. Jack and I are doing just fine, taking care of each other, and that's what we'll keep doing. It was clever of you to make it seem as if your husband was the one I sought. But it was clever of Jack. People underestimate him, and they pay for it. But if I could penetrate your ruse, others who seek you may as well. And they are more dangerous than you know. These others you talk about butchered my parents. Rosemary's face betrayed no expression. Jack and I have been on the run for years. Trust me, I know exactly how dangerous this is. And I know exactly how dangerous it is to trust a stranger, even a stranger with psychic ninja powers and a deeply weird fashion sense. One of the things Brother Zachariah had learned in the Silent Brotherhood was the power of acceptance. Sometimes it was stronger to recognize an unwinnable fight and accept defeat, the better to begin laying groundwork for the next battle. Though this was not a battle, he reminded himself. You could not war for a person's trust. You could only earn it. Your heron necklace now has an enchantment on it. If you encounter trouble you cannot face on your own, you need only summon me, and I will come. If you think you can track us through this thing, your husband suggested that the only way to earn trust is by offering it. I will not try to find you if you prefer not to be found. But with this pendant, you can always find me. I trust you will summon me for help if and when you need it. Please trust that I will always answer. And who are you exactly? You may call me Brother Zachariah.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I could, but if I end up in this hypothetical situation where I need my life saved by some bloodthirsty monk, I'd rather know his actual name. I was once. It had been so long. He almost didn't feel entitled to the name. But there was a deep, nearly human pleasure in allowing himself to claim it. I was once known as Jem Carstairs, Jem. So who will you summon when you encounter trouble you can't face on your own, Jem? She fastened the pendant around her neck, and Zachariah felt a sliver of relief. At least he'd accomplished that much. I don't anticipate that. Then you're not paying attention. She touched him on the shoulder then, unexpectedly, and with unexpected gentleness. Thank you, she said. It's a start. Then he was watching her walk away. Brother Zachariah watched the water stream beneath the bridge. He thought about that other bridge, in another city, where once a year he returned to remember the man he'd once been and the dreams that man had once had. At the far end of the Pont des Arts, a young street musician opened a violin case and raised the instrument to his chin. For a moment, Zachariah thought he was imagining it, that he had conjured up a fantasy of his former self. But as he drew closer, because he could not stay away, he realized the musician was a girl. She was young, no more than 14 or 15, her hair swept up beneath a newsboy cap, a neat, old-fashioned bow tie at the collar of her white blouse. She bowed the strings and began to play, a haunting melody. Brother Zachariah recognized it, a Bartók violin concerto that had been written well after Jem Carstairs had put down his violin. Silent brothers played no music. They didn't listen to music either, not in the ordinary way. But even with their senses sealed off to mortal pleasures, they still heard. Jem heard. He was glamoured. The musician must have assumed she was alone. There was no audience for her music, no possibility of payment. She wasn't playing for spare change, but for her own pleasure. She faced the water, the sky. This was a song to welcome the sun. Distantly, he remembered the soft pressure of the chin rest. He remembered his fingertips capering across the strings. He remembered the dance of the bow. He remembered how sometimes it had felt like the music was playing him. There was no music in the silent city. There was no sun, no dawn. There was only dark. There was only quiet. Paris was a city that luxuriated in the senses: food, wine, art, romance. Everywhere was a reminder of what he'd lost, the pleasures of a world no longer his. He had learned to live with the loss. It was harder when he immersed himself in the world like this, but it was bearable. This was something else, though. The nothing he felt, as he listened to the melody, watched the bow waltz up and down the strings. The great hollow it opened inside him, echoing only with the past.
That made him feel utterly, dismally inhuman. The longing he felt, to truly hear, to want, to feel, that made him feel almost alive. "Come home," the brothers whispered in his mind. "It is time." Over the years, as he'd gained more control, Brother Zachariah had learned how to isolate himself from the voices of his brothers when need be. It was a strange thing, the brotherhood. Most assumed it was a lonely, solitary life, and it was, indeed, solitary. But he was never truly alone. The brotherhood was always there, on the edge of his awareness, watching, waiting. Brother Zachariah needed only extend a hand, and the brotherhood would reclaim him. Soon, he promised them, but not yet. I have more business here. He was more silent brother than not, but he was still less silent brother than the others. It was a strange liminal space, one that allowed him a modicum of privacy, and a desire for it that his brothers had long since abandoned. Zachariah shut himself off from them for the moment. He felt a deep regret over his failure here, but it was good, it was human to feel regret, and he wanted to savor it, all on his own. Or maybe not all on his own. There was, in fact, one more piece of business before he could return to the Silent City. He needed to explain himself to the one person who cared as much about the Herondales as he did. He needed Tessa. Celine didn't go to Valentine's apartment intending to break in. That would have been madness. And anyway, after a night and day of blindly wandering the city, she was too sleep-deprived to form clear intentions of anything. She simply followed a whim. She wanted the certainty that settled over her in Valentine's presence, the power he had to make her believe, not just in him, but in herself. After her strange encounter on the bridge, she'd considered going back to the flat in the Marais. She knew Stephen and Robert should be apprised of the unexpected demon activity, the possibility of a rogue Shadowhunter causing trouble and spreading suspicion about the circle. She couldn't face them. Let them worry about what had become of her, or not worry. She no longer cared. At least she was trying very hard not to care. She'd spent the day in the Louvre, haunting galleries that none of the tourists cared to see, old Etruscan masks and Mesopotamian coins. She'd spent hours there when she was younger, blending in with the hordes of schoolchildren. It was easy, when you were a child, to go unseen. The challenge, Celine understood now, was to be seen, and, once seen, to endure judgment. She couldn't stop thinking about the couple on the bridge, the way they'd gazed at each other, the way they'd touched each other, with so much care and so much need. Nor could she stop thinking about the woman's warning about Valentine. Celine was certain she could trust Valentine with her life. But if she'd been so wrong about Stephen, how could she know for sure she was right about anything? Valentine was staying in opulent quarters in the 6th arrondissement, down the street from a famous chocolatier and a mercerie where the custom hats cost more than most people spent on rent. She knocked loudly. When no one answered, it was easy enough to pick the lock. I am breaking into Valentine Morgenstern's, she thought, bewildered by herself. It didn't seem quite real. The apartment was elegant, almost regal, walls draped with gold fleur-de-lis, furniture covered with velvet. Plush rugs dotted the gleaming hardwood floors. Heavy golden curtains dimmed the light. The room's only anachronism was a large glass case in the center, inside of which lay Dominique de Foix, bound, beaten, and unconscious. Before she could decide what to do, there was the sound of a key rattling in the lock. The doorknob turned. Without thinking, Celine dove behind the thick curtains. She held herself very, very still. From her hiding spot, she couldn't see Valentine pacing back and forth across the living room, but she could hear everything she needed to. "Wake up," he snapped. There was a pause, a rustling, and then a woman's yelp of pain. "Halfus demons?" he said, sounding halfway between amused and enraged. "Really? You told me to make it look real," Dominique whined. "Yes, I told you to make it look real, not endanger them. You also told me you'd pay, but here I am, in some kind of cage, with an empty wallet and a couple unseemly lumps on my head." Valentine sighed heavily, as if this were all an irritating imposition on his time. "You told them exactly what we agreed upon, yes, and signed the confession? Isn't that what the little brats told you when they dumped me here? So, how about you pay me for my services, and we can forget this ever happened?" "Gladly." There was a strange sound, one that Celine couldn't place. Then a smell, one that she could. Burnt flesh. Valentine cleared his throat. "You can come out now." Celine froze. Didn't so much catch her breath as lose the ability to breathe. "Not very good at subterfuge lately, are we? Come on now, show yourself." He clapped his hands together sharply, as if summoning a pet. No more games.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Celine stepped out from behind the curtains, feeling like a fool. "You knew I was here, the whole time?" "You would be surprised what all I know, Celine." Valentine smiled coldly. As always, he was dressed in all black, which made his white blonde hair seem to glow with pale fire. Celine supposed that by objective standards, Valentine was just as handsome as Stephen, but it was impossible to think of him that way. He was handsome the way a statue was handsome, perfectly sculpted, unyielding as stone. Sometimes at the academy, Celine would watch him with Jocelyn, wondering at the way a single touch from her could melt his ice. Once Celine had come upon them in an embrace, and had watched from the shadows as they lost themselves in each other. When they broke from the kiss, Valentine had raised a hand to Jocelyn's cheek in an impossibly tender touch, and his expression, as he gazed at his first and only love, was almost human. There was no trace of that in him now. He opened his arms wide, as if welcoming her to make herself at home in the opulent living room. The cage at the center was empty, except for a smoldering pile of black lace and leather. Dominique de Foix was gone. Valentine followed her gaze. "She was a criminal," he said. "I simply expedited the inevitable sentence." There were rumors about Valentine, about the change that had come over him when his father was killed. Dark whispers about the cruelties he carried out, not just on trespassing downworlders, but on anyone who crossed him, anyone who questioned him. "You look worried, Celine, even afraid." "No," she said quickly. "It's almost as if you think breaking into my apartment to spy on me might draw some kind of nasty consequence. I wasn't spying, I was just—" He favored her with a smile then, so warm, so sunny, that she felt ridiculous for having been so afraid. "Would you settle for tea, and maybe some biscuits? You look like you haven't eaten in a year." He set out a bounty, not just tea and biscuits, but a sliced baguette, fresh chèvre, and a small pot of honey, and a bowl of blueberries that tasted like they'd just been plucked from the branch. Celine hadn't known she was hungry until the taste of honey hit her tongue. She realized she was ravenous. They made polite Paris small talk, their favorite cafes, their preferred picnic spots, the best crepe stand, the relative merits of the Orsay and the Pompidou. Then Valentine took a hearty bite of cheese-smeared baguette and said, almost cheerfully, "You know, of course, that the others think you're weak and not particularly bright."
Celine almost choked on a blueberry. If it were up to most of the circle, you wouldn't be in it. Fortunately, this isn't a democracy. They think they know you, Celine, but they don't know the half of it, do they? Slowly, she shook her head. No one knew her. Not really. I, on the other hand, believed in you. I trusted you. And you repay this trust with suspicion? I really didn't. Of course you had no suspicions. You just thought you'd pay a social call. Behind my curtains, while I was out. Okay, I was suspicious. See, you are smart. That smile again, warm and approving, like she'd fulfilled his intentions. And what is it you've discovered about me with your intrepid investigation? There was no point in pretense, and Celine was almost as curious as she was terrified. So she told the truth, as she'd surmised it. Dominique de Foix wasn't in business with 2 Shadowhunters. She was in business with you. You're trying to set someone up, and you're using us. Us? Me. Robert. Stephen. Robert and Stephen, yes, I'm indeed using them. But you? You're here, aren't you? You're getting the full story. I am, if you want it. Celine had not had the kind of parents who read her fairy tales, but she'd read enough of them herself to know the cardinal rule of these stories. Be careful what you wish for. And like every Shadowhunter, she knew, all the stories are true. I want to know, she said. He told her she was right. He was framing 2 Shadowhunters, innocent of these crimes, but guilty of a much larger one, standing in the circle's way. They're bogged down in tradition, they're beholden to the Clave's corruption, and they're dead set on destroying me. So I acted first. He'd used the warlock to plant evidence, he admitted. Now he would use Stephen and Robert as witnesses to her confession, since she is, unfortunately, no longer able to testify. What about the mortal sword? Celine asked. Aren't you worried what will happen when the accused Shadowhunters are interrogated? Valentine tusked, as if disappointed that she hadn't jumped to the correct conclusion. It's very unfortunate. They'll never make it that far. I happen to know these 2 Shadowhunters will make an escape attempt during their transport to the Silent City. They'll be killed in the ensuing chaos. Tragic. The words sat heavy between them. Celine tried to process it. Valentine wasn't just setting up 2 Shadowhunters, 2 innocent Shadowhunters. He was planning to murder them in cold blood. This was an unthinkable crime, for which the law would demand death. Why are you telling me this? She said, trying to keep her voice from trembling. What makes you think I won't turn you in? Unless he had no intention of letting her leave this apartment alive. A man who could kill 2 Shadowhunters in cold blood could presumably kill a 3rd. Everything in her said that she should leap to her feet, draw her weapon, fight her way out of here, run straight to the Paris Institute, tell them everything, stop this, stop him, before he went any further. Valentine watched her calmly, palms up on the table, as if to say, "Your move." She didn't move. The Verlac family, who ran the Paris Institute, were friends with her parents. More than once, a Verlac had sought out her hiding place and dumped her back home. That first time, she'd pleaded for asylum at the Institute, where all Shadowhunters were supposedly guaranteed a safe home. Celine was told she was too young to make such requests, too young to know what safe meant. She was told her parents loved her, and she should stop causing them so much trouble. She owed these people nothing. Valentine, on the other hand, had singled her out, given her a mission, a family. She owed him everything.
He leaned toward her, reached out his hand. She willed herself not to flinch. He touched her neck, lightly, where the Archieral demon had scratched her. "You're hurt." "It's nothing," she said. "And you were limping? I'm fine. If you need another Iratse, I'm fine." He nodded, like she'd confirmed a suspicion. "Yes, you prefer it this way, don't you?" "What way?" "In pain." Now Celine flinched. "I do not," she insisted. "That would be sick." "But do you know why you prefer it? Why you chase the pain?" She had never understood this about herself, only knew it in the deep, wordless way you knew your most essential truth. There was something about pain that made her feel more solid, more real, more in control. Sometimes the pain felt like the only thing she could control. "You covet pain because you know it makes you strong," Valentine said. It felt like he had given name to her nameless soul. "You know why I understand you better than the rest of them? Because we're the same. We learned early, didn't we? Cruelty, harshness, pain. No one shielded us from the realities of life, and that made us strong. Most people, they're ruled by fear. They flee the specter of pain, and that makes them weak. You and I, Celine, we know the only way through is to face pain, to invite the cruelty of the world and master it." Celine had never thought of herself this way, hard and strong. She'd certainly never dared think of herself as anything like Valentine. "That's why I wanted you in the circle. Robert, Stephen, the others, they're still just boys, children playing at adult games. They haven't yet been tested. They will be, but not yet. You and I, though, we're special. We haven't been children for a long time." No one had ever called her strong.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. No one had called her special. "Things are accelerating," Valentine said. "I need to know who's with me and who's not. So you can see why I told you the truth about this." He gestured to the singed heap of warlock clothes. "Situation. It's a test," she guessed, "a loyalty test. It's an opportunity," he corrected her, "to invite you into my confidence and reward you for yours. My proposal: you stay silent about what you've learned here and allow events to proceed as I intend, and I will deliver you Stephen Herondale on a silver platter." "What? I told you, Celine, I know things. I know you, and I can give you what you want, if you really want it." Be careful what you wish for, she thought again. But oh, she wished for Stephen. Even knowing what he thought of her, even with his mocking laughter ringing in her ears, even believing what Valentine said, that she was strong and Stephen was weak, even knowing what she knew to be true, that Stephen did not love her and never would, she wished for him, always and forever. Or you can leave this apartment, run to the Clave, tell them whatever story you like, save these two innocent Shadowhunters, and lose the only family who's ever truly cared about you, Valentine said. The choice is yours. Tessa Gray breathed in the city that had once, briefly but indelibly, been her home. How many nights had she stood on this same bridge, gazing at the hulking shadow of Notre Dame, the rippling waters of the Seine, the proud scaffolding of the Eiffel Tower, all of it, Paris's heartbreaking beauty, blurred by her ceaseless tears. How many nights had she searched the river for her ageless reflection, imagining the seconds, days, years, centuries she might live, and every one of them in a world without will. No, not imagining, because it had been unimaginable. Unimaginable, but here she was,
more than 50 years later, still living, still without him. Heart forever broken, yet still beating, still strong, still capable of love. She'd fled to Paris after he died, stayed until she was strong enough to face her future, and hadn't been back since. On the face of things, the city hadn't changed. But then, on the face of things, neither had she. You couldn't trust the face of things to show you their truth. You didn't have to be a shapeshifter to know that. I'm so sorry, Tessa. I had her, and I let her go. Even after all these years, she wasn't used to it, this cold version of Jem's voice speaking inside her mind, at once so intimate and so far away. His hand rested on the railing, bare inches from hers. She could have touched him. He wouldn't pull away, not from her. But his skin would be so cold, so dry, like stone. Everything about him like stone. You found her. That's what we set out to do, right? This was never about bringing the lost Herondale back to the Shadowhunter world, or choosing a path for her. There was comfort in the familiar weight of the jade pendant around her neck, warm against her chest. She still wore it, every day, as she had since the day Jem gave it to her, more than a century before. He didn't know. What you say is true, but still, it does not seem right for a Herondale to be in danger while we do nothing. I fear I failed you, Tessa, that I have failed him. Between her and Jem, there was only ever one him. We found her for Will. And you know Will would want her to choose for herself, just like he did. If he had still been wholly Jem, she would have put her arms around him. She would have let him feel, in her embrace, her breath, her heartbeat, how impossible it was for him to fail either her or Will. But he was both Jem and not Jem, both himself and unfathomably other, and she could only stand beside him, assure him with useless words that he had done enough. He'd warned her once what would happen as he became less himself, more silent brother, promised her that the transformation would never be complete. When I no longer see the world with my human eyes, I will still be in some part the Jem you knew, he had said. I will see you with the eyes of my heart. When she looked at him now, his sealed eyes and lips, his cold face, when she breathed in his inhuman smell, like paper, like stone, like nothing that had ever lived or loved, she tried to remember this. She tried to believe that some part of him was still in there, seeing her, and longing to be seen. It got harder every year. There had been moments over the decades when the Jem she remembered truly broke through. Once, during one of the mundane world's innumerable wars, they had even stolen a kiss, and almost more. Jem had pushed her away before things could go too far. After that, he'd held himself more distant from Tessa, almost as if afraid of what might happen if he let himself near the brink. That embrace, which she thought about almost every day, was more than 40 years ago now, and every year he seemed a little less Jem, a little less human. She feared he was forgetting himself, piece by piece. She could not lose him, not him too. She would be his memory. I met a girl here, he said, in love with a Herondale. She imagined she could hear a faint smile in his voice. Did she remind you of anyone? Tessa teased. Her love seemed to cause her great pain. I would have liked to help her. It was one of the things she loved about him, his abiding desire to help anyone in need. This was something the Silent Brotherhood could not strip away. I used to come to this bridge all the time, you know, when I lived in Paris, after Will. It is very peaceful here, and very beautiful. She wanted to tell him that, wasn't it? She hadn't come for the peace or the beauty. She'd come because this bridge reminded her of Blackfriars Bridge, the bridge that belonged to her and Jem. She'd come because standing here, suspended between land and water, her hands tight on the iron railing, her face raised to the sky, reminded her of Jem. The bridge reminded her that there was still someone in the world that she loved, that even if half of her heart was gone forever, the other half was still here. Unreachable maybe, but here. She wanted to tell him, but she couldn't. It wouldn't be fair. It would be asking something of Jem that he couldn't deliver, and the world had already asked far too much of him. He would have hated it, the idea of a Herondale out there somewhere who thinks she can't trust the Shadowhunters, who thinks we're the villains. He might well have understood. It was true. Will himself had been raised to distrust the Shadowhunters. He knew, better than most, how harshly the Clave treated those who turned their backs on it. He would have been enraged to learn about this lost branch of his family, at the thought of the Clave attempting to execute a mother and child for a father's sins. Tessa feared for the safety of this lost Herondale, but just as much she longed to persuade her that some Shadowhunters could be trusted. She wanted to make this young woman understand that they weren't all hard and unfeeling, that some of them were like Will. I get so angry at them sometimes, the Shadowhunters who came before us, the mistakes they made. Think how many lives have been ruined by the choices of an earlier generation. She was thinking of Tobias Herondale, but also Axel Mortmain, whose parents had been murdered in front of him, and Aloysius Starkweather, who'd paid for that sin with his granddaughter's life. She was thinking even of her own brother, whose mother had refused to claim him as her own, who might have found his way to being a better man had he been better loved. It would be unjust to blame the past for choices made in the present, nor can we justify present choices by invoking the sins of the past. You and I know that, better than most. Jem, too, had seen his parents murdered in front of him. Jem had endured a life of pain, but he'd never let himself be warped by it, never turned to revenge or vindictiveness. And Tessa had been conceived as a demonic tool, literally.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. She could have chosen to accept this fate. She could have chosen to flee the shadow world altogether, return to the mundane life she'd once known, and pretend she did not see the darkness. Or she could have claimed that darkness as her own. She'd chosen a different path. They both had. We always have a choice, Jem said, and for once the voice in her mind sounded like him, warm and close. It's not always the choice we would want, but it's a choice nonetheless. The past happens to us, but we choose our future. We can only hope that our lost Herondale ultimately chooses to save herself. That's the best hope for any of us, I suppose. Jem slid his hand across the railing and rested it atop hers. It was, as she knew it would be, cold, inhuman. But it was also Jem, flesh and blood, undeniably alive. And where there was life, there was hope. Maybe, not now, not yet, but someday they could still have their future. She chose to believe it. The Saint-Germain-des-Prés church was founded in 558 A.D. The original abbey was built on the ruins of an ancient Roman temple, then destroyed 2 centuries later in a Norman siege. Rebuilt in the 10th century A.D., the church has now endured, in one form or another, for a millennium. The Merovingian kings are buried in its tombs, as is the torn-out heart of John II Casimir Vasa and the headless body of René Descartes. Most mornings the abbey saw a steady trickle of tourists and observant locals wandering through its apse, lighting candles, bowing heads, whispering prayers to whoever might be listening. But this particular drizzly August morning, a sign on the door indicated the church was closed to the public. Inside, the Paris conclave had assembled. Shadowhunters from all across France listened solemnly to charges lodged against two of their own. Jules and Lisette Montclair stood silently, heads bowed, as Robert Lightwood and Stephen Herondale testified to their crimes. Their daughter, Celine Montclair, was not called on to speak. She had, of course, not been present for the warlock's revelation of her parents' crimes. The scene played out as if Valentine had scripted it himself, and like everyone else present, Celine did exactly as Valentine intended. Nothing. Inside, she was at war with herself, furious at Valentine for making her complicit in her parents' destruction, furious with herself for sitting silently as their fates were sealed, more furious at her own instinct for mercy. After all, her parents had never shown any to her. Her parents had done their best to teach her that mercy was weakness and cruelty was strength. So she steeled herself to be strong, told herself this wasn't personal. This was about protecting the circle. If Valentine believed this was the righteous way forward, then this was the only way forward. She watched her parents quaver with fear under the steely eye of the Inquisitor, and she remembered the two of them backing away from her, ignoring her cries, closing her into darkness. And she said nothing. She sat very still, head lowered, and endured. They had taught her that, too. The Shadowhunters of France all knew Celine, or thought they did, that sweet and obedient daughter of the Provençal countryside. They knew how devoted she was to her parents. Such a dutiful daughter. She would, of course, inherit their estate. Celine bore the weight of the stairs with dignity. She did not acknowledge the pitying looks. She kept her eyes on the floor when the judgment was issued, and so did not see the horror on her parents' faces. She did not watch them placed in the custody of the Silent Brothers, to be transported to the Silent City. She did not expect them to survive long enough to face the mortal sword. She did not speak to Robert or Stephen, and let them believe this was because they had just consigned her parents to death. Valentine caught up with Celine just outside the church. He offered her a Nutella crepe. "From the stand across from Les Domagos," he said. "Your favorite, right?" She shrugged, but took what he had to offer. The first bit, warm chocolate hazelnut, sweet pastry, was as perfect as ever, and made her feel like a child again. Sometimes it was difficult to believe she had ever been young. "You could have told me," she said. "And ruin the surprise? Those are my parents." "Indeed. And you've killed them." "They're still alive, last I checked," Valentine said. "They could probably stay that way, with a word from you. But I didn't hear it. You took a pretty big risk not telling me the whole story, expecting me to let them go." "Did I?" he said. "Or did I simply know you well enough to know exactly what you would choose, to know I was doing you a favor?" He met her eyes. She could not look away. For the first time, she didn't want to. "You don't have to admit it, Celine. Just know that I know. You're not alone in that." He saw her. He understood. It was as if a muscle she'd been clenching her entire life finally released. "A deal's a deal, though," he said, "even if you got more than you bargained for. Stephen is all yours, assuming that's still what you want." "How exactly would you make that happen?" she asked, clear now on what Valentine was capable of. You wouldn't hurt him, would you?" Valentine looked disappointed in her. "Stephen is my closest friend, my most trusted lieutenant. The fact that you could even ask that makes me question your loyalty, Celine." "Do you want me questioning your loyalty?" She shook her head. Then that warm, buttery smile broke over his face again. She couldn't tell whether this was the real Valentine breaking through or the mask dropping back over his face. "On the other hand, it would be foolish of you not to ask. And, as we've discussed, there's nothing foolish in you, no matter what people might think. So,
Your answer, no. I swear to you, on the angel, I will cause Stephen no harm in the enactment of this agreement. And no threat of harm? Do you think so little of yourself that you assume a man would need to be threatened with harm before he could love you? She didn't answer. She didn't need to. He could surely read it all over her face. Stephen is with the wrong woman, Valentine told her, almost gently. Deep down, he knows that. I'll simply make this as clear to him as it is to us, and the rest will be as easy as falling off a cliff. You need only relax and let gravity do its work. Don't be afraid to reach for the things you really want, Celine. It's beneath you. What she really wanted? It wasn't too late to speak up, to save her parents. Or she could keep her word and keep his secret. She could let her parents pay for what they'd done to her, for the lattice of scars on her skin and her heart, for the ice in her blood. If she was the kind of daughter who could consign her parents to death, then they had no one to blame but themselves. But that didn't mean she had to accept the entire bargain. Even if she stayed silent, she could walk away. Away from Valentine, now that she knew what he was capable of. Away from Stephen, now that she knew what he thought of her. She could close the door on the past, start again. She could choose a life without pain, without suffering or fear. But who would she be without pain? What was strength, if not the endurance of suffering? There is nothing more painful than love denied, the strange silent brother had told her. A love that cannot be requited. I can think of nothing more painful than that. If Valentine said he could give her Stephen Herondale, he meant it. Celine did not doubt this. He could do anything, and that included finding a way to force Stephen Herondale into her life and her arms. But even Valentine could not make Stephen love her. To have Stephen would mean not having him. It would mean knowing in every moment, every embrace, that he wanted someone else. It would mean a lifetime of longing for the one thing she could not have. The silent brother was wise and spoke the truth. There could be no greater pain than that. If Valentine said he could give her Stephen Herondale, he meant it. Celine did not doubt this. He could do anything, and that included finding a way to force Stephen Herondale into her life and her arms. But even Valentine could not make Stephen love her. To have Stephen would mean not having him. It would mean knowing in every moment, every embrace, that he wanted someone else. The silent brother was wise and spoke the truth. There could be no greater pain than that.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Take your time, Valentine said. It's a big choice. I don't need time, she told Valentine. I want it. I want Stephen. It didn't feel like choosing, because it was the only choice she had. Every world contains other worlds within it. People wander through all the worlds they can find, searching for their homes. Some humans thought their world was the only world there was. Little did they know of other worlds as close to their own as the next room, or of the demons trying to find a door through to them, and the Shadowhunters who barred those doors. Still less did they know of Downworld, the community of magical creatures who shared their world and carved out their own little space therein. Every community needs a heart. There had to be a common area where everyone could gather, to trade for goods and secrets, to find love and riches. There were shadow markets, where downworlders and those with the sight met all over the world. Usually they were held outside. Even magic was a little different in New York. The abandoned theater on Canal Street had stood since the 1920s, silent witness to but not part of the blaze of activity that was the city. Humans who did not have the sight passed by its terracotta facade in a hurry about their own affairs. If they spared the theater a look, they thought it as dark and still as ever. They could not see the haze of fairy light that turned the gutted amphitheater and bare concrete halls to gold. Brother Zachariah could. He walked,
a creature of silence and darkness, through halls with sunshine yellow tiles, panels of gold and red blazing on the ceiling above him. There were busts grimy with age, set in alcoves along the walls. But for tonight, faeries had coaxed flowers and ivy to twine around them. Werewolves had set little twinkling charms depicting the moon and stars in the boarded windows, lending brightness to the decayed red curtains still hanging in the arched frames. There were lamps with casements that reminded Brother Zachariah of a time long ago, when he and all the world had been different. In one vast, echoing theater room, there hung a chandelier that had not worked in years. But tonight, warlock magic had suffused each bulb with a different colored flame. Like burning jewels, amethyst and ruby, sapphire and opal, their light created a private world that seemed both new and old, and restored the theater to all its former glory. Some worlds lasted only one night. If the market had the power to lend him warmth and illumination for only a night, Brother Zachariah would have taken it. A persistent fairy woman had tried to sell him a love charm 4 times. Zachariah wished such a charm would work on him. Creatures as inhuman as he did not sleep, but sometimes he lay down and rested, hoping for something like peace. It never came. He spent his long nights feeling love slip through his fingers, more a memory by now than a feeling. Brother Zachariah did not belong to Downworld. He was a shadow hunter, and not only a shadow hunter, but one of the cloaked and hooded brotherhood dedicated to arcane secrets and the dead, sworn and ruined to silence and withdrawal from any world. Even his own kind often feared the Silent Brothers, and Downworlders usually avoided any shadow hunter, but the Downworlders were used to the presence of this particular shadow hunter at markets now. Brother Zachariah had been coming to shadow markets for 100 years, on a long quest that even he had begun to believe would be fruitless. Yet he continued searching. Brother Zachariah had little enough, but one thing he did have was time, and he had always tried to be patient. Tonight, though, he had already been disappointed. The warlock Ragnar Fell had no word for him. None of his few other contacts, painstakingly gathered over the decades, had attended this market. He was lingering not because he was enjoying this shadow market, but because he remembered enjoying markets once. They had felt like an escape, but Brother Zachariah hardly remembered the wish to escape from the City of Bones, where he belonged. Always in the back of his mind, cold as a tide waiting to wash all other things away, were the voices of his brothers. They were urging him home. Brother Zachariah turned under the glitter of diamond-paned windows. He was leaving the market, making his way through the laughing, bargaining crowd, when he heard a woman's voice saying his name. "Tell me again why we want this, Brother Zachariah. The normal Nephilim are bad enough. Angel in the veins, stick up the butts, and I bet with Silent Brothers it's a whole staff. We definitely can't take him out for karaoke." The woman was speaking in English, but a boy's voice replied to her in Spanish. "Quiet, I see him." It was a pair of vampires, and as he turned, the boy lifted a hand to attract Zachariah's attention. The vampire with his hand up looked 15 years old at most, and the other like a young woman about 19, but that told Zachariah nothing. Zachariah still looked young too. It was unusual for a strange downworlder to want his attention. "Brother Zachariah," asked the boy, "I came here to meet you." The woman whistled. "Now I see why we might want him." "Hello, Brother Zachariah. Did you?" Brother Zachariah asked the boy. He felt what would once have been surprise, and now was at least intrigue. "Can I be of any use to you?" "I certainly hope so," said the vampire. "I am Raphael Santiago, second in command of the New York clan, and I dislike useless people." The woman waved her hand. "I'm Lily Chen. He's always this way." Brother Zachariah studied the pair with new interest. The woman had hair streaked neon yellow, and wore a scarlet kippah that suited her, and despite her own remark, she was smiling at her companion's words. The boy's hair was curly, his face sweet, and his air disdainful. There was a burn scar at the base of his throat, where a cross might lie. "I believe we have a mutual friend," said Brother Zachariah. "I don't think so," said Raphael Santiago. "I don't have friends." "Oh, thank you very much," said the woman at his side. "You," said Raphael coldly, "are my subordinate." He turned back to Brother Zachariah. "I assume you refer to the warlock Magnus Bane. He is a colleague who always has more dealings with Shadowhunters than I approve of." Zachariah wondered if Lily spoke Mandarin. The silent brothers, speaking mind to mind, had no need for language. But sometimes Zachariah missed his. There had been nights in the silent city, it was always night, when he could not remember his own name. But he could remember the sound of his mother, or his father, or his betrothed speaking Mandarin. His betrothed had learned some of the language for him, in the time when he had thought he would live to marry her. He would not have minded talking with Lily longer, but he did not particularly like her companion's attitude. "Since you do not appear to care for Shadowhunters, and you have little interest in our mutual connection," Brother Zachariah observed, "why approach me?" "I wish to talk to a Shadowhunter," said Raphael. "Why not go to your institute?" Raphael's lips curled back from his fangs in a sneer. Nobody sneered like a vampire, and this vampire was particularly adept. "My institute, as you call it, belongs to people who are, how do I put this, tactfully, bigots and murderers." A fairy selling ribbons with glamour twined in them passed by, trailing blue and purple banners. The way you put that was not particularly tactful, Brother Zachariah felt bound to point out. "No," said Raphael thoughtfully, "I am not gifted in that arena. New York has always been a place of heightened downworlder activity. The lights of this city work on people as if we're all werewolves howling for an electric moon. A warlock tried to destroy the world here once, before my time. The leader of my clan made a disastrous experiment with drugs here against my advice, and made the city her slaughter ground."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. The werewolves' fatal struggles for leadership are far more frequent in New York than anywhere else. The Whitelaws of the New York Institute understood us, and we them. The Whitelaws died defending downworlders from the people who now occupy their institute. Of course, the Clave did not consult us when they made us the punishment of the Lightwoods. We do not have any dealings with the New York Institute now. Raphael's voice was uncompromising, and Brother Zachariah thought he should be concerned. Zachariah had fought in the uprising, when a band of renegade youths rose up against their own leaders and against peace with Downworld. He had been told the story of Valentine's Circle hunting werewolves in New York City, and the Whitelaws getting in their way, resulting in a tragedy that even that group of angry Downworlder-hating youths had not intended. He had not approved of the Lightwoods and Hodge Starkweather being banished to the New York Institute, but the word was that the Lightwoods had settled down with their 3 children and were truly remorseful for their past actions. The pain and power struggles of the world seemed very far away, in the silent city. It had not occurred to Zachariah that the Downworlders would resent the Lightwoods so much they might decline their aid, even when Shadowhunter help was truly needed. Perhaps it should have. Downworlders and Shadowhunters have a long, complicated history full of pain, and much of the pain has been the fault of the Nephilim, Brother Zachariah admitted. Yet through the ages they have found a way to work together. I know that when they followed Valentine Morgenstern, the Lightwoods did terrible things, but if they are truly repentant, could you not forgive them? "Being a very soul, I have no moral objection to the Lightwoods," said Raphael in deeply moralistic tones. "I do have strong objections to my head being cut off. Given the least excuse, the Lightwoods would lay waste to my clan. The only woman Zachariah had ever loved was a warlock. He had seen her weep over the circle and its effects. Brother Zachariah had no reason to support the Lightwoods, but everyone deserved a second chance if they wanted that chance enough. And one of Robert Lightwood's ancestors had been a woman called Cecily Herondale. Say they would not, suggested Brother Zachariah. Would it not be preferable to re-establish relations with the Institute rather than hope to catch a silent brother at the shadow market? "Of course it would," said Raphael. "I fully recognize this is not an ideal situation. This is not the first stratagem I have been forced to employ when I required an audience with Shadowhunters. 5 years ago I had coffee with a visiting Ashdown. He and his companion shared a shudder of distaste. "I absolutely hate the Ashdowns," remarked Lily. "They are so tedious. I believe that if I fed on one of them, I would nod off halfway through." Raphael gave her a warning look. "Not that I would ever dream of non-consensually drinking the blood of any Shadowhunter, because it would violate the accords," Lily informed Brother Zachariah in a loud voice. "The accords are deeply important to me." Raphael shut his eyes, a briefly pained expression crossing his face, but after an instant he opened them and nodded. "So how about it, Brother Lipsmackariah? Will you help us out?" Lily asked brightly. A cold weight of disapproval made itself known from his silent brethren, like stones being pressed against his mind. Zachariah was allowed a great deal of latitude for a silent brother, but his frequent visits to the shadow markets and his annual meeting with a lady on Blackfriars Bridge were already testing the limits of what could be allowed. If he began consorting with downworlders on issues that could be handled perfectly well by an institute, Brother Zachariah's privileges were in danger of being suspended. He could not risk missing that meeting, anything but that. The Silent Brothers are forbidden to interfere with the affairs of the outside world. "Whatever your problem is," said Brother Zachariah, "I strongly urge you to consult with your institute." He bowed his head and began to turn away. "My problem is werewolves smuggling Yin Fen into New York," Raphael called after him. "Ever heard of Yin Fen?" The bells and songs of the shadow market seemed to go quiet. Brother Zachariah turned sharply back to the 2 vampires. Raphael Santiago stared at him with glittering eyes, which left Zachariah in no doubt that Raphael knew a good deal about the Silent Brothers' own history. "Ah," said the vampire, "I see you have." Zachariah usually tried to preserve memories of his mortal life, but now he had to make an effort to banish the intruding horror of waking up as a child with all he loved dead and silver fire burning in his veins. "Where did you hear about the Yin Fen?" "I don't intend to tell you," said Raphael. "Nor do I intend to let that stuff be freely available in my city. A large quantity of Yin Fen is on its way to the city, on board a ship carrying cargo from Shanghai, Ho Chi Minh, Vienna, and Idris itself. The ship unloads at the New York passenger ship terminal. Will you help me or not?" Raphael had already mentioned the leader of his clan performing disastrous experiments with drugs. Zachariah's guess was that many potential customers in Downworld were talking about the shipment of Yin Fen at the market. The fact that a downworlder with conservative views had heard about it was sheer luck. "I will help you," said Brother Zachariah, "but we must consult with the New York Institute. If you wish, I can go with you to the Institute and explain matters. The Lightwoods will appreciate the information, and you offering it. This is an opportunity to improve relations between the Institute and all the downworlders in New York." Raphael did not look convinced, but after a moment he nodded. "You will go with me?" he asked. "You will not fail?" "They would not listen to a vampire, but I suppose it is possible they will listen to a silent brother." "I will do whatever I can," said Brother Zachariah. Cunning crept into Raphael's voice. "And if they don't help me, if they or even the clave refuse to believe me, then what will you do?" "Then I will still help you," said Brother Zachariah, ignoring the chill howl of his brethren in his mind and thinking of Tessa's clear eyes. He dreaded being forbidden to meet with Tessa this year, but when he did meet her, he wanted to face her with no stain upon him. He could not let any child suffer what he had suffered, not if he could prevent it. Zachariah was not able to feel all he had felt when he was mortal, but Tessa could still feel. He could not let her be disappointed in him. She was the last star he had to steer by. "I'll come to the Institute with you," Lily volunteered. "You will do no such thing," snapped Raphael. "It is not safe. Remember, the Circle attacked Magnus Bane.
The ice in Raphael's voice could have laid the whole of New York City under frost for a week in midsummer. He eyed Brother Zachariah with disfavor. Magnus invented your portals, not that he receives any credit for it from Shadowhunters. He is one of the most powerful warlocks in the world, and so tender-hearted he rushes to the aid of vicious killers. He is the best Downworld has to offer. If the Circle targeted him, they would cut down any one of us. Wouldn't be a shame, Lily confirmed. Magnus throws an amazing rager, too. I wouldn't know, said Raphael, casting a look of distaste on the joyful riot of the market. I do not enjoy people, or gatherings. A werewolf wearing an enchanted papier-mâché full moon head shoved past Raphael, shouting, "Awoo!" Raphael turned to look at him, and the werewolf backed away with his hands up, mumbling, sorry, my mistake." Despite slight fellow-feeling with the werewolf, Brother Zachariah unbent a little at the vampire's words regarding Magnus, evidence that he was not entirely awful. "I understand that you value Magnus highly. So do I."
Once he aided someone very dear to know. "No, I don't," Raphael interrupted, "and I don't care about your story. Don't tell him I said any of that. I can have opinions on my colleagues. It does not mean I have personal feelings about them." "Hey, my man, great to see you," said Ragnar Fell, passing by. Raphael paused to fist-bump the green warlock before Ragnar disappeared among the stalls and sounds and many-colored lights of the market. Lily and Brother Zachariah regarded him. "His another colleague," Raphael protested. "I like Ragnar," said Brother Zachariah. "Good for you," snapped Raphael. "Revel in your hobby of liking and trusting everyone. It sounds as appealing to me as sunbathing." Zachariah felt he had become acquainted with another reason, besides Magnus's evil vampire ex, why Magnus always seemed to develop a migraine when people mentioned the vampire clan of New York in his presence. Brother Zachariah, Lily, and Raphael strolled through the market. "Love charm for the handsomest silent brother?" asked the fairy woman for the 5th time, leering through her dandelion clock hair. Sometimes one could wish the shadow market had not become quite so comfortable with him. He remembered this woman, he thought, dimly recollecting her hurting a golden-haired child. It had been so long ago. He had cared very much at the time. Lily snorted. "I hardly think Brother Zachariah needs a love charm." "Thank you, but no," Brother Zachariah told the fairy woman. "I'm very flattered, though. Brother Enoch is a fine figure of a man." In Zachariah's head, Brother Enoch was annoyed at being the subject of a joke. "Or perhaps you and the lady would enjoy some phoenix tears." She went suddenly silent, and the whole stall scuttled away across the bare concrete floor on little chicken feet. "Oops, never mind. Didn't see you there, Raphael." Raphael's thin eyebrows went up and down like a guillotine. "More of a buzzkill than the silent brother," murmured Lily. "Oh, the shame." Raphael looked smug. The gleam and whirl of the shadow market shone with pale radiance in Brother Zachariah's eyes. He did not like the thought of Yin Fen spreading like silver wildfire in another city, killing fast as flame or slowly as choking smoke. If it was coming, he had to stop it. This trip to the market had been useful after all. If he could not feel, he could act. "Perhaps tomorrow night the Lightwoods will earn your trust," said Brother Zachariah as he and the vampires stepped out into the mundane bustle of Canal Street. Raphael said, "Unlikely." "I have found it always better to hope than despair," said Brother Zachariah mildly. "I will wait for you outside the Institute." Behind them, enchanted lights shimmered and the sound of fairy music rang through the halls of the theater. A mundane woman turned to face the building. Glittering blue light fell in a strange beam across her unseeing eyes. The two vampires were heading east, but partway up the street, Raphael turned back to where Brother Zachariah stood. In the night, away from market lights, the vampire's scar was white and his eyes were black. His eyes saw too much.
Hope is for fools. I will meet you tomorrow night, but remember this, silent brother, he said, hate like that does not fade. The work of the circle is not done yet. The Morgenstern legacy will claim more victims. I do not intend to be one of them. Wait, said Brother Zachariah, do you happen to know why the ship is unloading its cargo at the passenger ship terminal? Raphael shrugged. I told you the ship was carrying cargo from Idris. I believe some Shadowhunter brat is on board. Brother Zachariah walked away from the market alone, thinking of a child on a ship with deadly cargo and the potential of more victims. Isabel Lightwood was not accustomed to feeling nervous about anything, but anyone might be apprehensive when faced with the prospect of a new addition to the family. This was not like before Max was born, when Isabel and Alec had laid bets on whether it would be a boy or a girl, and afterward Mom and Dad trusted them enough to let them take turns holding him, the smallest and tenderest bundle imaginable. A boy older than Isabel was being dumped on their doorstep and was supposed to live with them. Jonathan Wayland, the son of Dad's parabatai, Michael Wayland. Far away in Idris, Michael Wayland had died, and Jonathan needed a home. For herself, Isabel was a little excited. She liked adventure and company. If Jonathan Wayland was as much fun and as good a fighter as Aline Penhallow, who came to visit sometimes with her mother, Isabel would be glad to have him. Except there was not just Isabel to consider. Her parents had been fighting over Jonathan Wayland ever since the news of Michael's death came. Isabel gathered Mom had not liked Michael Wayland. She was not sure Dad had liked him much either. Isabel herself had never met Michael Wayland. She had never even known that Dad had a parabatai. Neither Mom nor Dad ever talked about when they were young, except that Mom had once said they made many mistakes. Isabel sometimes wondered whether they had been mixed up in the same trouble as their tutor, Hodge. Her friend Aline said Hodge was a criminal. Whatever her parents had or had not done, Isabel did not think her mother wanted Jonathan Wayland to be a reminder of her mistakes in her own home. Dad did not seem happy when he talked about his parabatai, but he did seem determined that Jonathan would come to live with them. Jonathan had nowhere else to go, Dad insisted, and he belonged with them. That was what being parabatai meant. Once, when she was eavesdropping on them shouting, Isabel heard Dad say, I owe Michael this. Mom agreed to let Jonathan come for a trial period, but now that the shouting had died down, she was not really speaking to Dad. Isabel was worried about both her parents, and especially her mom. Isabel also had to consider her brother. Alec did not like new people. Whenever new Shadowhunters arrived from Idris, Alec would mysteriously slope off. Once Isabel had found him lurking behind a large vase, claiming he got lost trying to find the training room. Jonathan Wayland was taking a ship to New York. He should be in the Institute by the morning after next. Isabel was in the training room, practicing with a whip and pondering the problem of Jonathan Wayland, when she heard rushing footsteps and Alec poked his head around the door. His blue eyes were sparkling. Isabel, he said, come quickly. There's a silent brother meeting with Mom and Dad in the sanctuary, and a vampire. Isabel ran to her room to get out of her gear and into a dress. The silent brothers were fancy company, almost as if the consul had come to visit. By the time she got downstairs, Alec was already in the sanctuary observing the proceedings, and her parents were deep in conversation with the silent brother. Isabel heard her mom say something that sounded like yogurt? Unbelievable. Maybe not yogurt. Maybe it was a different word. On the ship with Michael's son, Dad said. It couldn't be yogurt unless Jonathan Wayland had a very serious allergy to dairy. The silent brother was a lot less scary than Isabel had been expecting. His mouth and eyes weren't stitched shut like they were on other silent brothers, only closed in a peaceful way that made it look like he was sleeping. In fact, from what Isabel could see beneath the hood, he resembled one of the Monday singers she had seen in posters around the city. From the way Robert was nodding at him and Maryse was leaning toward him in her chair, Isabel could see they were getting along. The vampire was not conversing with their parents. He was leaning against one of the walls, arms crossed, and glaring at the floor. He did not seem as if he was interested in getting along with anyone. "More of a buzzkill than the silent brother," murmured Lily. "Oh, the shame." Raphael looked smug. The gleam and whirl of the shadow market shone with pale radiance in Brother Zachariah's eyes. He did not like the thought of Yin Fen spreading like silver wildfire in another city, killing fast as flame or slowly as choking smoke. If it was coming, he had to stop it. This trip to the market had been useful after all. If he could not feel, he could act. "Perhaps tomorrow night the Lightwoods will earn your trust," said Brother Zachariah as he and the vampires stepped out into the mundane bustle of Canal Street. Raphael said, "Unlikely. I have found it always better to hope than despair," said Brother Zachariah mildly. "I will wait for you outside the Institute." Behind them, enchanted lights shimmered, and the sound of fairy music rang through the halls of the theater. A mundane woman turned to face the building. Glittering blue light fell in a strange beam across her unseeing eyes. The two vampires were heading east, but partway up the street, Raphael turned back to where Brother Zachariah stood. In the night, away from market lights, the vampire's scar was white and his eyes were black. His eyes saw too much. "Hope is for fools. I will meet you tomorrow night. But remember this, silent brother," he said, "hate like that does not fade. The work of the circle is not done yet. The Morgenstern legacy will claim more victims. I do not intend to be one of them." "Wait," said Brother Zachariah, "do you happen to know why the ship is unloading its cargo at the passenger ship terminal?" Raphael shrugged. "I told you the ship was carrying cargo from Idris. I believe some Shadowhunter brat is on board." Brother Zachariah walked away from the market alone, thinking of a child on a ship with deadly cargo and the potential of more victims. Isabel Lightwood was not accustomed to feeling nervous about anything, but anyone might be apprehensive when faced with the prospect of a new addition to the family.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. He looked like a kid, hardly older than they were, and he would have been almost as handsome as the silent brother, if not for his sour expression. He was wearing a black leather jacket to go with his scowl. Isabel wished she could see the fangs. "Can I offer you a coffee?" Maryse said to the vampire in a cool, stilt tone. "I do not drink coffee," said the vampire. "Odd," said Maryse. "I heard you had a delightful coffee with Catherine Ashdown." The vampire shrugged. Isabel knew vampires were dead and soulless and all, but she did not see why they had to be rude. She nudged Alec in the ribs. "Get a load of the vampire, can you believe that?" "I know," Alec whispered back. "Isn't he amazing?" "What?" Isabel said, grabbing Alec's elbow. Alec did not glance at her. He was studying the vampire. Isabel started to get the same uneasy feeling that she got whenever she noticed Alec looking at the same posters of Mundy singers that she did. Alec always got red and angry when she saw him looking. Isabel sometimes thought it would be nice to talk about the singers, the way she'd heard Mundy girls doing, but she knew Alec wouldn't want to. Once Mom had asked them what they were looking at, and Alec had looked afraid. "Don't go near him," Isabel urged. "I think vampires are gross." Isabel was used to being able to whisper to her brother in a crowd. The vampire turned his head slightly, and Isabel remembered vampires did not have pathetic hearing like mundanes. The vampire could definitely hear her. This nasty realization caused Isabel to relax her hold on Alec. She watched in horror as he pulled away from her and advanced with nervous determination toward the vampire. Not wanting to be left out, Isabel trailed a few steps behind him. "Hello," said Alec. "It's, very nice to meet you."
The vampire boy gave him 1,000-yard stare that suggested 1,000 yards was too close up, and the vampire wished he were enjoying blissful solitude in the far reaches of space. "Hello, I'm Alexander Lightwood," said Alec, grimacing as if the introduction were vital information being tortured out of him. The vampire said, "I am Raphael." When he made that face, Isabel did see the fangs. They were not as cool as she had hoped. "I'm basically 12, continued Alec, who was totally 11. "You don't look a lot older than me, but I know it's different with vampires. I guess you kind of stay the same age you stop at, though, right? Like you're 15, but you've been 15 for 100 years. How long have you been 15? Raphael said flatly, "I'm 63. "Oh," said Alec. Oh, that's cool." He advanced several steps toward the vampire. Raphael did not take a step back, but he looked like he wanted to. "Also," Alec added shyly, "your jacket is cool." "Why are you talking to my children?" Mom asked sharply. She was already up from her chair opposite the silent brother, and as she spoke, she seized hold of Alec and Isabel. Her fingers pinched, she was holding them so hard, and fear seemed to travel to Isabel through her mother's touch, even though she had not been afraid before. The vampire had not been looking at them as if he thought they would be delicious at all. Maybe that was how he lured you in, though, Isabel considered. Maybe Alec was just ensorcelled by vampire wiles. It would be nice to be able to blame the downworlder for making Isabel worry. The silent brother rose from his chair and glided to join them. Isabel heard the vampire whisper to the silent brother, and she was pretty sure he said, "This is my nightmare." Isabel stuck her tongue out at him. Raphael's lip curled the tiniest fraction farther from his fangs. Alec did glance at Isabel then to make sure she was not scared. Isabel wasn't scared of much, but Alec was always fussing. "Raphael came here out of concern for a Shadowhunter child," said the silent brother. "No, I didn't," Raphael sneered. "Better watch your children. I once killed a whole gang of boys not much older than your boy here. Shall I take this as a refusal to help with the shipment? I am deeply shocked." "Well, we tried. Time to go, Brother Zachariah." "Wait," said Robert. "Of course we will help. I will meet you at the drop-off point in New Jersey." Naturally, her dad would help, Isabel thought indignantly. This vampire was an idiot. Whatever mistakes they might have made when they were really young, her parents ran this whole institute and had killed lots and lots of evil demons. Anyone sensible would know you could always count on her dad. "You can consult with us on other Shadowhunter matters at any time," her mom added, but she did not let go of Alec and Isabel until the vampire and Brother Zachariah had left the institute. Isabel had thought the visit would be exciting, but she had ended up feeling more apprehensive than ever. She wished that Jonathan Wayland was not coming. Guests were terrible, and Isabel never wanted any more. The plan was to stow away aboard ship undetected, apprehend the smugglers, and dispose of the Yin-Fen. The child would never have to know about any of it. It was almost nice to be in one of the sleek Shadowhunter boats again. Brother Zachariah had been in the multi-hulled trimarans as a child on lakes in Idris, and once his Parabatai had stolen one and they had rowed it down the Thames. Now he, an edgy Robert Lightwood, and 2 vampires had used one to navigate the black nighttime waters of the Delaware River, coming down from the port of Camden. Lily kept complaining that they were practically in Philadelphia, until the boat drew close to the tall cargo ship. "Dawn Trader" was painted in dark blue letters against its gray side. They waited for their moment. Then Robert threw a grappling hook. Brother Zachariah, Raphael, Lily, and Robert Lightwood made it onto the boat and into a deserted cabin.
This journey, short and stealthy though it was, left them with the impression that there was no mundane crew on board at all. Hiding there, they counted the voices of the smugglers and realized there were far more than had been reported. "Oh no, Brother Hoppin the Zachariah," Lily whispered. "I think we're going to have to fight them." She looked very cheerful about the prospect. As she spoke, she winked and pulled her feathered flapper's headband from her yellow-streaked hair. "It's actually from the 1920s, so I don't want to damage it," she explained, and nodded to Raphael. "I've had him longer than I've had him. He's from the 1950s. Jazz baby and greaser teen take on the world." Raphael rolled his eyes. "Desist with the nicknames. They are getting worse." Lily laughed. "I will not. Once you're with Zachariah, you're committed." Raphael and Robert Lightwood both looked appalled, but Zachariah did not mind the nicknames. He did not hear laughter often. What worried him was the child. "We cannot allow Jonathan to be scared or hurt," he said. Robert was nodding, and the vampires looking supremely unconcerned, when a boy's voice came from outside the door. "I'm not frightened of anything," he said. "Jonathan Wayland," Zachariah presumed. "Then why are you asking about the Lightwoods?" asked a woman's voice. She sounded irritated. "They're taking you in. They won't be unkind to you." "I was only curious," said Jonathan. He was clearly doing his best to sound airy and aloof, and his best was not bad. His voice almost swaggered. Brother Zachariah thought it would have convinced most people. "Robert Lightwood's got some influence in the clave," remarked the woman. "Solid man. I'm sure he's ready to be a father to you." "I had a father," said Jonathan, cold as the night wind. The woman was silent. Across the cabin, Robert Lightwood's head was bowed. "But the mother," said Jonathan, a touch tentative. "What's Mrs. Lightwood like?" "Mary's." "I barely know her," the woman replied. "She's already got 3 kids. 4 is a lot to handle." "I'm not a kid," said Jonathan. "I won't bother her." He paused and observed, "There are a lot of werewolves aboard this ship."
"Ugh, kids raised in Idris are exhausting," said the woman. "Werewolves are a fact of life, unfortunately. Creatures are everywhere. Go to bed, Jonathan." They listened as another cabin door shut and a lock was shot home. "Now," said Robert Lightwood, "vampires starboard. Brother Zachariah and I port. Contain the werewolves by any means necessary, then locate the Yinfen." They spilled out onto the deck. It was a rough night, the wind pulling Zachariah's hood down farther, the deck jerking beneath their feet. Zachariah could not open his lips to taste the salt in the air. New York was a glimmer on the horizon, shining like the lights of the shadow market in the dark. They could not allow the Yinfen to hit the city. There were a couple of werewolves on the deck. One was in wolf form, and Zachariah could see a tinge of silver in his fur. The other had lost color in his fingertips. Zachariah wondered if they knew that they were dying. He remembered, too vividly, how it had felt when the Yinfen was killing him. Sometimes it was good to be without feeling. Sometimes being human hurt too much, and Zachariah could not afford pity now. Brother Zachariah slammed his staff against one of their heads, and when he turned, Robert Lightwood had already dealt with the other. They stood braced, listening to the howl of the wind and the surge of the sea, waiting for the others to come from below decks. Then Zachariah heard the sounds from the other side of the ship. "Stay where you are," he told Robert. "I will go to the vampires." Brother Zachariah had to fight his way to them. There were even more werewolves than he had guessed. Across their heads, he could see Raphael and Lily, leaping as if they were insubstantial as shadows, teeth shining in the moonlight. He could see the werewolf's teeth, too. Zachariah shoved one werewolf over the side of the ship and knocked out another one's teeth in the same swing, then had to dodge a swipe of claws that almost sent Zachariah over himself. There were so many of them. It was with vague surprise that Zachariah thought this could be the end. There should have been something more than surprise to the idea, but all he knew was the hollowness he had felt walking through the market and the sound of his brothers' voices, colder than the sea. He did not care about these vampires. He did not care about himself. A roar of a werewolf sounded in his ear, and behind it came the crash of a wave. Brother Zachariah's arms ached from wielding the staff. It should all have ended a long time ago anyway. He could scarcely remember a reason why he fought. Across the deck, a werewolf, almost fully shifted, whirled a clawed fist directly at Lily's heart. She already had her hands locked around another werewolf's neck. She did not have a chance to defend herself. A door swung open, and a Shadowhunter woman ran out into the path of the werewolves. She was not ready. A wolf tore her throat out, and as Zachariah tried to get to her, a werewolf slammed against his back. The staff fell from his nerveless fingers. A second werewolf piled onto him, claws digging into his shoulders, bearing him down to his knees. Another climbed on, and Zachariah's head slammed onto the wood. The dark rose before him. His brothers' voices could be gone, along with the crash of the sea and all the light of the world that no longer touched him. The dead woman's eyes stared into his face, a last empty gleam before the dark consumed all. It seemed as if he were as empty as she. Why had he ever fought? Only he remembered. He would not allow himself to forget. Tessa, he thought, will. Despair was never stronger than the thought of them. He could not betray them by giving up. They are Will and Tessa, and you were Qi Jianming. You were James Carstairs. You were Jem. Brother Zachariah drew a dagger from his belt. He fought to his feet, sending two of the werewolves sprawling and backhanding the third through the open cabin door. He looked to Lily. Raphael was standing in front of her. His arm was flung out to shield her, his blood a macabre scarlet splash across the deck. Human blood was black at night, but vampire blood never looked anything but red. Lily screamed his name. Brother Zachariah needed his staff. It was rolling across the wood of the deck, silver in the moonlight and rattling like bones. Its carving leaped out, shadow dark against the silver, as the staff rolled to the feet of a boy who had just stepped out into this space of chaos and blood. The boy, who must be Jonathan Wayland, stared around him, at Brother Zachariah, at the wolves, at the woman with her throat ripped out. A werewolf woman was bearing down on him. The boy was too young to even bear warrior's runes. Brother Zachariah knew he was not going to be fast enough. The boy turned his head, hair bright gold in the silver moonshine, and picked up Zachariah's staff. Small and slim, the most fragile of barriers possible against darkness, he charged at the snarling teeth and bared claws. He struck her down. Two more went for the boy, but Zachariah killed one, and the boy spun and struck the other. When he twisted in the air, Zachariah thought not of shadows as he had with the vampires, but of light. When the boy landed on the deck, feet spread wide and staff twirling between his hands, he was laughing. It was not a child's sweet laugh, but a wild, exuberant sound that rang out stronger than sea or sky or silent voices. He sounded young and defiant and joyful and a little mad. Brother Zachariah had thought earlier in the night that he did not hear laughter often. It had been an achingly long time since he had heard a laugh like that. He stabbed another werewolf running for the boy, and another, throwing his body between the boy and the wolves. One got past his guard and swiped at the boy, and Zachariah heard him make a small sound between his locked teeth. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Yes," the boy shouted. Brother Zachariah could hear him panting at his back. "Never fear," said Brother Zachariah. "I am fighting with you." Zachariah's blood ran colder than the sea, and his heart hammered until he heard Robert Lightwood and Lily coming to their aid. Once the remaining werewolves were subdued, Robert took Jonathan with him to the bridge. Zachariah turned his attention to the vampires. Raphael had taken off his leather jacket.
Lily had ripped part of her shirt off and was tying the material around his arm. She was crying. "Raphael," she said. "Raphael, you shouldn't have done it." "Sustained a wound that will heal in a night in preference to losing a valuable member of the clan?" Raphael asked. "I acted to benefit myself. I generally do." "You'd better," Lily muttered, wiping tears savagely with the back of her hand. "What would I do if something happened to you?" "Something practical, I hope," said Raphael. "Please salvage material from one of the many dead werewolves next time, and stop embarrassing the clan in front of Shadowhunters." Lily followed Raphael's line of vision, over her shoulder to Brother Zachariah. There was blood smudged and mixed with her blurred eyeliner, but she gave him a cheeky, fanged smile. "Maybe I wanted to rip my shirt for Brother Zachariah." Raphael lifted his eyes to heaven. Since he was not looking at her, Lily could look at him. She did. Brother Zachariah saw her lift a hand, her fingernails painted red and gold, and almost touch his curly hair. Her hand moved as if she might stroke the shadows over his head, then curled into a fist. She did not permit herself the luxury. Raphael motioned her away and got to his feet. "Let's go find the yin fen." It was not difficult to locate. It was in a large box in a cabin below decks. Lily and Brother Zachariah carried the box up between them, Lily clearly ready to make a scene if Raphael tried to help. Zachariah pried open the lid of the box.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Even after all these years, seeing the glimmer of yin fen in the moonlight made his stomach lurch and turn, as if the sight pitched him onto a boat on a different sea, one in which he could never keep his balance. Lily moved to tip the box over the side and let it be swallowed by the hungry waters. "No, Lily," said Raphael, "I will not have drug-addled mermaids infesting the rivers of my city. What if we end up with glowing silver alligators in the sewers? Nobody will be surprised, but I will know it is your fault, and I will be extremely disappointed in you." "You never let me have any fun," Lily grumbled. "I never let anyone have any fun," said Raphael, and looked smug. Brother Zachariah stared into the box full of silver powder. It had meant the difference between quick and slow death to him once. He set the fire using a rune known only to the Silent Brothers, a rune meant to burn away harmful magic. Life and death were nothing but ashes in the air. "Thank you for telling me about the yin fen," he told Raphael. "From my perspective, I took advantage of your weakness over the stuff," said Raphael. "You used to take it to keep yourself alive once, as I understand it. Didn't work, I see. Anyway, your emotional state is no concern of mine, and my city is safe. Mission accomplished." He wiped his hands, gleaming with blood, over the lapping waves. "Does your leader know anything about this mission?" Zachariah asked Lily. She was watching